Chapter 1061. Little Ku, is this considered cheating? Cheng Chumo could not help but ask on the way back. Li Ku was still riding on his horse. He laughed and said, "How is this cheating? The Yamacho only said that we are not allowed to use our status to get help from our underlings and that the total expenditure cannot exceed 500 strings of coins. They did not say that we are not allowed to bargain with others in the name of doing good. Cho Nyo, things are different now. We have to be careful in everything we do. Otherwise, 500 strings of coins will not be enough." The Li Ku now was a completely different person compared to 4 months ago. At that time, he was living like a prince and only needed to practice martial arts in the palace. Why would he need to worry about money? Why would he need to be careful? Hey! Little Ku, what you said makes sense. How many carriages do we need? Which one should we go to now? Cheng Chumo scratched his head and laughed. Actually, as long as they could complete the mission and not be caught by Li Zishuan, he could not be bothered to find out if this was cheating. Li Ku's lips curled into a smile. There's no need for that. We have enough carriages and horses. That's it? Does that mean that Zifen, Yui Bao Lin, and the rest have already rented carriages? Cheng Chumo was stunned for a moment and said in disbelief. The members of the 3rd Brigade had all gone out to look for carriages according to Li Ku's plan. Sun Zifen and Yui Bao Lin were members of the 3rd Brigade. This is also a coincidence. Sun Zifan's family opened a carriage company, and the scale is not small, so we rented a lot of carriages from there at a low price. Now all of them added up, it is completely enough. Li Ku said with a smile. He even emphasized the word low price. It was obvious what he meant. F***ck. Sun Zifen's family owns a carriage business? Why didn't this kid say so earlier? He made us look so hard for carriages. F***ck. No, he should be back at the workshop now, right? I'm going to find him. This kid tricked me. Hiya. Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief and anger. Yes, anger. At this moment, he felt that Sun Zifen was even more despicable than the old man from the carriage company. After saying that, he slapped the horses but hard, and the man and the horse rushed forward. Hey hey hey. Ugly bull, don't. Li Ku hurriedly urged his buttocks to catch up and dissuaded him. Zifen usually doesn't care about his family's business. He only just remembered that his family has a carriage business. We can't blame him for this. Instead, we have to thank him. It's because of his family's carriage business that we saved more than 20 strings of money. Money, money, money. When it came to money, Cheng Chumo felt a headache coming on. He could not help but wonder in his heart, is this still the king of Han, Li Ku? Why do you only care about money? All right then. For your sake, I won't be angry with that brat. Cheng Chumo waved his hand. He didn't want to hear Li Ku talk about money anymore. Qingke, how are the preparations on your side? Did you get the list of the poor people in each county? When it was close to noon, all the students returned to the Drunken Wind Pavilion in the backyard of the Warm Tang Foundation. This used to be the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, so of course, there was a cafeteria. Half of the chefs in the academy's cafeteria had been transferred here by Li Zishuan, so the students had lunch there. At this time, Li Ku was holding a bowl of rice and chatting with Li Tai about work. Oh. I got it all. I'll give it to you after I finish eating. Li Tai's cheeks were puffed up. He used to be a person who lived like a prince, but after being trained by Li Zishuan, he could enjoy eating from a big pot of rice. Especially when he was in the academy's construction team, Li Zishuan's lecture left a deep impression on him. At least from then until now, he had never wasted a meal in public. Good. Our 3rd Brigade's carriages are ready. This afternoon, we'll go from house to house and deliver coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes according to the list. Li Ku said as he stuffed rice into his mouth. Little Ku, I don't think it's nice to say coal stoves. We should call this warmth. Didn't Yamacho say that? We're participating in the Warm Tang Foundation's warm winter operation, so it's only right that we call it warmth. Li Tai's eyes turned as he corrected Li Ku. Li Ku thought about it and also felt that coal, moldy, stoves didn't sound nice. He nodded and said, okay. Then we'll go and deliver warmth to the poor people in the afternoon. Li Tai smiled and said, yes, that's right. But did you hire a coachman? Why would we hire a coachman? A coachman's salary is dozens of copper coins a day. Where would our 3rd Brigade get that much money? Li Ku said subconsciously. Li Tai's eyes widened as if he was meeting Li Ku for the first time. He said, no, little Ku, did I hear wrong? You're stingy with a few copper coins? Are you the little Ku I know? Li Ku said matter-of-factly, what do you mean by stingy? There's no need to waste money. By the way, Qingke, do you have people who lend money to earn interest? Li Tai was puzzled. Yes, I do. But why are you asking about this, little Ku? In ancient times, the rich and powerful all did this kind of business where they lent money to the poor and earned interest. One of the 4 princes of the Warring States period, Meng Changjun, used this business to raise 3,000 mercenaries. Li Ku replied, it's not convenient for us to carry around the 500 strings of coins that Yamacho gave us, and we don't need that much money at the moment. Why don't you get your people to lend 300 strings of coins to people who are short of money? It doesn't matter if the interest is low, as long as it's safe. Li Tai was completely speechless when he heard this. To think that Li Ku was so meticulous in his calculations, he really suspected that Li Ku was possessed by a devil. Ha! Little Ku, you're quite quick-witted. Using money to earn money, not bad, not bad. Li Zishuan, who had just finished eating at home, heard the second half of the conversation between Li Ku and Li Tai and couldn't help but laugh. Although he didn't support Li Ku's business of lending money, he still appreciated Li Ku's idea of using spare money to earn money. Because if an ordinary person was in Li Ku's situation, they would only use the 500 strings of coins in their hands sparingly. Very few people would be like Li Ku, not only saving money, but also earning money. Yamacho. The 2 brothers heard and hurriedly turned around to greet him. You guys continue to eat, don't worry about me. Yamacho, I'm not breaking the rules, right? I just feel that it's inconvenient to leave the 500 strings of coins with us, so I thought. Li Ku's face turned red and quickly explained. Chapter 1062. Ha! You're trying to cover it up. Inside the Drunken Phoenix Pavilion, Li Zishuan looked at Li Ku and said with amusement, I've said before that you're not allowed to use your status to ask for help from others. Now that you're asking Green Sparrow for help, aren't you asking for help from others? Yamacho, Li Ku's face froze, and he was speechless. Li Zishuan continued, but I'm glad that you know how to increase income and reduce expenditure. You said that it's inconvenient to carry 500 strings of coins around, and that's not unreasonable. But we're Yanhuang College's people, and we have to solve problems when we encounter them. When this matter is over, little Ku, you can think of a way to solve this problem. If you can solve it smoothly, then you'll start a new era, and your name will go down in history. Although, it's inconvenient to carry 500 strings of coins was just an excuse that Li Ku came up with, this was indeed a problem that Great Tang was facing. Not only would a cumbersome currency affect trade, it would also affect the economic development of a country. The Song dynasty was not as strong as Tang, but why was its economy the largest in ancient China? It was because banknotes replaced the heavy metal currency, and it greatly promoted the prosperity of domestic commerce. At that time, the Song dynasty's imperial court collected business taxes every year, and it far exceeded the agricultural taxes. Li Ku's excuse reminded Li Zishuan of the financial plan he had been planning for Tang, banknotes and banks. These 2 things must be done in the future. Start a new era? Go down in history? Li Ke originally thought that he would be reprimanded, but he never expected to hear such a shocking thing from Li Zishuan. His breathing became a little rapid. Yamacho, what method is so powerful? It can go down in history directly? Li Zishuan laughed. You have to think about it yourself. Come find me when you've thought about it. After that, he left with his hands behind his back, leaving a stunned Li Ke behind. Hey! Little Ke. Don't think about it. Eat first, we still have work to do in the afternoon. Li Tai saw that his brother seemed to have lost his soul, so he pushed Li Ke's arm and said. Oh. Li Ke came back to his senses and continued to shovel rice into his mouth. Tai Zhu, open the door. The people from the Warm Tang Foundation are here to deliver the coal stove. In the afternoon, in the Maojia village of Xinfeng County outside Chang'an City, 4 or 5 students from Yanhuang College were driving a carriage. They followed a middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear-like waist and knocked on a shabby courtyard door. Mao Lizheng, our captain, said that it's to send warmth. You can't call for coal stoves. It turned out that this middle-aged man was Li Zheng of Mao village. Hearing him shout like that, the students behind him quickly corrected him. Fine. That's called sending warmth. As expected of a scholar, even the way he speaks is different from the people in our village. Mao Lizheng didn't get angry. Instead, he gave a simple and honest laugh. Then he shouted towards the dilapidated courtyard, Hey! Tai Zhu, open the door. Someone is here to bring you warmth. Only then did a skinny little girl come out of the courtyard. It was winter, but she was only wearing a few pieces of unlined clothing. Moreover, they were all tattered. If one looked closely, one could see that her 2 legs were trembling. Li Zheng, you're here. The little girl opened the courtyard door and greeted Mao Lizheng. Then she timidly began to look at the students behind Mao Lizheng. Dia, where's your father and mother? Mao Lizheng walked in with the students of the academy. He looked around and then asked. Li Zheng, my mother went to the mountains to collect firewood. My father's legs acted up again 2 days ago. He's still in bed now. The little girl replied. What? Tai Zhu's legs aren't listening to him again. Sigh. It's not good to have an attack in the winter. Mao Lizheng was stunned. He sighed in surprise and then said to the students behind him, Hey, you guys don't know. Tai Zhu accidentally broke his leg when he was hunting in the mountains. Every time it's cold, he can't get out of bed. Therefore, in autumn and winter, it's usually Dia's mother who is busy with the work inside and outside the house. Sigh. Let's not talk about this first. Come in. Dia, go and boil some hot water. Today, we're all literary stars. We're here to bring coal to your family, to bring warmth. After that, Mao Lizheng led the group of Yanhuang College students inside. Mao Lizheng, you go in first. We'll go and take down the coal stove and honeycomb briquettes from the car. A student said. Only then did Mao Lizheng realize that there was a car full of warmth behind him. He patted his head and said, Hey! Look at my memory. I almost forgot about this. You guys are all literary stars. How can you do this kind of rough work? You guys go in and rest. I'll do it. I guarantee it won't be wrong. Although Yanhuang College was in Lantian County, it was very famous. Not to mention Xinfeng County, even hundreds of miles away from Lantian County, there was no one who didn't know about it. Yanhuang College's tall and magnificent building had become the immortal palace in the human world through word of mouth. Students who could get into Yanhuang College were naturally literary stars. Moreover, Li Zishuan, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, was full of righteousness. He had always taken care of the people in his fief. Everyone knew about his benevolence. Therefore, the people were very respectful to Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan's students. Don't. Mao Li Zheng. Before we went down the mountain, the Yamacho told us that we have to do it ourselves. We can't let others do it. Thank you for your kindness. The students of the college quickly stopped him. Sigh. Fine. Since that's the case, I won't break the rules of your college. But you guys are so soft and tender. Oh, no, I mean you guys who study all year round. How can you move this? Mao Li Zheng, don't worry. We move this up ourselves. Of course, we can move it down. Half an hour later, the students moved a coal stove and 50 honeycomb briquettes into the dilapidated house. After patiently teaching the little girl how to use the coal stove and repeatedly reminding her to pay attention to the ventilation when burning the briquettes for warmth, the students left under the little girl's sparkling eyes and the man named Tieju's endless gratitude. They still had to hurry to the next house. Big brother, big brother. Wait a minute. Which one of you dropped your money bag? But who knew that the group of students hadn't gone far when the little girl chased after them again. She was holding an exquisite black purse in her hand. The whistling north wind messed up her hair and blew her little face red, but it still didn't stop her footsteps. Huff huff. Big brother, look, which one of you dropped your money bag in the house? Chapter 1063. Jishuan, what kind of memory do you have? How could you forget the money pouch? Luckily, the girl from the farmer's family was honest. Otherwise, where would you find it later? On the way, the group of Yanhuang College students joked with each other. It turned out that it was Di Jishuan who dropped the money pouch just now. Chu Suiliang's son, Chu Yanfu, was also among them. Di Jishuan just shook his head and smiled when others made fun of him. Jishuan, you deliberately left the money pouch in their house, didn't you? Those who could get into Yanhuang College were not fools. One of the students couldn't help but ask. As soon as the words came out, everyone was stunned. Several pairs of eyes looked at Di Jishuan. Di Jishuan smiled helplessly and said, I also saw that family's life was really difficult. But if I gave them money openly, they definitely wouldn't accept it. So I thought of this idea. I didn't expect that girl to be so honest. Alas. In fact, it's only a few hundred coins. Even if it's lost, it won't hurt at all for you and me. But for that family, it's a life-saving money. We've sent coal furnaces to almost 5 families today. To be honest, I admire Yamacho's wise decision. If we didn't go down the mountain this time, many of us might not know how difficult it is for the common people to live. Alas. As soon as he said this, the group of people who were laughing and joking just now suddenly fell silent. Among them, Di Jishuan and Chu Yanfu were from the families of officials, while the other 3 students were from the families of merchants. They really didn't know what was called suffering in the world since they were young. Mao Tieju's poor family just now also touched them a lot. There were still common people who lived such a poor life. There were still such poor people in the world. Jishuan, you were right. If I had known, I would have secretly hidden some money in their house just now. The student who laughed at Di Jishuan's carelessness just now said in a low mood. Chini, it's useless. Even if they can't find the money you hid now, once they find it later, they'll come back to return it to you no matter where you go. Di Jishuan shook his head. The student named Chini was puzzled and asked, Jishuan, why are you so sure? Di Jishuan didn't explain, but Chu Yanfu laughed and said, enough. Chen Yi. Jisun is able to see things clearly and see into people's hearts. In this aspect, you shouldn't doubt him. Let's go. It's almost time for the next one. Di Jishuan's team was not the only one who encountered such poor people. In the evening, all the students returned to Yanhuang College. Compared to the students of the other two brigades, the students of the second brigade, who were responsible for delivering coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to the poor, were obviously in low spirits. Even Ching Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who were careless, were quiet when they were eating in the canteen at night. Clearly, what they had seen and heard this afternoon had greatly affected these students. Yamacho, the students don't seem to be in a good mood. Coming out of the canteen, Yen Silu said to Li Zixuan. According to Li Zixuan's rules, the teachers of the academy were not allowed to intervene in the whole process of organizing the students to do good deeds down the mountain. They were only responsible for the logistics at most. Therefore, Yen Silu did not know much about the students' experience this afternoon. However, the old teacher had experienced the vicissitudes of life. How could he not see that the students were in low spirits? Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks, nodded and replied, They must have seen too much suffering in the world today. This was also good. There were some things that could only be learned after experiencing it. Only then would one know how to cherish what they had now. And as students of Yanhuang College, it's not good if they only know how to read and ignore the outside world. Yanhuang College exists for only one purpose, and that is to benefit the people of Tang. Yen Silu stroked his beard and sighed. Yamacho is right. These children can't always stay in the academy and study. It's good to let them see the suffering of the people. On the first day, the students of Yanhuang College visited more than 800 poor families and gave away more than 800 coal stoves and 40,000 honeycomb briquettes. Early in the morning of the second day, the students woke up at 5 in the morning, washed up, and ate. At 7:15 in the morning, the students gathered in front of the teaching building and went down the mountain to deliver the warmth. At this time, there was a thin layer of frost on the withered leaves by the roadside. After arriving at the warm Tang Foundation, the students of the three brigades immediately went into working mode. They each had their own duties. Those who needed to go to the government to coordinate, those who needed to deliver the warmth, and those who needed to stay behind to keep track of the accounts. The division of labor was clear and orderly. The news of the students of Yanhuang College going down the mountain to do charity in the name of the Warm Tang Foundation had already spread yesterday. Many people knew about it. Today's Datong Daily's headline was, without a doubt, left to this group of students who silently gave their love in the cold wind. The title was, This Winter's Not Too Cold. There was a paragraph in the news that read, They came from Yunshan, and their hearts were filled with the poor villagers. They drove their carriages to visit one village after another, and they sent warmth to one family after another. It was they who warmed this city, and it was they who made this winter not so cold. Their cheeks were red from the cold wind, and they were shivering, but they were still fearless. They still traveled over land and water to deliver their love to the people in need. They are all the students of Yanhuang College. Tisk Tsk. Yesterday, I even met a group of students from Yanhuang Academy who were driving a carriage. These kids are really good. On the streets, some of the people in the city who had read the newspaper sighed. Isn't that so? Why don't you take a look at who the Yamacho of Yanhuang College is? How can the students taught by Marquis be bad? That's right. When Marquis said that he wanted to build an academy, I felt that the academy built by Marquis would definitely be extraordinary. Looking at it now, it was indeed so. Look at the Imperial College and the Hongwen School. Can they teach such students? Hey! That's definitely not possible. The Imperial College and the Hongwen School are already on holiday. I heard that the students of Yanhuang College were also on holiday, but they volunteered to do this. Many of the children who live far away might not be able to make it back in time for the new year because of this. Whoa! There's actually such a thing? How can it be fake? Sigh. In the future, if my brat can't get into Yanhuang College, I'll beat him to death. This kind of academy is a good one. Unknowingly, Yanhuang College's reputation in the hearts of the people increased again. However, the Imperial College and the Hongwen School were inexplicably implicated. Chapter 1064. While the students were busy sending warmth to the people of Chang and City, Li Zishuan was not idle either. He brought his personal guards to send warmth to the villagers in his fief. No matter if they bought a coal stove or honeycomb briquettes, they would send 2 coal stoves and 200 pieces of honeycomb briquettes. If they did not accept, they would be disrespecting the master. Young master, the house is so big. 1 coal stove is enough. Isn't it a waste to send 2? What's there to waste? It doesn't matter if the house is small. 1 stove can be used to boil water and cook rice. The other stove can be used to warm the fire. It's so cold today. Don't let these 3 children freeze. Quick, Sanbao, move the coal stove in. We have to hurry to the next house. Hey! Don't. Young master, it's better for this old man to move it himself. We can't tire your men out. Sanbao chuckled and said, Second Master Han, it's not tiring. Sanbao won't tire himself out with this kind of work. Let me do it. After unloading the coal stove and honeycomb briquettes in Second Master Han's house, the small team continued to send warmth to the next house. When they went out, they met Hu Hanyun, who had heard the news and rushed over. Young master, it's so cold today. Why did you come over personally? Even if you want to send things to the villagers, you don't have to do it yourself. Han Lijing was now at Hedong Road. Old Hu was now the acting Lijing of the Han family manor. If there was any trouble in the manor, he would be the first to know. This time, Li Zishuan was really planning to visit every single household in his fief. When he heard this, he smiled and said, Hee, Uncle Hu, since I have nothing better to do at home, why don't I come out to deliver some gifts to the villagers and exercise my muscles a little? Old Hu sighed helplessly. He thought for a while and said, Hey! Young master, the villagers appreciate your kindness. But there are more than 1,000 villagers in your fief. If you send them one by one, how long will you be able to do it? In this old Hu's opinion, you can leave the Han family manor and the plum village to this old Hu. Everyone was the first to follow young master. Even if young master didn't go personally, everyone would still appreciate your kindness. His suggestion was mainly to lessen the burden on Li Zishuan. Among the 8 villages under Li Zishuan's control, the Han village and Plum village had the largest population. Without these 2 villages, Li Zishuan would have a much easier time. Uncle Hu, I appreciate your good intentions. However, this matter is not urgent. If I can't finish running in 1 day, I'll run for 2 days. If I can't finish running in 2 days, I'll run for 3 days. I can't just go to one house and not go to another, right? It just so happens that the academy doesn't have classes now, so I still have time. Li Zishuan said with a smile. Actually, he wasn't doing this because he had nothing better to do. Previously, when he was conferred the title of Marquis, Li Er had rewarded him with some land. Later on, he had merged into a few villages. Because he was busy with work, he didn't go there much, let alone know the villagers. As for those few villages, Wang Zhong had been taking care of them for him. Now that the academy had stopped classes, he could finally take some time out to walk around his fief. At the same time, he could also get to know the villagers in his house. Seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, Hu Hanyun knew that he couldn't persuade him anymore. He said, Hey! Since I've met young master, there's no need to trouble young master to personally send them to my house. I'll move them back myself. After saying that, he walked up and lifted a coal stove with one hand. The strength of his hands was not ordinary. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony with Uncle Hu. Li Zishuan laughed and said to Ah Fu, who was beside him, Ah Fu, help Uncle Hu carry these honeycomb briquettes back. We'll go to the next house first. Catch up with us later. Yes, young master. Ah Fu carried a bag of coal and left. Li Zishuan said to Pang Feiji, let's go. Next house. Although there were many villagers in the Han family village, they lived in close quarters. Therefore, Li Zishuan ran from house to house and was done by noon. Lunch was naturally settled at the academy. The academy had indeed transferred half of the chefs away, but the other half were still cooking for the teachers who stayed in school. After resting at the academy for a while, Li Zishuan ordered Pang Feiji to bring some people to the workshop to get some things. Then, they went to the 9th house in Yunshan, Li Gang's house. Li Gang was one of the earliest professors in Yanhuang College. Of course, he had the right to live in this house. When Li Zishuan separated the houses, he gave the 9th house to Li Gang. The number 9 represented longevity and health. He had put in a lot of effort in this. Grandfather, why isn't it snowing this year? And Ren, why are you looking forward to it snowing? It's fun when it snows. When it snows, and Ren can snowball. Ha! And Ren, you think it's fun when it snows, but those poor people who can't afford to wear clothes will freeze to death when it snows. Do you still want it to snow now? Grandfather, why don't they have clothes to wear? Can't Ren let them wear his clothes? Ha! If you let them wear your clothes, what will you do? And Ren will hide in the blanket and not go out. Then, he won't freeze. Ha ha ha. As they approached the 9th courtyard, due to Li Zishuan's astonishing hearing, he was able to hear the conversation between the grandfather and grandson from far away. He couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. What an adorable and sensible child. At this moment, he felt that his decision to set up the Warm Tang Foundation and Operation Warm Winter was absolutely correct. If even a child had the ambition to protect the poor people of the world, as an adult with a high position, if he still remained indifferent despite having the ability to do so, then wouldn't he have lived 2 lives in vain? Little Ren, you don't have to hide in the blanket. Those poor people have a fire to roast them now. They won't freeze to death. Li Zishuan pushed open the courtyard door and smiled at the cute little boy in the courtyard. Yamacho. Wow. It's brother Xiao Xian. Li Gang got up and looked at Li Zishuan in surprise, but Li Anren had already jogged over to greet him. He had met Li Zishuan many times, and his grandfather always praised Li Zishuan in front of him. This made him have a good impression of this big brother Li Zishuan. Little Ren, long time no see. Li Zishuan smiled and patted Li Ren's head. Then, he looked at Li Gang and said, Mr. Li, have you eaten? Li Gang chuckled and replied, I've eaten. Why does Yamacho have time to think about an old man like me? Li Zishuan pointed at the carriage of pipes behind him and said with a smile, I thought that it would be a little cold recently, so I brought people over to install a heater in Mr. Li's house. This way, when it snows, Mr. Li and little Ren won't be cold. Chapter 1065. Heater? What is heater? In the 9th courtyard of Yunshan, Li Gang looked at Li Zishuan and asked curiously. Mr. Li, this heater is something that can make the house as warm as spring. Compared to burning charcoal, the warmth provided by this thing is more comfortable and safer. You will be able to feel it after it is installed. As Li Zishuan spoke, he called for Pang Feiji to bring people to install the heater in Li Gang's house. These people were all experienced now and could do it without his command. Thank you, Yamacho. Li Gang was touched. Regardless of whether the heater was good or not, just the fact that Li Zishuan had brought people here and put in so much effort was enough to move him. Brother Xiao Xian, can these iron pipes make the house warm? But it's clearly cold when I touch it. Li Zishuan had said that it was magical, so he ran over to touch the heater pipe, but Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Of course it's cold now. And Ren, wait for a while. After they install it, you can touch it again. It definitely won't be cold. Oh. Then I'll touch it later. Compared to the Li residence, which occupied a huge area, the courtyard in Yunshan was not considered big. Therefore, Pang Feiji and the others used less than 2 hours to install the heater in Li Gang's house. Li Zishuan ordered, "Light it. Try to see if it leaks." "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji went to light the heater with ease. After about half an hour, the heater finally started burning. Li Zishuan's people quickly entered the house to check the pipes. After a while, after confirming that all the pipes were fine, Li Zishuan said to Li Gang, "Mr. Li, it's done. In the future, you just need to instruct the servants to put honeycomb coal in the boiler after a period of time, and it will ensure that the house is always warm. Now, you and Enren can go in and experience it." Although Li Gang had studied Confucianism all his life, he had been in Yanhuang College for so long. Even if he wasn't proficient in engineering, he could still understand some of the things related to engineering. When he saw Pang Feiji and the rest install the heater, Li Gang could roughly guess the operating principle of the heater. He. Yamacho's creativity is unprecedented. On behalf of my Enren, this old man would like to thank the mountain head for his trouble. Li Gang politely cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Li, don't be in a hurry, let's try it first." Li Zishuan extended his right hand and made an inviting gesture. "Okay. Enren, let's go. Let's go in." Li Gang pulled his son and walked into the house. While they were gossiping outside, the heater in the house had already heated up. Although it was not as warm as spring, they could still feel the warm air blowing against their faces when they walked in. Obviously, the inside of the house and outside of the house were two different worlds. "Wow! Grandfather, this house is so warm!" Li Anren exclaimed and said excitedly. "This thing works too fast." Li Gang was also a little surprised. He turned to look at Li Zishuan, his face full of shock. Although he had roughly guessed the operating principle of the heater, he didn't expect it to work so quickly. He. It will be even warmer in a while. I have some other things to do in the afternoon, so I'll take my leave first. If there's anything wrong with the heater, just send someone to let me know, sir." After seeing that everything was fine, Li Zishuan said goodbye. He still had to go to Plum Village in the afternoon to send warmth to the villagers. "Okay. Take care, Yamacho." Li Gang nodded. "Brother Xiao Xian, why don't you have a cup of hot water before you go?" At this time, Li Anren walked over with a cup of hot water that was emitting white steam. Li Zishuan was afraid that the child would accidentally burn himself, so he hurriedly stepped forward and took the teacup, saying, "Anren, be good. You're all grown up now, so you have to take care of your grandfather, okay?" "Okay. Enren will definitely." After coming down from Yunshan, Li Zishuan went to the workshop to get a few carts of warmth and continued to send warmth. The students of Yanhuang College weren't idle either. Needless to say, the students of the 2nd Brigade had been rushing around in their carriages since morning. Unlike Li Zishuan's situation, the villagers on the list they got from the government rarely lived together, so they had to travel a long distance to deliver the warmth. Naturally, it wasn't as convenient as Li Zishuan's method of delivering the warmth from door to door. After more than a day of hard work, the 1st Brigade was almost done contacting the government. Li Tai now had a list of the poor people in more than 20 counties near Chang'an. In total, there were about 20,000 households. What was even more amusing was that Li Tai even received a list of poor people from some counties not near Chang'an. They hoped that Li Tai could ask the foundation to help them. Li Tai could only put the list aside helplessly. Their mission now was mainly in Chang'an City and the 20 counties around Chang'an. According to the current speed of the 2nd Brigade's warmth delivery, it would take at least a month to send all the poor people on the list. There were less than 20 days left until the new year. Li Tai wanted to help all the poor families before the new year. Therefore, in the afternoon, he brought more than 100 people from the 1st Brigade and joined the 2nd Brigade. More than 500 students followed the name list and started their journey of sending warmth again. Li Tai could do this mainly because Li Zishuan had already completed the task of collecting the list for the 1st Brigade. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Including the first day, the students had actually been warm messengers for 4 days. In these 4 days, the speed of their warmth gradually increased. On the first day, they sent 800 families. On the second day, they sent 1,200 families. On the third day, they sent 1,500 families. On the fourth day, they sent 2,000 families. In total, they sent 5,500 families. On the morning of the 5th day, when the students gathered in front of the teaching building, Li Zishuan looked at the group of children. Although they looked tired, their eyes were full of determination and perseverance. He couldn't help but say loudly, "I know that these 4 days have been very hard for you. You have traveled mountains and rivers, you have braved the cold wind, and many of you have blisters on the soles of your feet. But until now, no one has quit. You are all good. I, Li Zishuan, am very proud to have a group of students like you. Do you still remember what I said at the beginning of school? I said that the purpose of Yanhuang College was to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and establish a life for the people. Now you have done it. What you are doing now is to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and establish a life for the people. This year's winter in Chang'an City is not too cold because of your efforts." Chapter 1066. Set your heart for the heavens and earth, set your life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge of the past, and create peace for all ages. These were the famous words of the Northern Song Dynasty's Confucian master, Zhang Zai. During the 2nd year of the Northern Song Dynasty Shenzong, Zhang Zai became a professor at Chongwen Academy. Later, his brother, Zhang Jin, was convicted of opposing Wang Engshi's reform. Zhang Zai resigned and returned to his hometown, where he made a living by lecturing and writing books in the local Chongsho courtyard. After Zhang Zai's death, people changed the name of Chongsho Courtyard to Hengku Academy in his memory. Zhang Zai's famous words were magnificent and had a large structure. China's modern philosophy master, Feng Yulan, called them the 4 lines of Hengku. Looking at Zhang Zai's life, he was summoned twice and became an external official 3 times. He wrote books and established a school, but he was poor all his life. After his death, he was so poor that he didn't even have a coffin to bury himself. Fan Wenzhengong wrote in the famous book, Yang Tower Records, that those who live high in the temple worry about the people, those who live far away worry about the ruler. Hengku Academy's Mr. Hengku was an official when he advanced and a sage when he retreated. He used his actions to open up a new era of Confucianism. History was always fair. Those who see the vanity of the world as passing smoke and have the people of the world in their hearts, although they may have been poor when they were alive, after brushing away the dust of history, behind them will stand a historical monument that will be honored for generations to come. This was the logic of history. Although Li Zishuan founded engineering, he didn't completely oppose Confucianism. He admired some of the great Confucians from the bottom of his heart. He was also very willing to accept some of the advanced ideas in Confucianism. Zhang Zai's 4 lines of Hengku was used by him as the school's motto. The sea can accommodate hundreds of rivers, and the tolerance is great. If engineering wanted to develop for a long time, it needed a soul. If it only relied on the accumulation of skills, it couldn't be passed down. And if a new school of thought wanted to have a complete soul, it was not something that could be done in a day. This was a long-term process of accumulation. Li Zishuan was not a big shot who specialized in philosophy or education in his previous life. What he could do now was to absorb the cultural essence of other schools of thought to enrich his knowledge. This was also the reason why he had invited famous scholars like Li Gang and Yen Silu, as well as leaders and elites like Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei to teach at the academy. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. These 2 sentences were like 2 bowls of incomparably delicious chicken soup for the soul, causing the souls of the students to be sublimated in an instant. All of a sudden, the exhaustion on their bodies seemed to have been swept away. All of them were full of energy and fighting spirit as they went down the mountain to do good deeds. Li Zishuan continued to send warmth to the villagers in his fief. There was only one village left, and he estimated that he would be able to finish running it by the morning. Now, the villagers in his fief could be said to have completely become Li Zishuan's die-hard fans. If they heard someone say anything bad about Li Zishuan while walking outside, they would stop in their tracks and argue with the other party for a long time. This was the aspiration of the people, this was the invincible benevolence. The next day, under Ma Zhou's arrangement, Li Zishuan's speech to the students yesterday morning was edited by Ma Zhou and published on the Datong Daily's headlines. The title was, Establishing a Heart for the Heavens and Earth, Establishing a Life for the People. Marquis Yong An's hope for all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. There was a paragraph in the news that read, The heavens and earth have no heart, but people have hearts. The heart of a person is to be born with a benevolent heart of universal love and help the people, and the heart of a saint like the Grand Duke. Using rational cognition to think about the principles of all things in the heavens and earth, this is establishing a heart for the heavens and earth. Mencius said, those who do their best, know their nature. Know their nature, and know the heavens. Keep a heart, nurture a nature, and so do the heavens. Live a long life, cultivate the body to wait for it, and so establish a life. A sage's aspiration is to establish a life for the people and our compatriots, so that there is nothing in the world that cannot be found. Only then can it be complete, and cannot be satisfied with just oneself or a few gentlemen settling down and living their lives. Such an atmosphere is establishing a life for the people. Recently, there was a lot of news on Datong Daily about Yanhuang College's students running around and helping the needy. The people now had a good impression of Yanhuang College. After they saw this headline, although they didn't quite understand what Ma Zhou meant by writing a bunch of people, they felt that it was very awesome. This was probably what it meant to not understand clearly. But when the scholars saw this news, they couldn't remain calm. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. What great courage! What a broad-minded mind! In a 3-story house near the Imperial College, Kong Yingda was holding the latest issue of Datong Daily. His hands were trembling. Other than shock, there was also a trace of regret on his face. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people? This person has such a big tone. Grandfather, who said this? A youth beside Kong Yingda raised his head and asked. Sigh. Kong Yingda sighed and shook his head without saying anything. At this point, there was no point in thinking too much. Li Zishuan was already walking further and further away from the Confucian school. This was a person who was gradually establishing a sect. In the past, Kong Yingda didn't particularly care about this new school of thought. This was because he felt that although it was the opposite of Confucianism, it only had a skeleton and didn't have a soul. Even if it could create a lot of advanced tools, it couldn't compare with Confucianism that had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. But now, Kong Yingda felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in his heart. This was because Li Zishuan was injecting a soul into engineering. And in this soul, there was a shadow of Confucianism. Inclusive, learned from others' strong points, and could be used for oneself. This kind of opponent was often more terrifying than those talented and arrogant opponents. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. What kind of place is Yanhuang College? After reading the headlines on Datong Daily, the scholars couldn't help but have such doubts in their hearts. Previously, they had regarded engineering as a different kind of school. But now, why did it have a hint of Confucianism in it? Imperial Palace, Suite du Hall. Li Er's lips curled into a smile. Establishing a heart for the heavens and earth, establishing a life for the people. Guanyin maid, this kid has such a big tone. Zhang Sun tightened the fox fur coat on her body and tilted her head to look at the newspaper in Li Er's hand. After a while, she smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong is very knowledgeable and ambitious. He's really a talent for governing the country. I congratulate your Majesty on getting such a talent." Li Er couldn't help but laugh. "Huh. If that kid hears Guanyin maid praising him like this, his mouth will definitely be crooked from laughing." Chapter 1067. Husband, I've been looking at the Warm Tang Foundation's accounts for the past 2 days and found some problems. When it was almost noon, Han Yushi took an account book and found Li Zishuan in West Courtyard. There were only 2 alleys between Yongla Lane and Annie Lane, where the Warm Tang Foundation's headquarters was located. Now that a group of top students from Yanhuang College had joined the foundation, the pressure on Han Yushi instantly disappeared. She didn't even need to do the accounting. This was because the people from Yanhuang College were very good at accounting. Compared to them, she was a layman. Therefore, Han Yushi didn't need to stay at the Warm Tang Foundation all day. Under normal circumstances, she only needed to go once or twice a day. Moreover, the 2 places were close to each other, so it wouldn't take long for her to go back and forth. "Oh. Wife, what problem did you find?" Li Zishuan, who was leaning against the couch and reading a book, raised his head and asked in surprise. Han Yushi held the account book, bent down, and said, "Husband, look. The Warm Tang Foundation has received nearly 400,000 strings of cash so far, but according to the list Qin Ke got, the poor people we need to help only add up to about 20,000. If we spend 200 copper coins per household, it'll only add up to 5 or 6,000 strings of cash. Compared to the total amount of donations, this is just a drop in the bucket." Li Zishuan frowned. He really hadn't considered this problem at the time. Recently, he had let his wife and students manage the charity business under him, so he didn't know much about the 20,000 poor families. After thinking for a while, he muttered to himself in confusion, "What's the matter? Could it be that what I said back then scared the county magistrates?" Previously, when he assigned the task to Li Tai, he said that he had to instruct the county magistrates to draw up a list of the poor as soon as possible. They are not allowed to over-report or under-report. Otherwise, he will definitely settle accounts with them. Li Zishuan couldn't help but wonder if the county magistrates were following the principle of, the less trouble, the better, and only reported the people who were too poor to live. He couldn't be blamed for thinking too much. The main reason was that the population of Chang'an City and the 20 or so counties around Chang'an City added up to at least 3 to 4 million people. It was impossible to say that there were only 20,000 poor people. Thinking up to this point, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, "Wife, let Qin Ke bring a few people and negotiate with the various county offices. Order the county magistrates to compile a more detailed list of the poor commoners. As long as they can't afford to buy coal stoves or honeycomb briquettes, they must all be on the list. Not a single one can be left out. These few days, I will personally go to each county to check. If I find any missing people, I will report it to His Majesty. The Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs will also lower the results of their examination this year." The so-called examination was the examination of the achievements of the officials in China's ancient imperial court. It was also called the examination of achievements, examination of merits, etc. The examination of achievements originated from Yaoshan. It was followed by many generations and recorded in many historical books. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the examination system was already very perfect. Especially with the establishment of the imperial examination system to elect officials, the examination system for officials was further perfected. It had a very positive effect on the improvement of the governance of the officials at that time. From the examination system established in the beginning of the Tang dynasty, civil and military officials and exiled officials above the 9th rank had to go through a small examination every year. Every 4 years, or 3 or 5 years, a big examination would be held. The contents of the examination were 4 virtues and 27 virtues. It could be seen that the examination was very detailed. Li Zishuan's move could not be said to be not ruthless. He directly grasped the weakness of the local officials. Unless you had no ambition and only wanted to be a small county magistrate forever, you would definitely care about the examination of the imperial court every year. Husband, are you saying that the county magistrates all over the country underreported? Han Yushi blinked and asked. Li Zishuan grunted and nodded. I estimate that they underreported by at least 3 to 4 times. Of course, this is only one problem. Other than underreporting, I feel that we should slightly increase the aid given to the poor people. We can give them more clothes or food. After all, this autumn harvest has reduced the production of many places. Wife, what do you think? Yes, yes. This concubine thinks so too. Han Yushi nodded excitedly. Li Zishuan smiled and said, even so, there will definitely be a lot of money left. But that's fine. This year, we will help the poor people around Chang'an City. Next year, we will help the people even further away. Besides, if there is a natural disaster in the future, the money from the Warm Tang Foundation will become life-saving money. Speaking of natural disasters, Li Zishuan's eyes suddenly became deep. He was no longer the young boy who had just arrived in Chang'an without any foundation. His status was higher and his ability was greater. Correspondingly, he could do more things and play a greater role. This natural disaster, I'm definitely going to take care of it. If Li Zishuan had only wanted to help his own family survive the locust plague, then he now wanted to help the entire Tang Empire survive the locust plague. After living in the Tang dynasty for almost a year, he had completely fallen in love with this era and the people of this era. The Tang dynasty was a complex that Chinese people could never get around, and Li Zishuan was no exception. It was because of this that he had previously pushed for the imperial court's policy of reducing taxes by raising chickens, and the policy of exchanging grain with the south. Yes. Then I'll go to the foundation now to make the arrangements. Han Yushi did not know that Li Zishuan's thoughts had drifted far away. She responded and prepared to leave. Li Zishuan quickly pulled her back and said, "Hey. It's already noon, let's go after lunch. Anyway, Qing Ke is probably not back yet." "Yes. Husband, you're right. Then let's have hot pot for lunch. I think father, mother, and grandmother all like it." "Yes, yes. I like it too. I feel like the whole family is very happy eating hot pot together." After saying that, Han Yushi went to the kitchen to ask the cook to prepare. Now, Li Zishuan did not need to do it personally in the Li mansion to eat delicious hot pot. However, the mutton rolls still needed Li Zishuan to cut them personally. This was because there were not many people in Chang'an who were as good at cutting as Li Zishuan. An hour later, in the main hall of the Li mansion, the whole family gathered together to eat hot pot. This time, Cheng Yaojin did not join in the fun, but the 2 brothers came. "Gosh! What are you guys eating? It smells so good. Xiao Xian, are you there?" "Qing Ke, what a coincidence. You're here too." He didn't know if Li Qingxian and Li Tai had made an appointment, but they just so happened to meet at the entrance of the Li estate's main hall at this time. Chapter 1068. Greetings to Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness King Wei. The people eating hot pot in the room were interrupted by the 2 people's exclamation. Yi Guozhong and old Madame Yi had never seen Li Qingxian before. After Yi Yuzhu whispered to them, they quickly stood up and bowed to Li Qingxian and Li Tai. "No need to be so polite. No need to be so polite. This must be the previous head of the Yi clan of Nanyang, right? This one has heard of you before." Yi Guozhong was flattered, and said, "To be known by Your Highness the Crown Prince, this old man is honored." Li Qingxian quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hee hee. This one and the Marquis of Yong and are good friends, so head ye need not be so polite. Eat. Everyone continue to eat. Li Tai could finally get a word in. He licked his lips and said with a greedy expression, Yamacho, what is this eating method? It looks so satisfying. If it wasn't for Li Qingxian being here, Li Tai would have already sat down and started eating without a care for his image. However, in this situation, he had to be reserved and restrain himself. Otherwise, Li Qingxian, as the eldest brother, would definitely scold him. Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty who was about to drool and said, Qing Ke, if you haven't eaten lunch, then come and eat with us. He. Haven't eaten. Haven't eaten. Then I won't be polite. Shao He, I'll have to trouble you to bring me a pair of chopsticks. As expected, Li Tai unceremoniously moved a stool and sat next to Li Zishuan. For the sake of food, this guy's tone of speaking to Shao He was 3 times more polite. Lan Er gave a dissatisfied humph, because Li Tai had pushed her away from Li Zishuan. While you're at it, help him get a bowl of dipping sauce. Li Zishuan added from behind. If there was no dipping sauce, this unlucky child probably wouldn't be able to take a bite. Then he remembered that Li Qingxian was still standing to the side, so he turned his head and asked, Qingxian, have you eaten lunch? If not, why don't we eat together? In this room, he was the only one who dared to invite Li Qingxian, the crown prince, to eat at the same table. The main reason was that he came from the modern era and didn't have much concept of hierarchy in his bones. Furthermore, he had always treated Li Qingxian and Li Tai as friends. I'll eat. Oh. I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together then. Li Tai was just about to say eat when he saw Li Tai dip some bean sprouts into the pot and dip them in Lan Er's dipping sauce bowl. Before Lan could react, Li Qingxian quickly put them into his mouth. Li Qingxian couldn't help but feel the gluttony in his stomach, so he quickly corrected himself. Good. Then, Shao He, go and help me get 2 bowls of dipping sauce and 2 sets of chopsticks. Li Zishuan nodded and instructed Shao He. Shao He took the order and left. At this time, Lan Er screamed, ah! Smelly brother Qing Ke, you stole Lan Er's dipping sauce. Yi Guozhong was so scared that he almost couldn't hold his chopsticks. Although Li Tai was Li Zishuan's student, he was still the king of Wei. How dare a little girl talk to him like that? Who knew that Li Tai's face didn't show any anger at all? Instead, he didn't feel ashamed and instead felt proud. With a shameless attitude, he said, haha. At most, I'll let Lan Er dip it back later. Li Tai was very happy to be mischievous. Lan Er pouted and said, humph. Brother Qing Ke is so shameless. The sensible old lady quickly held Lan Er's hand and said, come. Lan Er, be good. Grandmother still has more dipping sauce here. Use grandmother's. No. Grandmother, you eat. Lan Er has more here. Lan Er very sensibly refused. Li Qingxian looked at Li Tai and shook his head helplessly. He didn't criticize him because he felt that although the current Li Tai was a little mischievous, he was more sunny than before. In the past, Li Tai would give people a cold and gloomy feeling. After a while, Shao He brought 2 bowls of dipping sauce and 2 pairs of chopsticks. The 2 brothers, Li Tai and Li Qingxian, started to eat without holding back. Although they had never eaten hot pot before, they imitated Li Zishuan's family and ate with relish. Oh! Is this mutton? Why is it so delicious? I can't feel the smell at all. Wow! It's really mutton. Even the imperial chefs in the palace can't compare to this knife skill, right? When did your cook become so good, Yamacho? Everyone in the Li family liked to eat meat. The 2 brothers immediately launched an attack on the mutton. After tasting the deliciousness of the hot pot mutton, the 2 of them immediately exclaimed. Li Zishuan glanced at the 2 brothers and said lightly, what cook? I cut this myself. You two are in for a treat today. Li Tai couldn't help but give a thumbs up with his left hand and said, yes, yes. Yamacho is Yamacho. You're good at everything. Little Fatty didn't stop when he was flattering. His chopsticks were constantly moving back and forth between the mutton plate and the hot pot plate, as if he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat it if he was too slow. After tasting it, Li Qingshan didn't crave it as much. He wasn't a person who particularly valued good food, but he still found the way the family ate around a stove very interesting. After a while, he ate a lot. This meal was undoubtedly the most special meal Li Qingshan had eaten in the past 10 years. In the past, when he was in the Eastern Palace, he ate most of the time alone. Sometimes, he would eat with Li Er and Empress Zhangsun, but at that time, the family was sitting upright and eating in a proper manner. There was a lot less flavor. In Li Zishuan's house, he truly felt the taste of home. Everything was so warm and harmonious. Little Xian, can you teach me how to make this hot pot? I want to bring it back and let Imperial Father and Imperial Mother try it. After the meal, Li Qingshan leaned comfortably on the armchair and asked directly. He had a fantasy in his heart. He imagined that his Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, Imperial Brother, Imperial Sister, and his Imperial Grandfather could also eat hot pot together like Li Zishuan's family. Li Zishuan didn't plan to use the hot pot secret to earn money. He smiled and replied, why not? Qingshan, when you return to the palace, send a chef over. My kitchen maid will teach him. As for this mutton roll that is as thin as a cicada's wing, you have to find someone with good knife skills. In my opinion, Steward Zhao is definitely up to the task. The dignified head eunuch, a martial arts expert in the Grandmaster realm, was arranged by Li Zishuan to be a chef. If Zhao Song knew, he would probably cry but have no tears. Li Qingshan didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he touched his nose and said, we'll talk about it later. Steward Zhao is already very tired from being in charge of my Imperial Father's safety. How can I trouble him for such a small matter? That's not right. Yamacho, why is your house so warm? Li Tai, who was lying on the armchair picking his teeth, seemed to have realized something was wrong and asked in surprise. Chapter 1069. Previously, when Li Tai and Li Qingshan entered the house, Li Zishuan and his family were sitting around a coal stove and eating hot pot. Although the two brothers felt that the house was very warm, they only thought that it was because there was a stove in the house. Recently, coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes had become very popular. They had seen it before, so they weren't very surprised. However, after the coal stove was removed, the temperature in the house didn't drop at all. It was still as warm as before. This made Li Tai feel strange. That's right. Xiao Xian. Is there a heater somewhere in your house? Why is it so warm? After Li Tai's reminder, Li Qingshan also reacted. He sat up straight and asked. He. There isn't a heater in this house. Qingke, you've taken chemistry class before. You should know that a heater can poison people, right? Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed. Li Tai rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. He nodded and said, there is such a saying. However, if there isn't a heater in this house, why is it so warm? Yamacho, don't keep us in suspense. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. He also looked at Li Zishuan curiously. Li Zishuan pointed at the row of heaters behind Li Tai and said, there. Go and touch that piece of metal and you'll know why. When Li Tai heard this, he couldn't help but retract his hand. You want me to touch a cold piece of metal in the middle of winter? Isn't that asking for my life? I'm very afraid of the cold. Li Qingshan saw Li Zishuan's solemn vow and felt that Li Zishuan wouldn't deliberately trick him. He stood up and took 2 steps forward. Then, he reached out to the metal heaters. The expected cold didn't come. Instead, it was a very comfortable warmth. This warmth was even a little hot. This. What's going on? Not only is this lump of metal not cold, but it's also hot. This is really strange. Even though Li Qingxian was mentally prepared, he was still very surprised at this moment. This clearly went against common sense. Let me try. Hearing this, Li Tai immediately perked up. The little fatty walked to Li Qingxian's side and placed his white and fleshy palm against the radiator. Sure enough, what he felt was warmth and not coldness. His eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Yamacho, I understand. It's because of this iron lump that your room is as warm as spring, right?" Lana rolled her eyes and said disdainfully, "Tsk. What a lump of iron. This thing is called a radiator. There's a heater in it, so of course the house will be warm." Radiator? Li Tai was stunned. He didn't have time to fight back against Lan Er's disdain. He turned to Li Zishuan and said, "Yamacho, do you have any extra radiators? I want to install this in the imperial residence as well." Li Qingxian also nodded vigorously and pleaded, "Yes. Little Xian. This radiator is really useful. Do you have any more? I'll take it back and install it in the palace as well. During this winter, father, mother, and Chang'e all suffer. I was planning to raise money for father and mother to repair the palace. Now it seems that this radiator is enough." Li Zishuan originally made this radiator for his family to enjoy. He gave it to Li Gang out of respect for the old man's scholarly character. He also planned to prepare another set for the Qin family. He didn't expect that before he had time to prepare, the two brothers, Li Tai and Li Qingxian, came to ask for it. However, he couldn't not give it to them because he wasn't worried about whether Li Qingxian would suffer or not. He, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew that Li Qingxian would sit on the throne for many, many years. However, it was different for Zhang Sun and Chang'e. These two extremely virtuous women also contributed a lot to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. According to history, they couldn't escape the fate of death. According to historical records, one of them died in the 10th year of Zhengguan at the age of 36. The other died in the 17th year of Zhengguan at the age of 23. Li Zishuan admired Empress Zhangsun and Princess Chang'e very much. He didn't want these two women to die early from illness. Empress Zhangsuan's influence on Li Qingxian didn't need to be mentioned. Since ancient times, when a country was about to prosper, there would be a wise ruler and a virtuous empress. Empress Zhangsun protected righteous subjects and lived up to Guanju's beauty. As for Li Lizzie, as the pearl in the emperor's palm, she didn't take advantage of her parents doting to become arrogant. After marriage, she was filial and respectful. When the court officials couldn't persuade her father to cede land to meritorious subjects, she stood out to help at the crucial moment and put an end to the hidden danger of the Tang dynasty's provinces being divided. In Li Zishuan's view, these two women died because of their illness. They were the two biggest regrets of Zhengguan's golden age. From the modern era to the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan saw the two women he admired. One treated him like an elder, while the other was like his own little sister. He didn't want these two women to die from the bottom of his heart. Previously, he had asked Han Yushi to teach Chang'e Tai Chi. He didn't know if this little girl persevered every day. In fact, even if she persevered every day, Li Zishuan didn't have the confidence to cure Chang'e's illness through Tai Chi. Illness was similar to asthma. It was a stubborn disease that couldn't be cured in modern society. All Li Zishuan could do was try his best to reduce the frequency of Chang'e and Zhangsuan's illness. Winter was the peak season for asthma. The cold air irritated the respiratory tract mucosa and could easily cause asthma. Therefore, the imperial palace also needed heating. Qingxian, this radiator needs to be customized with the heating pipe, and the heating pipe needs to be planned according to the specific size of the building. You can install heating in the palace, but you have to provide Faubert with some size data. Otherwise, if the heating is not suitable, it will easily cause problems. Li Zishuan said. This was considered to be an agreement to Li Qingxian and Li Tai's request for heating. However, unlike modern advanced production processes and technology, the heating pipe made by the workshop was custom-made and formed in one piece. With the workshop's current technology, it was still a little troublesome to make the modern air valve that connected the pipes. Therefore, if Li Qingxian and Li Tai wanted to install heating, it had to be custom-made. This was also one of the reasons why Li Zishuan didn't plan to use heating to make money. This was because the heating technology he made was relatively backward and not suitable for mass production. It wouldn't be too late to promote the heating business when the technology matured in the future. Li Qingxian was stunned. He said awkwardly, "If that's the case, I'll go back to the palace and ask father." The architectural drawings of the imperial palace were confidential. How could they be easily leaked to outsiders? Li Tai laughed and said, "Haha. Then I'll go talk to Faubert in the afternoon and ask him to build a heating for me first." This guy didn't have so many scruples. As long as he could enjoy it, it was fine. Chapter 1070. Yongla Lane, Li Manor's main hall. After agreeing to Li Qingxian and Li Tai's request to install a heater, Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, "Maybe we can do this. Qingxian, send a craftsman to the workshop to find Faubert. Faubert will teach him the specific production and installation methods of the heater. Then, the craftsman will take the lead to install the heater in the palace." Because Li Zishuan did not plan to do a heater business, he did not mind teaching the crudest and most primitive heating method to Li Er's people. Li Qingxian's eyes lit up. He was very touched and said, "Thank you. But don't worry, Xiaoxian. Even if the craftsman knows the method to make the heater, he won't leak it." This child was quite loyal. He knew that he could not ruin Li Zishuan's business because of his own selfish desires. Li Zishuan smiled carelessly. Then, he looked at Li Tai and said, "Qingke, did you come to find me at noon?" Li Tai was stunned. It took him a while to remember the purpose of his visit. He quickly sat up and said to Li Zishuan, "Yes, yes, yes. There is indeed something. Yamacho, after so many days of running around, the students of our academy have almost run to all the families on the list given by the local government. But when everyone was delivering the coal stoves, they found that many people who were not on the list were having a hard time. And I heard from the people of the 3rd Brigade that the Foundation still has a lot of money left. Yamacho, can you expand the range of the coal stoves?" Li Zishuan could not help but think that it was a coincidence. He had just talked to Han Yushi about this in the morning, and this little fatty had come at noon for the same thing. However, the little fatty had really profited from this trip. He had gotten a hot pot and a heater. Thinking of this, he said, "I already know about this. I already know about this matter. I think that the officials of the various prefectures and counties didn't want to be meddlesome, so they only put the names of those whose families were especially poor on the list. I plan to ask you to bring some students to the county yamen and order them to do a thorough check. If there are any missing students, I will report it to His Majesty and ask the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs to lower their exam this year." Li Tai waved his fist and said with an indignant look, "Hey! I was wondering what was going on. It turned out that some officials were not doing their jobs. Yamacho, wait for me. I'll go look for them." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Hey! Stand! Wait!" Li Tai halted in his tracks upon hearing this. Li Zishuan continued, "It was originally a good deed to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. Qingke, don't use your status to ruin it. That won't happen. Apart from this, there is one more thing. Qingke, you said earlier that the Foundation has a lot of money left in its account, so I plan to send some clothes and food to the poor people in the future in addition to coal stoves and honeycomb briquettes to help them through the winter." Li Tai immediately laughed when he heard this. That's good. Yamacho, you don't know, but there were many students who saw how pitiful those poor people were, so they gave some money to those people. These few days, not only did the students put in effort, but they also gave money. Li Zishuan couldn't help but praise the first batch of students from Yanhuang College. Their character was really not bad. Tell the students to report all the money they gave to the people these few days. Let the 3rd Brigade do the tabulation. When this matter is over, I will return all the money to them. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said generously. That's good. Yamacho, I'll go back to the Foundation first. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Li Tai said his goodbyes and left. Li Zishuan looked at Li Qingqian. Li Qingqian looked embarrassed and said, Ahem. If it wasn't for Qingke, I would have forgotten that I came here today to talk to you about something. Li Zishuan smiled and said, What is it? Li Qingqian said slowly, Recently, when I was in the palace, I often heard news of Yanhuang College's students running around to help the needy. Father is usually very busy and may not have the time to pay attention to these things, but as the heir to the throne, he also wants to do something for this matter. Xiao Xian, do you still need manpower? The East Palace has 100 guards, 30 eunuchs, and more than 50 carriages at your disposal. He didn't come here to freeload today. This was his main purpose for coming to the Li family. However, he was attracted by the hot pot and the heater and forgot his purpose. Li Qingqian had already put it this way. How could Li Zishuan still have any reason to disagree? He smiled and said, Sure. It just so happens that the tasks on the shoulders of the students will become heavier. Qingqian, the people in your East Palace will be assigned to Qingke later. One more person meant one more force. Moreover, the guards in the East Palace could be considered martial arts experts. One guard was almost equivalent to 3 students. After the warm people expanded, the Foundation just happened to be lacking manpower. With the help of the East Palace, they would be able to complete the warm winter operation before the end of the year. Good. Then I'll take my leave first. Li Qingqian stood up and cupped his hands. He originally came here to send people off, but in the end, it could be said that he gained a lot. Not only did he get the recipe for the hot pot, but he also got the heater. This trip was really worth it. After Li Qingqian left, Mo Zhong came to inform him that Sun Simiao was looking for him. Li Zishuan could only sit in the carriage and go to Yunshan. Selling sesame cakes. Fragrant and crispy sesame cakes. 3 copper coins for 1. 3 copper coins for 1. Just as the carriage left Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan heard the voice of an old woman hawking outside the carriage window. He couldn't help but be startled. Logically speaking, this kind of wandering peddler rarely came out in winter. Moreover, it was selling sesame cakes. That was even more impossible. Sesame cakes cooled quickly in winter. In this era, there was no cheap way to keep them warm. Who would buy them? This sesame cake was baked with sesame and flour. Among them, the Tang dynasty's Chang and Fuha Square's production was more outstanding. The poet Bai Ji once wrote, "Sesame cakes imitate the capital in every aspect, crispy and fragrant from the oven." Later on, it gradually evolved into sesame cakes. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan quickly asked San Bao to stop the carriage. He jumped down from the carriage and curiously looked in the direction of the old woman hawking sesame cakes. The scene in front of him immediately stunned Li Zishuan. He saw that the old woman was pushing a wooden cart. On the cart was a coal stove. On the stove was an iron pot that emitted waves of steam and fragrance. In front of her was a line of people who came to buy sesame cakes. Damn! Wasn't this similar to those peddlers in the future who pushed a cart on the street and sold roasted sweet potatoes from the stove on the cart to passers-by? In the end, it was because honeycomb coal had replaced charcoal and became a more economical fuel. If it wasn't for this old woman wouldn't be pushing a cart out to sell sesame cakes. Otherwise, she would have to spend a day burning charcoal to pay for it. Hey! This young master has inadvertently opened up a new business for the people. Li Zishuan thought proudly in his heart. Chapter 1071. Young master, here's the sesame cake you wanted. On the streets of Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan saw that there was more than one vendor by the roadside. On a whim, he asked San Bao to buy him a sesame cake. Since he hadn't eaten his fill in the afternoon, he wanted to try the sesame cake from the Tang dynasty. More than half of the mutton from lunch went into Li Tai's stomach. Li Zishuan took the sesame cake from San Bao. It was slightly hot to the touch. He opened it and took a sniff. He smelled the aroma of roasted flour and sesame. He smiled and said to San Bao, "All right. Let's go to Yunshan." After that, he boarded the horse carriage and was ready to enjoy the authentic Tang dynasty sesame cake in the carriage. "All right, young master," San Bao replied. Soon, the horse carriage started moving again. Most of the roads from Chang'an to Yunshan were paved with cement. The road was wide and flat. The horse carriage sped along and arrived at Yunshan in less than half an hour. Li Zishuan had already finished his sesame cake. He got off the horse carriage and walked towards the third courtyard where Sun Simiao was staying. The courtyard was very lively. Other than Hu Jing, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, and their two disciples were all there. "Yo! Yamacho is here." In the courtyard, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, and the rest greeted Li Zishuan when they saw him. It's quite lively here today." Li Zishuan smiled and greeted everyone. He then looked at Sun Simiao and asked, "Taoist Master Sun, I heard that you were looking for me?" Sun Simiao stroked his beard and smiled. "Yes, there is. Xiao Xian, take a seat first." Li Zishuan found a stool and sat down. Sun Simiao continued, "Xiao Xian, recently, the students of Yanhuang College went down the mountain to help those in need. I've heard about it. I'm very glad that Taoism has a junior like you." Li Zishuan was stunned. Sun Simiao's words meant that he thought that he was doing so much to increase the reputation of the Dao sect. However, the actual situation was not like that. He had asked his students to do this because he could not stand the sight of so many poor people around him. In addition, it was also convenient for his students to gain experience. He had never thought of increasing the reputation of Taoism. Although he was also a member of the Dao sect and had a good impression of the Dao sect, those were two different things. When he was doing this, he did not have such thoughts. "Priest son, I just want to help the poor people around me. This has nothing to do with factions." No matter, no matter. Being compassionate to others and forgiving to others, you have done this after all." Sun Simiao waved his hand with a smile and said, "Little Xian, you're leading your students to do good deeds at the foot of the mountain, but I can't always be idle on the mountain. She actually told me an idea yesterday. I think it's not bad, so I want to share it with you." Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "Priest son, you want to go down the mountain to provide free medical treatment for the poor people, right?" Actually, free medical treatment had a long history. At the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, there was a plague epidemic in Changsha. The governor of Changsha, Zhang Zhongjing, who was also known as the medical sage by later generations, personally sat in the court and provided free medical treatment for the people. Since then, doctors in ancient times were known as sitting in the court when treating patients. Sun Simiao nodded with a smile and said, That's right. I have the same idea. Little Xian, what do you think?" "Yamacho, now that the academy is on holiday, and we have nothing important to do at the academy, we would also like to provide free medical treatment with Dr. Sun. Just treat it as giving our two students a chance to gain experience." Professor Qin interrupted at this time. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "No problem. Priest son, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, if you want to go down the mountain to provide free medical treatment for the people, I support. When the time comes, all the medical expenses will be covered by the Warm Tang Foundation. Also, the Academy's guards can go down the mountain with you, so you can take care of each other when the time comes. These people were all old antiques in the Academy. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the living treasures of the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan was not at ease with them going down the mountain to provide free medical treatment. What if a few, unruly, pestered them endlessly and hurt them? Since this is little Xian's good intentions, then this poor Daoist will not decline. I plan to follow Brother Qin, Brother Wang, and the others to the 22 surrounding provinces and counties. I will also stay near the county government of each province and county for a day, so I hope that little Xian can help me spread this news in advance on Datong Daily, so that the poor people who need medical treatment will not miss it. This last sentence was Sun Simiao's main purpose. He did not look for Li Zishuan for the medical expenses. He thought back to when he was wandering the world alone, with no one to sponsor him with medicinal herbs. Didn't he save so many poor people by himself? The main reason was that he now had 2 Xing-Lin experts by his side to help him. He wanted to save as many poor people as he could, so he needed Li Zishuan to help him advertise on Datong Daily. If not for this, he would have already brought Hu Jing down the mountain to provide free medical treatment. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "All right. Priest son, tell me about your free medical treatment itinerary in a while, then I will ask Mr. Ma to put it in the most prominent position on Datong Daily. As for the county yamen, I'll send someone to contact them. In my opinion, you might as well do a volunteer clinic in the county yamen. It's winter, and it's not a good idea to do a volunteer clinic on the streets." Sun Simiao waved his hands and said, "No need, no need. We can't delay the local government from handling the case. I have been living in the open all these years and I am used to it." Li Zishuan said, "How can you do that? It is almost the new year, and the local government probably won't have any cases. Besides, didn't the medical sage do the same back then? It even became a story that was passed down from generation to generation. It's settled then." In Li Zishuan's opinion, if a godlike figure like Sun Simiao went to the counties to provide free medical treatment for the people, the county officials would be very happy. Because in their areas of jurisdiction, fewer people would die of illness, and for them, their political achievements would be much better. After settling this matter, Li Zishuan went down the mountain directly and went to the workshop to find Ma Zhou. Since he had promised Sun Simiao, he had to help advertise this free medical treatment in the newspaper. When he arrived at the workshop, Li Zishuan found Ma Zhou in the editorial department of Datong Daily and told him about Sun Simiao's free medical treatment plan in detail. After hearing it, Ma Zhou agreed. In the end, Ma Zhou said with a smile, "Marquis, something interesting has happened at Datong Daily recently." "What is it?" Li Zishuan asked curiously. 2 days ago, the authors of Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator and The Long Way to Immortality came to find me. They said that they wanted to donate all the money they received this month and next month to the Nuan Tang Foundation. From this, you can see how influential the Nuan Tang Foundation is now. Chapter 1072. Oh. There's such a thing? Inside the Datong Daily editorial department, Li Zishuan was a little surprised after hearing Ma Zhou's words. He only knew that the Warm Tang Foundation's charity, Storm, had spread to the palace, to the homes of the civil and military officials, to the private merchants, and to the common people, but he didn't expect it to spread to the novel circle. This indeed showed that the Warm Tang Foundation's charity effect was very impressive. However, the authors of Zhang Xiaohua's biography of a cultivator and The Long Journey to Immortality, Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen, were both students of Yanhuang College. It was very likely that they had been influenced by helping the poor in various provinces and counties, so they donated money to charity. This didn't really explain the problem. Outsiders might not know that Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen were the authors of these 2 novels, but how could Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou, the two most powerful people in the Datong Daily editorial department, not know? Li Zishuan wouldn't criticize his students for writing novels while attending school to earn money, as long as it didn't affect their studies. Moreover, he had also written novels when he was in university in his previous life, but it was a flop. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to worry about finding a job when he graduated. Tomorrow, put a paragraph at the top of Datong Daily, Dahua Jianghu, to publicize Chen Tianhua and Liao Feichen's charity work. Tell all the authors that if anyone is willing to donate their rewards like them, Datong Daily will not take any commission and will donate the full amount. According to the rules, the editorial department will take a 50% commission for the rewards received by the authors. Li Zishuan thought for a while and said. Ma Zhou smiled and replied, yes. Marquis. Li Zishuan chatted with Ma Zhou for a while. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, Brother Ma, the headline on Datong Daily today is very good. Brother Ma, you have a deep chest and a poetic mind. No wonder Mr. Li Gang has been praising you. Ma Zhou was stunned, then he waved his hand and said modestly, Marquis is overpraising. It's not that Ma Zhou wrote it well, but that Marquis said it well. Ma Zhou was enlightened and benefited a lot from those two sentences, establish your heart for the heavens and earth, establish your life for the people. Brother Ma, you're too modest. I can't write that splendid essay of yours. Li Zishuan smiled and walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he stopped and said, actually, there are 2 more sentences after these 2 sentences. Oh? Please enlighten me, Marquis. Ma Zhou's eyes lit up, like a hungry man seeing a peerless beauty. He stared at Li Zishuan with burning eyes. Li Zishuan sighed and said softly, the complete 4 sentences should be, establish your heart for the heavens and earth, establish your life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. After that, he shook his head and walked out of the door, leaving Ma Zhou in a daze. Mr. Wang? Why are you here? After leaving the Datong Daily editorial department building, Li Zishuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar figure coming out of the ironworks yard in the west. He couldn't help but be curious. He chased after him and found that it was Wang Ji. He couldn't help but ask. Oh. So it's Yamacho. Wang Ji's hair was disheveled and his beard was unshaven. He looked like a prisoner who had just been released from prison. His appearance was completely different from the glorious image that a teacher of the academy should have. When he saw that the person who called him was Li Zishuan, he hurriedly tidied up his messy hair and said, Yamacho, I heard that a big blast furnace was built in the workshop, but I was too busy with the academy's affairs to take a look. Later, when the students finished their exams, they were dragged down the mountain by you, Yamacho, to help the needy. I wanted to take a look and verify some of the chemical reactions recorded in the textbook, Chemistry. Li Zishuan was speechless. No wonder it was not easy to meet Wang Ji in the academy recently. It turned out that this old man came to the workshop. Looking at his sloppy appearance, he probably ate, drank, and slept in the workshop. How much hatred did he have to work so hard? I'm just verifying some chemical reactions. Mr. Wang, you don't have to be like this, Li Zishuan pretended to be puzzled. Wang Ji's expression was awkward. He laughed and said, ahem. I've been a little busy recently and forgot to clean up. Sorry for my rudeness. But with Yamacho's current state, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover like the rest of the world, right? Moreover, compared to those people who look good on the outside but are rotten on the inside, I'm much better. Li Zishuan cursed in his heart. This old man had been in the academy for so long, when did he become a little shameless? Was he influenced by the bearded man? Oh. That's right. Yamacho. I've recently discovered something new. Come and take a look. Suddenly, Wang Ji patted his head and said excitedly. Li Zishuan was just about to ask what it was when old Wang pulled him by the arm and walked quickly to the workshop's office building. After going up to the third floor, they turned left and right again. The two of them walked to the door of a room. Wang Ji said as he opened the door, "This is a room that I asked Manager Fu to specially use to test some chemical reactions. Recently, according to the teaching materials, I found someone to help me burn some tools. I've been doing experiments in this room for the past few days." While they were talking, the door had already opened. Li Zishuan almost thought that he had transmigrated back to the modern world because the table in the room was filled with glass containers of various shapes, such as distillation bottles, beakers, measuring cylinders, test tubes, and so on. Also, Li Zishuan even saw an alcohol lamp. This old man really knows how to make a mess. At this moment, Li Zishuan really admired Wang Ji. When he was writing the academy's chemistry teaching materials, he only drew some rough outlines of the experimental equipment and briefly introduced the principles of some chemical reactions. He didn't expect the students to understand all the chemical reactions in the book. He felt that it would be good enough if the students could understand the nature of matter through the chemistry class. In other words, the chemistry teaching materials he wrote were incomplete. Due to the lack of experimental materials and equipment, the whole course lacked a lot of experimental evidence. Most of the time, it was only limited to theoretical explanations. Of course, such a chemistry couldn't be considered complete. But even if it was incomplete, he still wanted to introduce this course. He wanted to present the theory first and leave some of the specific things in it for future generations to verify when the conditions were right. For example, the periodic table of the elements that he proposed. At this time, the students might not think much of it, but in a few decades or 200 or 300 years later, people would definitely be amazed by the periodic table of the elements. He wanted to introduce the knowledge of chemistry to the Tang dynasty and be a prophet in this field. Chapter 1073. Ahem. Yamacho, this room is a bit messy, please don't mind it. But everything that should be here is here. Take a look. This is the beaker that you mentioned in the chemistry textbook, this is the measuring cylinder, this is. In a room in the workshop's office building, Wang Ji introduced the experimental equipment in the room to Li Zishuan with great familiarity. In fact, there was no need for him to introduce them. Li Zishuan knew better than anyone else. If one paid close attention to Wang Ji's tone, one would notice that when it came to chemistry, his attitude towards Li Zishuan became more respectful. This was because in the field of knowledge, the one who was more knowledgeable was the teacher. Li Zishuan was better than him in this field, and that was a fact. Very good. I can see that Mr. Wang has been working hard these days. Li Zishuan looked at the experimental equipment in the room and nodded in admiration. Wang Ji heard this and immediately grinned. Ha! In the end, it's all thanks to your workshop, Yamacho. Without the help of those craftsmen, no matter how capable I am, I wouldn't be able to create so many things in such a short period of time. He was right. Li Zishuan was definitely the one who contributed the most. If he hadn't invented the method of burning colored glaze, Wang Ji wouldn't have been able to make any of the experimental instruments in front of him. He. Mr. Wang is too humble. Li Zishuan laughed and then asked, Mr. Wang, have you been living in this room for the past few days? This was because he saw a very simple wooden bed in the corner of the room. When he thought about how this old man in front of him was doing experiments day and night in this cold weather, Li Zishuan felt a little sad. A scientific worker shouldn't be treated like this. But this was Wang Ji's usual style. When Yanhuang College was first established and recruited the first batch of teachers, Wang Ji wanted to win the bet with Yan Silu and prove that he was worthy of the high salary of the college and the position of the head of the chemistry department. He crazily studied the chemistry textbook day and night for nearly a month and finally won the bet with full marks and proved his ability. After the exam, the old man fell into a coma for a day and a night. This showed that this was a stubborn old man, but at the same time, a very capable old man. This old man was sometimes very cruel to himself. Ugh. This is fine, as long as there's a place to lie down, it doesn't matter where I sleep. Yamacho, you don't have to worry about me. Wang Ji only wanted to show Li Zishuan his research results. He didn't have time to care about his living situation. Li Zishuan said decisively, no. The body is the body. The body the capital Mr. Wang, if you continue like this, you'll definitely fall sick in a few days. I'll ask Faubert to send someone to install a heater in your room. Heater? What's a heater? Wang Ji, who was only focused on various chemical equations, obviously didn't notice that the workshop had recently produced several heaters, so he asked curiously. Let's not talk about this first, Mr. Wang, you'll understand when it's installed. Li Zishuan waved his hand and then got to the point. Mr. Wang, just now outside, you said that you recently discovered something new. What is it that made you so happy? Wang Ji immediately became spirited. He quickly walked to the experiment table and took a small glass bottle with a label. There was still half a bottle of colorless liquid in it. Then he smiled and took the glass bottle in front of Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, this is it. What's this? Li Zishuan took it with one hand and asked subconsciously. But before he finished, he had already seen the H2SO4 label on the bottle. The doubt on his face suddenly turned into surprise. Sulfuric acid? Wang Ji nodded proudly and stroked his beard. Yes. That's right. It's sulfuric acid. Geezer Wang had painstakingly studied the chemistry textbook, so Li Zishuan wasn't surprised at all that the old man could say the name sulfuric acid. But now Wang Ji actually said that he had made sulfuric acid, which made Li Zishuan feel very incredulous. Mr. Wang, how did you make sulfuric acid? The foundation of the modern chemical industry was 3 acids and 2 bases. It could be said that without 3 acids and 2 bases, there would be no modern chemical industry. And sulfuric acid was one of the important components of 3 acids and 2 bases. If Wang Ji really made sulfuric acid, it would be awesome. The 3 acids were sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, and nitric acid. The 2 bases were sodium hydroxide and sodium carbonate. Wang Ji took out a small box from the drawer and a small paper bag from the wooden box. When the paper bag was opened, a small pinch of green powdery substance was revealed. Wang Ji smiled and said, Yamacho, this is it. This old man placed the green vitriol on a flame to heat it up and discovered that it would produce a kind of gas. Furthermore, this gas is very soluble in water. After this old man used the chemical equation to calculate, this solution is very likely sulfuric acid. Green alum. Isn't this thing a water crystal of ferrous sulfate? Li Zishuan was stunned. He suddenly remembered that according to the chemistry books in his previous life, you can indeed make dilute sulfuric acid by burning green alum. The chemical equation was 2FeSO4 7H2O equals, high temperature, Fe2O3 plus SO2 plus SO3 plus 14H2O. Sulfur trioxide dissolved in water is dilute sulfuric acid. But where did Wang Ji get the green alum? Mr. Wang, with doubts in his heart, Li Zishuan was just about to ask where Wang Ji got the green alum from. Suddenly, the memories of his previous life made him realize that green alum was a kind of Chinese medicine in ancient times. Wang Ji must have gotten it from Sun Simiao. Tang Benchao and Compendium of Materia Medica both had records of green alum's medicinal properties. It could be used to treat typhoid, malaria, and other diseases. Hehe, Yamacho, you guessed right. This green alum was borrowed by this old man from divine Dr. Sun. Wang Ji seemed to have seen through Li Zishuan's thoughts and said with a smile. As for the borrowed, he mentioned, it must be that he did not return it. Sun Simiao reacted after a while. He would probably find trouble with Wang Ji. Ha! Mr. Wang is really a genius. You actually thought of using green alum to make sulfuric acid. Admirable, admirable. Li Zishuan was sincerely convinced. This chemical reaction might not be difficult for a modern person like him, but Wang Ji, an ancient person, could actually make dilute sulfuric acid by himself. That was really amazing. At any time, creation was much more difficult than innovation. Wang Ji laughed and said, "You're too kind. This is all thanks to your chemistry textbook, Yamacho, that gave me a lot of inspiration. Also, some of my experiences in my early years also gave me a lot of help." Chapter 1074. In one of the episodes of the TV series, The Palace, the female lead, Luo Qingchuan, recalled a quote from a teacher in a modern school. Sulfuric acid has been around since ancient times, but it wasn't called sulfuric acid back then. It was called green vitriol, and it wasn't used in industrial production. It was usually used to treat diseases like typhoid and dysentery. According to historical records, thieves in ancient times would burn the green vitriol collected from pharmacies and make it into a liquid. The liquid would corrode the walls of rich families and steal from them. Sulfuric acid had been widely used more than 1,000 years ago. Although green vitriol could be used to make sulfuric acid, there was something wrong with the description in the TV series. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, green vitriol was a traditional Chinese medicine that could treat diseases like typhoid and malaria. However, green vitriol couldn't be burned, so it was definitely wrong to use it to make sulfuric acid. In the first chemistry laboratory, in Tang Dynasty, the latter half of Wang Ji's sentence made Li Zishuan curious. He asked, "What happened in your early years? What did you do in your early years, Mr. Wang?" Wang Ji blushed and said, "I used to be a Taoist priest in my early years, and I used to make elixirs." Li Zishuan widened his eyes and looked at Wang Ji as if he was looking at an alien. He asked, "Mr. Wang, you used to make elixirs?" He only knew that Wang Ji was good at writing and used to be a Taoist priest, but he didn't expect this old man to be an alchemist. The academy had really picked up a treasure, a ghost. A ghost. Wang Ji was embarrassed. He coughed and said, "Ahem. That's all in the past, Yamacho, don't mention it again. Don't mention it again." Now that Wang Ji had studied chemistry, he finally understood how ridiculous his alchemy was. The elixirs he made were just poisonous pills. If it weren't for Li Zishuan asking about it today, he would definitely not have mentioned the matter of refining pills all those years ago. In his opinion, this matter should be considered a stain in his life. Li Zishuan pursed his lips into a smile and said, "Haha. Then I won't mention it. Mr. Wang, please continue." Wang Ji glanced at Li Zishuan with hidden bitterness before he continued. "Back then, when this old man was refining pills, I once threw green vitriol into the furnace. As a result, a small piece of the furnace was corroded. A few days ago, this old man suddenly thought of this matter. Combined with the chemistry textbook that Yamacho wrote, I felt that the reason why the furnace was corroded was probably because the green vitriol was decomposed under high temperature, producing sulfuric acid." Li Zishuan had a complicated expression on his face. In his previous life, he had read a post on Tieba saying, "Why did Western alchemy develop into chemistry, while Eastern alchemy only left behind some illusory elixirs?" In fact, this conclusion was a little too one-sided. The alchemists of ancient China were not completely useless. They invented gunpowder, sulfuric acid, and discovered oxidation reduction, metal displacement, and acid-base neutralization reactions. For example, the Eastern Jin dynasty's alchemist Gu Hong successfully summed up the saying, "Cinnabar is burned into mercury, and when it accumulates, it becomes cinnabar." This was the first time that humans had used chemical methods to obtain a substance that was exactly the same as a natural product. It could be said to be a great creation. From the Han dynasty to the Tang dynasty, many alchemists recorded that copper could be replaced by iron in a sulfuric acid solution. This method was called the copper immersion method. It did not require high-temperature smelting to obtain copper powder. It was easy to operate, and the cost was lower. It was the world's earliest metal displacement reaction. In the Tang dynasty, during the Kaiyuan era, the alchemist Gu Gongzi recorded in his Yellow Emperor's 9 Cauldrons Divine Pill scripture, the 9th volume of the Refining Stone Gallbladder Essence Extraction Method. It was the dry distillation of stone gallbladder, CuSO4. 5H2O, to obtain sulfuric acid. This was the world's earliest documented sulfuric acid production case. Western alchemists, on the other hand, originally refined copper, iron, lead and other base metals into precious gold and silver to increase their wealth. In the Middle Ages of the West, alchemists believed that all metals were composed of mercury and sulfur. Mercury was the origin of all metals, sulfur was the common component of all combustible substances, and gold and silver contained the purest mercury and sulfur. Therefore, in their view, the difference between ordinary metals and precious gold and silver was mainly in the ratio and purity of mercury and sulfur. Using a kind of philosopher's stone, the nature of the metal could be changed, and the base metals could be transformed into precious metals. This kind of philosopher's stone was revered as the wise man's stone. It was sacred and had magical properties. Countless alchemists went through thousands of mountains and rivers, and tried their best to find the legendary wise man's stone. In this way, alchemists had been engaged in this kind of useless labor in the mineral, plant, and animal world for a long time. From the ancient Greek era to the Middle Ages, people spent more than 1,000 years on alchemy experiments. In the end, the dream of refining stone into gold did not come true. However, 1,000 years of pursuit did not make them give up their dream. Therefore, from this point of view, the alchemy of the Western Middle Ages represented the spirit of scientific inquiry. Perhaps this was why the alchemy of the West, after continuous development, finally found its home on the path of science, while the alchemy of our country and the Arab countries, although developed earlier, remained in the primitive form of chemistry. Looking at Western alchemy dialectically, it could be seen that Western alchemy, from the early days of blindly chasing stone into gold, developed to the later days of exploration and knowledge of natural substances, had ups and downs, and finally died out. However, without the early alchemists' painstaking exploration, it was likely that there would not be modern chemistry. The 16th-century English philosopher Francis Bacon once made a fair and reasonable evaluation of the contribution of alchemy to science. He said, "The painstaking perseverance of alchemists in searching for gold has led their descendants to many useful inventions and beneficial experiments, and indirectly led chemistry to the bright road." To some extent, the ancient Western alchemists and Eastern alchemists were a group of ancient chemistry super-geniuses. However, many alchemists' life goal was to refine elixirs, so many of their useful inventions were not widely used for a long time, such as gunpowder. Now, Wang Ji had gradually evolved from a traditional alchemist to an alchemist who was constantly seeking knowledge. His life goal was no longer to refine elixirs, but to seek knowledge in exploration. Many people may not believe it, but the titan of physics, Newton, in addition to the dazzling titles of physicist, mathematician, and dynamicist, he also had a little-known title, which was alchemist. Yamacho, this old man has a question. When sulfur is directly burned, why can't sulfur dioxide continue to react with oxygen in the air to form sulfur trioxide? Chapter 1075. Sulfur burned in the air to produce sulfur dioxide. Wang Ji was wondering why he couldn't use the reaction between sulfur dioxide and oxygen to produce sulfur trioxide and sulfuric acid. Not only had he thought about it, but he had also done a lot of experiments recently, all of which ended in failure. Li Zishuan heard this and couldn't help but secretly praise Wang Ji. This old man was very talented in the field of chemistry. He could even comprehend by analogy. Mr. Wang, it's not that sulfur dioxide can't continue to react, but if they want to react further, they need a catalyst. This is mentioned in the second volume of Chemistry. Using sulfur dioxide to produce sulfuric acid was the most commonly used method in modern industry. The raw material was pyrite, the main component was ferrous sulfide, which was calcined at high temperature to produce sulfur dioxide. Under the action of the catalyst and high temperature, sulfur dioxide formed sulfur trioxide, which was absorbed by 98.3% sulfuric acid to produce pyrosulfuric acid. Finally, water was added to produce sulfuric acid. Catalyst? What kind of catalyst can catalyze the reaction between the two? In the first volume of Chemistry, there was an introduction to catalysts, but Wang Ji didn't know what catalysts could catalyze the oxidation of sulfur dioxide. Platinum or vanadium pentoxide? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said lightly. Platinum? Vanadium pentoxide? Yamacho, where can I buy these two things? Wang Ji frowned and asked. Li Zishuan smiled helplessly and said, Ah. These two things aren't sold anywhere. Especially the first one, as far as I know, it's very rare in the whole world. As for vanadium pentoxide, it can be extracted from the ammonium metavanadate in the vanadium ore, but as of now, no one in Tang Dynasty knows the use of the vanadium ore, let alone where the vanadium ore is. Wang Ji immediately said anxiously, Yamacho, it doesn't matter if no one knows. We can send people to look for it. With this catalyst, we can produce sulfuric acid in large quantities. The current method of producing sulfuric acid from green alumina isn't suitable for mass production. He had heard Li Zishuan mention the importance of sulfuric acid several times before. After spending so much time together, Wang Ji deeply understood a principle: if Li Zishuan said it was important, then it must be important. Li Zishuan said that platinum and vanadium pentoxide could catalyze the further reaction of sulfur trioxide with oxygen, so it must be possible. Unlike normal students, Wang Ji, who had read the chemistry textbook and had personally done a lot of experiments, was completely convinced by Li Zishuan's knowledge in chemistry. At this time, Li Zishuan closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Wang Ji quickly shut his mouth and did not dare to disturb him again. Actually, Li Zishuan was trying to recall which area had the most vanadium ores on the mineral distribution map from his previous life. If it wasn't for the fact that he now had super abnormal spiritual power, he wouldn't have been able to recall this thing at all. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan finally opened his eyes and said, "What Mr. Wang said just now makes sense. The vanadium mine is very important to the workshop's future technological advancement. We must send someone to look for it. I've just deduced that there should be a lot of vanadium mines in the Jiangnan circuit." The so-called Jiangnan circuit mainly referred to the modern-day Sichuan region. Back then, after the Qin dynasty destroyed Ba and Shu, they implemented the system of prefectures and counties in Sichuan. Ba and Shu prefectures were established in the former Ba and Shu prefectures. In the 5th year of the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the Sichuan region was designated as Yi province. In the 1st year of Zhengguan, Li Er abolished the system of prefectures and changed Yi province to Jiangnan circuit. In modern-day China, vanadium mines were distributed in 19 provinces, cities, and autonomous regions. Among them, Sichuan had the most, with nearly 13 million tons of vanadium ore reserves. Searching for vanadium ores was a time-consuming and laborious task. However, it wasn't only Wang Ji who wanted to send people to look for them. Li Zishuan also wanted to send people to look for vanadium ores as soon as possible. As a modern person, no one understood the importance of sulfuric acid more than him. Putting aside the daily necessities derived from sulfuric acid like pigments, detergents, and cosmetics, for now, Li Zishuan felt that if the Tang dynasty could produce sulfuric acid in large quantities, it should first be used in fertilizers, metallurgy, and petroleum industries. These three industries were all inseparable from sulfuric acid. When the conditions were ripe, they could also use sulfuric acid to introduce batteries. With sulfuric acid, it would be much easier to manufacture electric scooters. Going off topic, the production of nuclear fuel for nuclear reactors, the preparation of titanium, aluminum, and other alloy materials used in reactors, as well as titanium alloys used in rockets, supersonic jets, and man-made satellites were all directly or indirectly related to sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid was really the cornerstone of the national defense industry. When Wang Ji heard Li Zishuan say that there was a vanadium mine in the Jiannan circuit, he couldn't help but be delighted. He exclaimed in admiration, "Could it be the disciple of spiritual master Ling Su? This old man admires Yamacho's geomancy." Old Wang thought that this result was really calculated by Li Zishuan. In addition, he had also heard about Fu Bin's previous trip to Hedong circuit to look for vanadium ores. Therefore, he was even more impressed with Li Zishuan. Huh. All right. Mr. Wang, you go ahead with your work. Let's talk about the vanadium mine after the new year. You also have to pay attention to your rest during this period. Don't tire your body out. Li Zishuan felt a little guilty under Wang Ji's fanatical and worshipful gaze and hurriedly ran away. Although sulfuric acid was very important, the new year was equally important. The Chinese people's feelings towards the new year had not weakened for thousands of years. Li Zishuan didn't want to send people to Sichuan to look for vanadium ores at this critical juncture near the end of the year. Ma Zhou was very efficient. In the afternoon, he had written a beautiful article about the free medical consultation. After Li Zishuan read it, he couldn't help but secretly sigh, how can a golden fish be a fish in a pond? This small temple of his would probably not be able to accommodate a great Buddha like Ma Zhou in a few years. There were some things that he could change, but there were some that he couldn't. A person like Ma Zhou who was full of talent would definitely become a country's prime minister in the end. The next day, Datong Daily's headlines announced that with the support of the Warm Tang Foundation, Sun Simiao and 2 former doctors from the Imperial Physician Department were planning to hold a free medical consultation in the surrounding counties of Chang and City. When the news spread, thousands of people cheered. Regardless of whether it was modern or ancient times, there were many people who couldn't afford to fall sick. They didn't even dare to fall sick because sometimes, a seemingly insignificant illness could very well drag down an entire family. Now that Sun Simiao, the Tang Empire's publicly recognized miracle doctor, was planning to hold a free medical consultation, many families with patients would be reborn because of this free medical consultation. How could the people not be happy? Those who knew the news spread it everywhere. In an instant, the people of Chang and City and its surrounding areas were beaming with joy as if it was the new year. Chapter 1076. This morning, Sun Simiao and his group arrived at the Lantian County Yamen first. This was the first stop of their volunteer medical treatment trip. They chose this place mainly because it was close to Yunshan. The county magistrate of Lantian County had already received the news, so he personally came out of the Yamen to welcome them. There were desks, tables, and chairs in the yard of the county Yamen. Everyone entered the county Yamen. Sun Simiao and the other doctors took their seats one by one, while Mo Zhong and the other academy guards stood on both sides. Sun Simiao smiled and said, "County Magistrate I'm ready. Don't delay your work." County Magistrate he was a middle-aged scholar in his 40s. He had a small beard on his chin and did not have a big belly like the other officials. He looked like an easygoing person. It's fine. It's fine. There haven't been any cases in the Yamen recently. I've also learned some medical knowledge since I was young. Today I can learn from Dr. Sunday. It won't delay my work. Li Zishuan had sent people to greet the county magistrates of the 22 counties in Chang and yesterday afternoon. They must treat Sun Simiao and his group well and ensure the safety of Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and the others. Lantian County was where most of Li Zishuan's fiefdom was located. Strictly speaking, county magistrate he was a subordinate of Li Zishuan. Today, all the Yamen runners were present. No matter what the reason was, they were all summoned back by county magistrate he. It could be said that the Yamen was on full alert today to prevent any troublemakers from offending Sun Simiao. Yes. Since that's the case, please let the people waiting outside in. Sun Simiao frowned slightly. Due to his long years of cultivation and traveling, he did not like to deal with local officials. He was not used to County Magistrate He's enthusiasm. No problem. County Magistrate, he answered and turned to the runner behind him. Arrest her son, let the people outside the yamen line up and come in. After that, he gave the latter a look, indicating that he should be more vigilant and prevent any bad people from mixing into the crowd. Yes. Constable's son agreed loudly and nodded almost imperceptibly. Line up, don't squeeze. There was already a sea of people outside the yamen. The commoners were squeezed into the crowd with their families. None of them wished to miss today's free medical consultation. If they missed it, it wouldn't just be a matter of waiting a year. Seeing that the officials of the yamen were finally willing to let them go, the commoners cheered. The previously crowded and noisy crowd immediately lined up into 2 columns and began to enter the yamen for treatment. Elder, where are you feeling unwell? Divine Doctor Sun, this old woman's leg hurts day and night, please take a look. Not long after, the free clinic officially began. In front of Sun Simiao sat a white-haired old lady. Behind the old lady stood a woman. She must be her daughter-in-law or daughter. Does it hurt here? No. Here? Right. Does it hurt here? Ouch, it hurts a little too. Sun Simiao stood up and walked to the old lady. He pinched a few spots on the old lady's right leg. After confirming the location of the injury, he sat back down and said, the main reason for this is that your body is too damp. Coupled with the cold weather, it's only natural that such symptoms would appear. I'll prescribe you a cream to remove dampness and remove cold. Apply it to your leg when you go back. The old lady and the woman behind her were overjoyed. They thanked him profusely. Thank you, Divine Doctor Sun. Thank you, Divine Doctor Sun. Sun Simiao smiled. After a while, he finished writing the prescription and said, please go to the side to get the herbs. Next. The 2 were stunned. After looking at Hu Jing and the pile of herbs behind him, they finally understood that Sun Simiao was not only treating them and writing prescriptions, he was also giving them herbs for free. Thank you, Divine Doctor Sun. The 2 of them were moved to tears. They thanked Sun Simiao again and almost knelt down before him. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said, no need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank the Emperor and those who donated money to the Warm Tang Foundation. In the palace, after the morning court, a doctor from the Imperial Physician Department asked to see Li Er. He told Li Er about Sun Simiao and the others, tour for free medical treatment on Datong daily. He also asked Li Er to allow the doctors from the Imperial Physician Department to join in. When Li Er heard the news, he immediately agreed. Therefore, when it was close to noon, the doctors from the Imperial Physician Department brought more than 50 students from the Imperial Physician Department to the Lantian County Yamen to join in the free medical treatment team. When the citizens heard the news, they couldn't help but kneel in front of the palace and chant, His Majesty is benevolent. At this time, seeing so many doctors entering the county yamen, the citizens who came later and were at the back of the line finally stopped worrying that they wouldn't be able to get their turn. Divine Doctor Sun, my wife caught a cold a few days ago. Today, her forehead suddenly became hot. Please give her some medicine to save her. In the afternoon, a middle-aged man carried a woman whose eyes were closed and whose face was red. He staggered to Sun Simiao and cried bitterly. Sun Simiao's eyes narrowed. He said, then quickly help her sit up. This poor Daoist will take her pulse. However, the man's expression changed. He said, Daoist son, my wife has a fever without a doubt. Why do I need to take her pulse? You can just give her some medicine to reduce her fever. Besides, men and women shouldn't touch each other. What if? The so-called fever is what people in modern times call a fever. How dare you? Seeing that the man was becoming more and more outrageous, County Magistrate he finally couldn't help but scold him. At this time, County Magistrate he really wanted to take the man down and interrogate him. However, he also knew that there were many citizens here. If he were to take the man down rashly, it would likely cause panic. After thinking about it, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Where did you come from? How dare you speak so rudely in front of this official and divine Dr. Sun? Doctors don't differentiate between men and women. If you're afraid of treatment, why did you bring your wife here to see a doctor?" The man lay on the ground and complained with snot and tears, "Lord, it's not that I'm being nosy. It's just that my wife doesn't like to be touched by other men. Now, my wife's cold has worsened. Her fever hasn't subsided and she's unconscious. I beg Lord and Divine Dr. Sun to be kind and give my wife some medicine. I beg the two of you." Hearing him cry so miserably, many people in the yard began to whisper. Obviously, some of them had begun to sympathize with the man. County Magistrate his face froze. At this time, he also believed that the man was evil. However, the other side was Sun Simiao. If he stood on the man's side, wouldn't he be disrespecting Sun Simiao? However, if he didn't do so, once the people's hearts changed, he would lose his official position. Chapter 1077. What's so difficult about that? You, come and take the pulse of this madam. In the front yard of the Lantian County Yamen, when County Magistrate he was caught in a dilemma and didn't know how to choose, Sun Simiao glanced at the unconscious woman in the man's arms and said coldly, "Hey! That's right. As the saying goes, a famous teacher produces a brilliant student. Dr. Sun's medical skills are outstanding. Since this young lady is under Dr. Sun's tutelage, her medical skills will definitely not be bad." County Magistrate his eyes lit up as he said with a smile. The most important thing was that this way, he didn't have to be caught in the middle. "Yes, Master." Hu Wei responded and handed the work in her hands to a student from the Imperial Physician Department. Then, she walked towards the sick woman. Hu knew that the middle-aged man would quickly hug the woman in his arms tightly at this time, guarding against Hu Wei as if she was a bad person. He said, You're not allowed to come over. You're not allowed to take my wife's pulse." County Magistrate his face darkened and said unhappily, "How can you be so ungrateful? Previously, you said that your wife doesn't like to touch the opposite sex. Dr. Sun and I both understand that. But now, this young lady is taking your wife's pulse. What are you objecting to?" The man's face was a little flustered at first, but then he forced himself to calm down and said, She's just a little girl who's still wet behind the ears. What does she know about medical treatment? I can't let her take care of my wife. Otherwise, when she's not good enough, she might diagnose my wife with other diseases. She's a righteous person. Letting her take care of my wife is like disregarding human life. You. Presumptuous. County Magistrate he was so angry that smoke was almost coming out of his 7 orifices. He pointed at the man and secretly looked at Sun Simiao and Hu Wei's faces. Seeing that the two of them weren't angry, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Then, he said sternly, "As far as I know, Miss Hu is Dr. Sun's last disciple. She has treated many people and can be said to have superb medical skills. Don't be unreasonable here, or don't blame me for being rude to you." Actually, at this moment, County Magistrate he already felt that there was something wrong with the man in front of him. However, it was only a feeling. He had no evidence. Otherwise, he would have ordered the bailiffs to arrest him. Seeing that County Magistrate his tone was not good, the man's voice suddenly weakened a little, but he still didn't want Hu Gong to check his wife's pulse. He argued, Even if she is Dr. Sun's disciple, she is only in her teens. How can her medical skills be so good? I don't want her to come see me. Divine Dr. Sun, if you really have the heart of a bodhisattva, then please give me some antipyretic medicine. If you don't want to give me the medicine, I'll take my wife to the doctor in Chang'an City. Sun Simiao narrowed his eyes and remained unmoved. At this moment, Hu Gong smiled and said, "Brother, it's not that my master doesn't want to prescribe medicine for you, but as a doctor, he can't prescribe medicine without personally diagnosing the patient. If my master prescribes medicine only based on your one-sided statement, then he is disregarding human life. Moreover, not all fevers are caused by a cold. As far as I know, heavy humidity, night sweats, internal injuries, blood and qi not flowing smoothly, and visceral dysfunction can all cause fevers. So brother, if you really want the best for your wife, then let me check your wife's pulse." As soon as she said this, Dr. Wang, Dr. Qin, and the other doctors of the Imperial Physician Department couldn't help but nod their heads. They secretly praised Sun Simiao's ability to teach his disciple, which was as good as his medical skills. However, the man wasn't in such a good mood at this moment. He still stubbornly said, "I don't care. What do you know about medical treatment as a little girl? What do you know about checking the pulse?" County magistrate, he flew into a rage and was about to order the arrest when Hu Gong beat him to it and said, "Brother, you keep saying that I'm young and don't know how to treat illnesses, then I have to introduce myself." Then, she looked at the bustling commoners in the courtyard and said loudly, "Fellow villagers, my name is Hu Gong. Before April this year, I was just a blind girl who couldn't see anything. Fortunately, my master saved me and I became his disciple. Although I don't dare to say that I've saved all the people in the world, I've actually cured at least a few hundred people. In August this year, my master and I traveled to Liang province and there was a plague there. It was my master and I who helped the local medical officials and suppressed the plague. So, brother, tell me, do I have the qualifications to treat your wife?" Hu Jing's beautiful face, coupled with her extremely clean voice, made the people present feel as if they had experienced a spring rain. Those who were in a bad mood also felt their moods lighten up at this moment. "Wow! This girl is amazing. She's been studying medicine for less than a year and she can actually cure a plague. Tisk! Aren't you spouting nonsense? How can Dr. Sun's disciple be bad? I remember now. Isn't this the fairy doctor who was rumored in Liang province? Fairy doctor? Yes. That's her." Some of the commoners recognized Hu Gong and the crowd immediately exclaimed. When the middle-aged man heard the discussions and cheers, his face was as black as ink. He could no longer speak. "Brother, if you don't believe me, then I'll treat you first." Hu Gong laughed. "Treat me? I'm not sick. I'm going to bring my wife to Chang'an City to seek treatment. Get out of the way." The man picked up the woman in his arms and was about to leave. "Brother, your lips are purplish red, which means that your liver has been burning and your temper has been irritable recently. Are the 3 inches below your side often swollen and painful? And you don't have an appetite?" Hu Gong blurted out. When the man heard that, his body trembled and he could not help but stop in his tracks. Hu Gong continued, "Other than that, your mouth and tongue have been dry recently. You've been eating less and your chest feels stuffy. This is very likely a symptom of depression." "Ridiculous. What stingy atmosphere, I've never heard of it. This little girl is spouting nonsense again." The middle-aged man angrily rebuked. The few doctors present shook their heads. Hu Gong chuckled and explained, "As the saying goes, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the major meridians and small meridians circulate endlessly day and night. It must rely on the qi in the chest to mediate. In the human body, there is a stream of qi in the chest that governs the breathing of the lungs. It supports the whole body and boosts the spirit. This is the qi, also known as the qi. Spirit, qi, and spirit. All 3 are indispensable. Clap, clap, clap. Good. 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 Priest son, you've taken in a good disciple." Dr. Qin, who was sitting at the back and watching the development of the situation, could not help but clap his hands and exclaim, "You've been studying medicine for less than a year and you're so familiar with medicine. You have such talent in medicine. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority." Chapter 1078. Wow! The fairy doctor is indeed amazing. Why do I feel that this person is here to cause trouble? This person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before. The middle-aged man's ignorance was publicly slapped in the face by who? The commoners discussed animatedly while the middle-aged man's face turned green and white. He was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Constable's son, who was guarding the door, seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed as he instructed his subordinates. Then, he quickly walked to County Magistrate He and whispered a few words into his ear. County Magistrate He was startled. Then, his eyes spat fire as he scolded in a low voice, "Bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier?" Just as Constable's son was about to open his mouth to explain, he heard who say something earth-shattering, shocking everyone in the courtyard. "Also, this big brother, your wife is only asleep. Why did you say that she's sick?" Asleep? These 3 words were no different from a deep-water bomb that blew up the tranquil courtyard of the yamen. What does the fairy doctor mean? What does she mean by asleep? Could it be that this woman isn't sick at all? Is this man here to cheat the medicine? But this woman's face is red and there are beads of sweat on her forehead. It's obvious that she has a fever. The commoners were dumbfounded as they discussed animatedly. Nonsense. You bunch of quacks. I'm going to Jianghu to get medicine for my wife. A bunch of quacks. The man's expression changed greatly as he roared angrily. Then, he carried the woman in his arms and turned to rush out of the yamen. Humph. Men. Capture this person for this official. County Magistrate He's face was covered with frost as he ordered hatefully. Yes. There were already many people in the courtyard and there were 4 or 5 yamen runners at the door. In such a short time, the man was still carrying the woman in his arms and could not rush out no matter what. Under the watchful eyes of the yamen runners, the middle-aged man was caught before he could escape. "Let me go. My lord, don't believe this girl. She's slandering me. My wife really has a fever. Let me go quickly. I still have to save my wife." The man was still unwilling to give up and tried to gain the sympathy of the public by pretending to be pitiful. But at this time, the wife he was talking about had been pulled away. Who actually supported the woman to lean against the chair. Taking this opportunity, she took the woman's pulse. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face turned pale with a whoosh. "Let go. You damned girl, quickly let go of my wife. Murder. You're treating human lives like grass." The middle-aged man tried his best to break free from the yamen runner's hold, but how could his small body fight against these burly yamen runners? Thus, he could only act shamelessly like a woman. "All right. This big brother, I'm not treating human life like grass. Earlier, I saw that your wife's chest was rising and falling very regularly, which proved that her breathing was very even. She didn't seem to be suffering from a fever at all, so I guessed that your wife wasn't sick at all. Just now, I took your wife's pulse and found that her pulse is stable and her body is very good. He just took some knockout pills." At this moment, who actually walked over with a cold look in his eyes as he spoke to the man who had been pinned down by the bailiffs. Knockout pills? Everyone was stunned again. County Magistrate He couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, "Guaziming, how dare you? You actually swindled your way to the county yamen. You're looking down on me. Guaziming? Is that the scholar Gua who drinks and gambles every day and eventually lost all his ancestral wealth? Ha! If County Magistrate didn't remind me, I wouldn't have known. Now that he reminded me, you don't say, this person looks quite like Guaziming. What do you mean by look like? They're obviously the same person. But why would this guy want to drug his wife and trick divine Dr. Sun? Sigh. What else could it be? Isn't it because he wants to swindle a few sets of herbs to treat fever from Dr. Sun? If he takes them out and sells them, he can at least earn a few hundred copper coins. Hiss. This son of AB*TCH is really a bastard. How could he do such a wicked thing? If old Master Guo's spirit is in heaven, wouldn't he be angered to death? That's right. Dr. Sun was kind enough to treat us for free, and this son of AB*TCH actually did such a despicable thing. If my son is as useless as this scholar Guo, I'll beat him to death. Sigh. That young lady is also a pitiful person. She hasn't even enjoyed a few days of happiness after marrying into the Guo family, and the Guo family's wealth has been squandered away by this Guo Ziming. This Guo Ziming would beat her up every time he gets drunk. How pitiful. Sigh. That's right. Now this young lady of the Guo family has been drugged by this bastard, and then brought here to swindle and embarrass herself. This Guo Ziming is really heartless. Beat him to death. Beat this bastard to death. County Magistrate, he only knew the true identity of this middle-aged man after Constable Sun's report. His scolding caused many of the commoners in the crowd to recognize Guo Ziming. After a series of discussions, Guo Ziming's dark history was instantly exposed. The commoners were even more enraged, and each of them wanted to rush up and beat Guo Ziming to death. The atmosphere in the county office was a little tense. County Magistrate, he saw the situation and quickly shouted, "Everyone, stop. Men, take this Guo Ziming to the prison and wait for trial." Yes. The bailiffs lifted Guo Ziming from the ground and escorted him to the back door of the county office. In fact, these bailiffs wanted to beat Guo Ziming up even more than the commoners, but they knew that even if they wanted to beat him up, they couldn't do it in front of so many commoners. Otherwise, if the commoners came over and beat him up, he would definitely be beaten to death. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Dr. Sun, I'm really sorry. I was careless and almost fell into this unruly commoner's trap. After Guo Ziming was taken away, County Magistrate, he coughed twice and bowed apologetically to Sun Simiao. No worries. As long as you didn't waste the Nguyen Tang Foundation's donation for no reason. Sun Simiao waved his hand and said. Seeing that Sun Simiao didn't have any intention of blaming him, County Magistrate, he sighed in relief and said, I heard from Constable Sun that Guo Ziming was originally from a scholarly family. However, he later got addicted to alcohol and gambling. After his father passed away, he became even more uncontrollable and quickly squandered away all the family's wealth. Who knew that after squandering away all the family's wealth, he still didn't know how to restrain himself? Not only did he look for people to borrow money, he even swindled people into the county office. This is really outrageous. Hu Meng glanced at the woman lying on the chair and sighed faintly, it's just that I pity this sister. She was ruined by a man like Guo Ziming. County Magistrate, please help her more in the future. County Magistrate, he smiled and said, haha. Of course, of course. However, there's one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Hu Meng raised her head and said, County Magistrate, you want to ask why this madam's face is so red, right? County Magistrate, he gave her a thumbs up and said, Miss Hu is really smart. You got it so quickly. Actually, County Magistrate, he wasn't the only one who wanted to know. Everyone else wanted to know too. As expected, everyone in the courtyard pricked up their ears. They wanted to know the truth of the matter. Hu Meng pursed her lips and said, actually, it's not as complicated as you think, County Magistrate. This madam's face is just a little more rouge. Rouge, pfft, County Magistrate, he choked and almost vomited blood. When the doctors and students from the Imperial Physician Department heard this, they were even more embarrassed. They had studied medicine for so many years, but they were almost fooled by Guo Ziming's little trick. Chapter 1079. The farce finally ended with Guo Ziming's arrest. The people continued to line up for medical treatment, but while they were lining up, many people didn't forget to condemn Guoziming. The news reached the Li residence. During dinner, Yi Guozhong sighed and shook his head. It's hard to predict people's hearts. This is what it means to predict people's hearts. Sometimes, you want to be a good person, but you will always meet people with ulterior motives. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment, then said, but in this world, there are always many good people. We can't give up the persistence in our hearts because of a few rats. Old Madame Yi laughed and clapped her hands, haha. Xiao Xian said it well. I always believe that the heavens are watching everything that people do. Some evil is not unpunished, but it's not time yet. Some kindness is the same. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. This is the truth. Yi Fashion nodded and said, I agree with grandmother and cousin. No matter how evil others are, we just need to stay true to our hearts. Mrs. Li rubbed her nephew's head with a smile and said, all right. Don't talk anymore. Eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Everyone put down the topic and began to eat. After dinner, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi returned to the west courtyard, but they didn't go to bed immediately. Han Yushi took out an account book and began to flip through it. Li Zishuan stood at the side and watched. After a while, he frowned and couldn't help but say, wife, we spent more than 7,000 strings of coins today. Yes. Why are you so surprised? Dr. Sun brought a group of doctors from the Imperial Medical Department for a day and used so many herbs. Don't they need money? Han Yushi felt that her husband was making a fuss about nothing, so she said. Li Zishuan smacked his lips and sighed, tisk tsk. I know that herbs cost money, but I didn't expect it to be so expensive. This is more expensive than sending coal stoves and clothes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that whether it's in ancient times or modern times, seeing a doctor is quite expensive. At the very least, it's much more than the usual expenses of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Han Yushi rolled her eyes at her man and said, this is still because Daoist Sun and a group of imperial physicians tried their best to replace some of the expensive medicinal herbs when prescribing medicine. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been 7,000 strings of coins. Speaking of which, who had actually helped the Nuan Tang Foundation reduce their losses? Husband, this child is becoming more and more promising. Uncle Hu and Aunt Lu don't have to worry about them anymore. While Han Yushi was rejoicing over the recent emergence of talents in the Han village, Li Zishuan's focus was different. When he heard that Hu had actually helped the foundation save 2 or 3 strings of money, he was immediately surprised. 2 or 3 consecutive hits? Wasn't it just a few decoctions for febrile diseases? Is it that expensive? Speaking of which, in modern times, a cold medicine costs only $1, right? Now that he had finished 2 or 3 rounds of medicinal soup, what he was eating wasn't medicinal soup, but immortal herbs. Han Yushi pursed her lips gloomily and then said angrily, does husband think that fever is so easy to treat? It's very difficult for a normal doctor to treat it. In our Tang Empire, who knows how many people die from fever every year? Daoist Sun's medical skills are top-notch. The decoctions that he prescribes, not to mention the medicinal herbs, are worth more than 2 or 3 strings of coins. Oh! Li Zishuan instantly understood. In the past, he had heard that febrile diseases were considered serious illnesses for ancient people. If they were not treated well, they might even die. He didn't expect it to be true. After thinking about it, he thought to himself, looks like there's a problem with the medical skills of this era. A small prescription for a cold decoction hasn't been popularized yet. It's not good to keep it to oneself. Medical skills must be constantly exchanged to improve. Old Sun probably hasn't started writing his 1,000 gold prescriptions yet, right? I have to hurry him up and give him some advice while I'm at it. When the time comes, once he settles down to write his book, he won't have time to wander around. He can also leave behind a medical cannon for all the doctors in Tang Empire. Hee, it's killing two birds with one stone. Hey! Hubby. While he was lost in thought, Li Zishuan felt his arm being shaken twice. He took a closer look and realized that it was Han Yushi calling him. He came back to his senses. Oh, my wife, what's the matter? Han Yushi rolled her eyes and had no choice but to repeat herself. She said, I'm asking hubby, you used Leather Knight to write a record of a mortal's journey to immortality in the newspaper. Now, do you want to donate some money? Hubby, what were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought? Donate money? Oh. My wife, did you read today's Datong Daily? When Li Zishuan heard this, he knew that Han Yushi had read the notice on Datong Daily, Jianghu, about the author donating money to the editorial department. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was his wife addicted to doing charity? She was asking him for money instead. But when he thought about it, it was quite interesting. He had two identities now. Han Yushi was asking Leather Knight for money. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with that. Wife, those authors are donating the rewards they received this month or next month. Your hubby has finished writing the novel, but I haven't received any rewards. How should I donate? The main reason was that he felt that the foundation wasn't short of money now. Otherwise, he would definitely donate all the rewards he received. When Han Yushi heard this, she snorted. Who said there's no more? I heard from Steward Ma that although hubby's novel was finished last month, there were still many people who gave hubby rewards this month. Up until now, there were already a few thousand strings of coins. Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Then, he looked at Han Yushi's cute wrinkled nose and couldn't help but scratch her nose. He said dotingly, okay. I'll do as you say. My wife, you can tell Steward Ma yourself. Sigh. My wife, you're really a little money grubber. The Nguyen Tang Foundation hired you as the vice president. They really picked up a treasure. Huh. Didn't they pick up a treasure? How could the manager of a charity foundation use his own family's money for charity? Han Yushi grabbed Li Zishuan's hand and said unhappily, hubby. Aren't I just accumulating merit for our future children? Li Zishuan shuddered. His head moved closer to Han Yushi's face and he said nervously, my wife, you're pregnant? He remembered that the safety measures had been done quite well recently. That shouldn't be. Han Yushi was stunned. When she came to her senses, she was instantly embarrassed and said, hubby. I'm talking about the future. You. What are you talking about? What's there and not there? Li Zishuan let out a big sigh of relief and said, phew. That's good. When Han Yushi heard this, she glanced at Li Zishuan faintly and sighed softly in her heart. Chapter 1080. In the west garden of the Imperial Palace, Li Er had just finished reviewing memorials from the Sweet Nectar Hall. He saw that Zhang Sun was wrapped in thick clothes and that there were 2 stoves burning in the room. He guessed that Li Qingqian or Li Tai had told her about the need to open the windows for ventilation. The west window was half open. When Li Er pushed open the door and entered, the air on both sides formed convection. The cold wind blew past Empress Jiangxuan's ears with a whoosh, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Seeing this, Li Er couldn't help but laugh. Ha! After tomorrow, the heating in this bedroom will be finished. At that time, Maid Guanyin won't feel cold anymore. Your Majesty, the heating that Qingqian and Qingke mentioned 2 days ago, is it really that amazing? Empress Zhangsun resisted the cold and stood up to help Li Er take off his cloak as she asked. Li Er helped Zhangsun sit down on the couch and said with a smile, Qingqian and Qingke both personally experienced it at Li Zishuan's home. How could it be fake? If I hadn't been so busy recently, I would definitely have gone to that kid's home to experience it. Empress Zhangsun covered her mouth and laughed, Your Majesty is joking again. However, I have discovered that Your Majesty seems to be especially close to the Marquis of Yong'an. Li Er was startled and speechless for a moment. He retorted, Is that so? Maid Guanyin, you said it the other way around, right? Who in the imperial court doesn't know that I often reprimand that brat? Empress Zhongsun laughed softly and didn't refute. She thought in her heart, only when you close the door deeply will you reprimand him. Just based on your attitude toward the Marquis of Yong'an, only Qing Jijia, Qin Xiong, and the other founding generals can compare to you. Li Er saw that although Empress Zhongsun didn't refute, it was clear that she didn't believe him. He smiled helplessly and didn't make any more excuses. Instead, he skipped the topic and continued, Haha. Let's not talk about anything else. The hot pot we ate tonight was truly delicious. Ha! Li Qingxian and Li Tai not only did they introduce heating into the imperial palace, they also introduced hot pot. Compared to heating, which required time to produce, hot pot was something that could be made easily. Ever since Li Qingxian returned to the palace with the secret recipe for the hot pot yesterday afternoon, Li Er had actually eaten 3 hot pot meals. In other words, old Li's 3 meals a day were all hot pot. This was simply insane. This hot pot is indeed extraordinary. Moreover, this method of cooking the vegetables before dipping them in the sauce not only retains the freshness of the ingredients, but also allows the ingredients to be infused with flavor. Changel had never eaten mutton before. She didn't expect that because of the hot pot, she had eaten a lot in the past 2 days. In this concubine's view, the Marquis of Yong'an's skill in gourmet cuisine is truly unmatched in the entire Great Tang. Speaking of hot pot, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The taste was only one aspect. The liveliness of eating hot pot with the whole family was what she missed the most. When Li Er heard that, his mood was great. It was only to hear him laugh loudly and say, Haha. Then tell the imperial chef to prepare the ingredients every day. In the future, I will accompany Maid Guanyin to eat hot pot every day. When Empress Zhongsun heard that, she was secretly delighted. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and said, But in this way, won't Steward Zhao be burdened? Hearing her say that, it seemed that the great Grandmaster Zhao Song was actually doing as Li Zishuan had predicted. He was actually doing the work of cutting mutton. Li Er thought for a moment and said, Aren't there still 2 imperial concubines? When the time comes, they will take turns with Zhao Song. When Zhongsun heard that, she was speechless. In the entire world, only Li Er could be so extravagant to have a Grandmaster Master as a chef. Sun Simiao's tour of free medical treatment had improved the people's impression of the Warm Tang Foundation. The next day, even more people went to the Warm Tang Foundation. Especially the people who had been treated at the Lantian County Yamen yesterday. They had received free medicine from Sun Simiao and the other imperial physicians. Today, they all came to express their sincerity. In the past, when the people in the family fell ill, they would usually go to the temple to pray to the gods. If the family recovered, they would go to the temple to fulfill their vows. What they were doing now was similar to praying for blessings and fulfilling vows. The only difference was that they were not doing it at the temple, but at the Warm Tang Foundation. The people could not afford to donate large amounts of money, but they were a group of people who knew how to be grateful. Sun Simiao and the others were treating them for free. Even if they could not afford to donate tens or hundreds of strings of coins, they would still donate tens or hundreds of coins to ease their hearts. Moreover, they felt that donating here was more meaningful and genuine than going to the temple to fulfill their vows. In terms of treating illnesses, Sun Simiao seemed to be more powerful and effective than the gods and Buddhas. As a result, the temples in and around Chang'an city received less money from incense offerings. The monks guarded the gates all day long, hoping for a few big customers. Did you guys notice? On the Merit Monument, all the famous families in Chang'an city have come to donate money, but why didn't I see the Chui family donating? In front of the Warm Tang Foundation, someone pointed at the huge monument and asked in confusion. Back then, not long after the Warm Tang Foundation was established, Li Zishuan ordered the craftsmen to build a huge monument in front of the gate. It was called the Merit Monument, and it was used to record the names of those who had donated more than 1,000 strings of coins to the Warm Tang Foundation. The person had only said it casually, but as soon as he said it, many people subconsciously searched for the Cui family's name on the monument. After a few minutes, the people were not surprised to find that there was no one related to the Cui family on the monument. Therefore, they were instantly enraged. Even poor people like them were willing to donate money to the Warm Tang Foundation, but why was a top family like the Cui family doing nothing? There really is no Cui family. The Cui family is one of the 5 families, the role model of all scholars in the world, but they are so heartless and cold-blooded. This is so disappointing. A down-and-out scholar could not help but beat his chest and stomp his feet after looking at the monument. Originally, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had a very high reputation in the minds of scholars. However, the scene today made many people recognize the reality of the situation. The Cui family was also stingy, cold-blooded, and heartless. What bullsh** T Cui family? They are one of the 5 families. How stingy? That's right. The Cui family's young masters and young mistresses have hundreds of servants. They live a luxurious life, and they can't even bear to donate 1,000 strings of coins. His Majesty and Her Majesty have already donated a few thousand strings of coins. Bah! After donating, I will go to the Cui family's gate and spit on them. I want to go too. The Cui family is rich but heartless. They will suffer retribution. Originally, it was just a curious question, but in the end, it quickly turned into a public rage. Moreover, this rage would soon burn the Cui clan's headquarters in the capital. Chapter 1081. Most of the people who came to donate money today came from Lantian County. They should have gone back from Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an City, but they did not do so. After they donated money, they did not go to the east gate. Instead, they went south. A group of people went straight to Dunhua Square. Dunhua Square was where the Cui family's stronghold in the capital was located. Bah! The Cui family is rich but heartless. Bah! The Cui family is cold-blooded and heartless. Bah! The Cui family is heartless. Bah! The Cui family is shameless. Usually, people would often hear jokes about how one spit from each person could drown you. The Cui family now had a real experience of being baptized by the people's spit. Although the Cui family's threshold was high, and even if all the people in Chang'an City spit at them, the Cui family had been standing for thousands of years. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? A 1,000-year-old family was also very concerned about their reputation. Unruly people. A bunch of unruly people. Men. Chase all those unruly people away. If they don't want to leave, beat them up. In the backyard of the Cui family, Cui Shanfu's wife, Wang Shi, roared angrily. Her husband, Cui Shanfu, had been sent to Lingnan by Li Er. She was not in a good mood this month. Now, those unruly people in her eyes were causing trouble in front of the Cui family. How could she not be angry? Madam, do you want to wait for grandfather to come back? The butler of the Cui family asked carefully. His surname was Wang, and he had married with Wang Shi. He was considered Madame Wang's direct descendant. The Cui family's grandfather, Cui Junchuo, had gone to a manor in the south of Chang'an City to recuperate because of the cold weather in Chang'an City. Although it was cold there was a natural hot spring there. No need. Even if grandfather is at home, he will not allow these unruly people to cause trouble in front of the Cui family. Wang Shi's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. Yes, madam. The butler took the order and left. A moment later, a group of servants holding a stick suddenly rushed out of the Chui family's main gate. They ran like wolves and tigers to the people who came to spit and shouted, "Where did these unruly people come from? Why don't you open your eyes and see where you are? Is this something you can come and make trouble for? If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Get lost. Look at your poor appearance, don't dirty our Chui family street." The servants were all fierce and arrogant. As the servants of a top aristocratic family, they indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. However, their arrogance was used in the wrong place today. Ha! A bunch of lackeys who only know how to rely on their master's power. Under the feet of the emperor, could it be that you still dare to hit people? I will stand here today and see if you dare to hit me. A young man who looked like a scholar took a step forward and scolded arrogantly. His name was Yu Dehang, and he came from a farmer's family in Lantian County. Yesterday, he accompanied his mother to the county office to participate in the free clinic. Today, he also came to the city to fulfill his vow. In the past, his dream was the same as most people's. First, he wanted to pass the imperial examination, then marry a woman with 5 surnames. But today's incident made him a little disappointed in the legendary 5 surnames 7 sects. The dignified 5 surnames prominent family was nothing more than this. Their hearts were also black. The arrogance and despotism of these evil servants made his heart burn with fury. Thinking back to the Li family's courteous attitude at the Warm Tang Foundation, he started to hate the Chui family more than anything else. Wow! Xiao Jing, you've done well today. Even though your uncle Zhong used to laugh at you for not being able to pass the county-level examinations, but based on your tough attitude today, you will always be a county-level scholar in your uncle Zhong's heart. No, you will be the top scholar. A burly man came up to Yu Dehang and laughed loudly. Uncle Zhong, Yu Dehang's small face reddened as he looked at the burly man in annoyance. After being yelled at by you, everyone here knows that I won't be able to pass the county-level examinations. Scholar Yu is right. You dare to hit people under the feet of the emperor? What does our spitting on the street have to do with the Chui family? Does this street belong to the Chui family? Seeing that someone had stepped forward, the people behind did not back down and started to jeer as well. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Madam has ordered that if these unruly people don't leave, take a stick and beat them away. The leader of the servants shouted angrily and then took the lead to hit Yu Dehang with the stick. F***CK. You bunch of dog slaves, how dare you hurt people on the street? See if I don't fight with you. Go. Fight with them. Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. Hee hee. Young master, this is what happened. San Bao did not expect that the people would notice that the Chui family's name was not on the merit monument. The group of people in front of the Warm Tang Foundation's entrance was quickly noticed. San Bao hurried back to inform Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this, but when he saw San Bao's gloating face, he put on a straight face and said, "What? Are you happy that the people are causing trouble for the Chui family?" San Bao replied instinctively, "Of course I'm happy. Young master. Previously, that old fart from the Chui family kept causing trouble for you, and now finally. Young master." San Bao was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized that Li Zishuan's tone was not right, so she quickly shut up. Li Zishuan snorted and flicked his sleeves. Humph. It's true that I have a grudge against the Chui family, but I never thought of letting these poor people stand up for me. They don't even care about the food and clothing of their own families. Do you think they can go against the Chui family? In the end, it won't be a lose-lose situation. Instead, they will be completely wiped out. For their families, it will be one disaster after another. Li Zishuan's purpose in establishing the Warm Tang Foundation was to help the poor. However, if the people were to fight against the Chui family, the ones who would be hurt would be the poor people like them. In that case, wouldn't he be helping the poor for nothing? If it were a transmigrator, they would definitely be secretly happy at this moment and might even be secretly adding fuel to the fire. This was because smart people love to kill with a borrowed knife, eliminate dissidents, and reap the benefits of others. However, Li Zishuan, as a transmigrator, did not want to be such a smart person. He did not want to use the weak knife of the people to fight against the giant rock that was the Chui family. Some people often said that a general's success was built on thousands of bones. However, Li Zishuan knew that he could not be so cold-blooded. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Xiao Xian, I am very happy that you can think this way. Yi Guozhong, the crazy eavesdropper, suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He clapped his hands and sighed. The grudges between the Chui family and the Li family are all between them. In this matter, no matter what, we cannot drag the people into it. Chapter 1082. San Bao, get the horse ready. I want to go to the Chui family. Yongla Lane, Li family. After understanding the situation, Li Zishuan shouted at San Bao. San Bao became nervous and said worriedly, "Young master, it's dangerous for you to go alone. San Bao, get the rest of the family to go with you." Li Zishuan said crossly, "When I, the young master, am in danger, what can you all do if you go? Stop talking nonsense and get big white out." Young master. San Bao's martial arts may not be as good as yours, but San Bao has thick skin and a lot of meat. He can block arrows for you. San Bao said unwillingly. Get lost. I'll beat you up if you keep talking nonsense. Li Zishuan was touched, but he still scolded him mercilessly. San Bao had no choice but to leave. Yi Guozhong sighed and said, "Xiao Xian, I won't stop you if you want to go to the Chui family. But don't act rashly. The Chui family has been standing strong for thousands of years. Their background and hidden strength is not something you and I can imagine. So don't fall out with the Chui family unless you have no other choice." Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Grandfather, don't worry. I know the severity of the situation." Just as he finished speaking, San Bao brought the horses over. Pang Feiji walked over and cupped his fists. "Marquis, let me accompany you." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm just going to take a look. You stay here." After he finished speaking, he mounted his horse and rode out of the mansion. Behind him was Li Jingma and his wife, who had rushed over after hearing the news. The two of them asked Yi Guozhong about Li Zishuan's whereabouts. Pang Feiji saw that there was nothing else for him to do and left to patrol. However, what no one noticed was that after this fellow patrolled around the Li residence twice, he quietly slipped away. As for where he went, only the heavens knew. Dunhua Square, in front of the Chui family. This small skirmish had developed into a full-scale conflict. The poor commoners who had been fighting with the Chui family's guards could only retreat as they fought. However, not long after, they received wave after wave of reinforcements. Those were the commoners from the other counties who had come from the Warm Tang Foundation to support them. As a result, the Chui family's servants were not enough. The servant who shouted the loudest quickly asked the rest to hold the fort while he went in to get reinforcements. Chui Shanfu's wife, Wang Shi, was furious when she heard this. She sent out all the servants in the residence and swore to chase away all these unruly people. However, most of the servants of the Chui clan were used to living a comfortable life in the Chui clan. How could they be a match for these villagers who had been through hardships every day? Not long after, the Chui family's servants were all wounded. Of course, many of the commoners were injured as well. Fortunately, the people on both sides did not kill them. Thus, although they were injured, they were far from being seriously injured to the point of dying. Humph. What a bunch of trash. Zhao Quan, Madam is not satisfied with your performance. She wants you to scram. Just as the Chui Manor's servant was about to lose, a big man wearing a blood-red cloak suddenly walked out from the Chui Manor. That big man was carrying a large saber, and there was a long scar on the right side of his face, looking extremely terrifying and sinister. Behind him, there were more than 10 martial artists in martial arts attire. Every one of them was holding a sword. These were not ordinary servants. They were the Chui family's guards. Or it could be said that they were part of the Chui family's warriors. Oh! It's Master Wan. That's great. Madam has finally sent you out. You have to avenge us. This bunch of unruly people are too much. The servant's name was Zhao Quan. When he heard someone scolding him, he did not get angry. Instead, he went up to them and said. The man neither agreed nor disagreed. He stretched out his hand and pulled Zhao Quan behind him. Zhao Quan could be heard grumbling in dissatisfaction, "You can't even beat a bunch of bumpkins. You're really a disgrace to the Chui family. Scram. I will teach you how to deal with unruly people." Okay. Master Wan. The morale of the Chui family's servants rose by a lot. On the other hand, those commoners who came forward to spit, when the scarred-faced big man walked out with a knife, most of them instantly became timid. After all, they could spit and kick people. But using a knife to kill and fighting to the death was not their forte. Moreover, even if you gave them a knife, they would not dare to go up and chop people. How is it? Do you want to scram yourselves or do you want me to use my knife to send you scram? That martial artist surnamed One walked over with a big knife and said with a light smile. When the commoners saw his arrogant look, their faces were filled with anger. But now that things had come to this, they were obviously not the Chui family's guards' match. So even if they were pointed at and scolded, most of the commoners did not dare to say anything. But it was easy to meet with accidents in life. There were still some people who were not afraid of power. Humph. Stop trying to scare people here. I don't believe that in broad daylight, you bunch of dog slaves dare to use a knife to commit murder. The little scholar Yu Dijin stood out at the crucial moment. At this time, he seemed to have a backbone. After Yu Deheng said that, the commoners all felt that it was reasonable. This was the foot of the emperor. If the Chui family's martial artists really dared to go to the extreme, then the Chui family's future in Chang'an would definitely not be good. That's right. Isn't it just holding a knife? You bunch of slaves dare to kill people? Many commoners followed behind Yu Deheng and started to jeer. That martial artist surnamed Wan was despised by the commoners and his face instantly turned green and white. After a moment, this fellow's mouth flashed a trace of a sinister smile. Fortunately, it was a life-and-death struggle. Humph. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is what you asked for. Surnamed Yu, I will let you go to heaven today. In your next life, don't think of fighting with the Chui family. After saying that, the big man held the big knife with both hands and actually chopped towards Yu Deheng's body. If this knife hit the porcelain, then it would really be a cut in half. Yu Deheng's entire body would be split in half. Deheng, quickly dodge. The crowd immediately let out cries of surprise. Some of the commoners even closed their eyes, waiting for the screams of the big knife piercing into the flesh. As the person involved, Yu Deheng's eyes were wide open. At this moment, he wanted to run but he knew that he could not run away. His speed could not catch up with the big man's speed. Do I regret? Yu Deheng asked himself in the last few breaths of the statement. I don't regret. I, Yu Deheng, am worthy of the heavens and earth, worthy of my conscience. Thinking of this, Yu Deheng also closed his eyes and quietly waited for the arrival of death. Chapter 1083. Kung. Just as Yu Deheng was waiting for death with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a gust of wind by his ear, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Following that, he heard a man's voice beside him, humph. In broad daylight, who gave you the guts to hurt people on the streets? No matter how stupid Yu Dehang was, he knew that he was saved. He opened his eyes in joy and saw a man younger than him, holding a cold gleaming long sword, blocking the heavy blade of the warrior surnamed Wan. Following that, the man lightly waved the long sword and the warrior surnamed Wan was sent flying far away. With a pang sound, like a sandbag, he slammed heavily into the Chui family's dark red iron gate. Master Wan. Master Wan. Are you alright? The Chui family servants and warriors were shocked as they surrounded him and asked with concern. Pei. I'm fine. The warrior surnamed Wan pushed away the surrounding people who were trying to help him and walked in front of Li Zishuan. With a ferocious face, he said, "Where did this little kid come from? How dare you meddle in the Chui family's business? Are you tired of living? If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow to me. Maybe I'll let you die with dignity." Noisy. The young man frowned. No one saw how he made his move and the warrior surnamed Wan was sent flying again. Pang. No one knew if the young man did it intentionally or not, but the warrior surnamed Wan crashed into the same spot again. The Chui family's main gate suffered 2 consecutive heavy blows and finally could not take it anymore. With a loud boom, the Chui family, which had been glorious for close to 1,000 years, was smashed down for the first time. In front of the Chui family's gate, the people who were watching the show, the people who participated in the fight, the Chui family servants and warriors were all stunned. Everyone only had one thought at this moment: crazy. Crazy. The Chui family's main gate was smashed down by someone. This was a slap to the Chui family's face. Marquis Yongpan. He's Marquis Yongpan. What? You said this young man is Marquis Yongpan? How is that possible? It's really Marquis Yongpan. I've seen him many times. I can't be wrong. Oh my God. The Marquis of Yongpan actually smashed the Chui family's main gate. Bullshit. Don't you know how to F***king talk? It was clearly that warrior surnamed Wan who smashed the Chui family's door. What does it have to do with the Marquis of Yongpan? These words were spoken by Yu Dehang. Being in the eye of the storm, no one could understand the shock in his heart at this moment. Originally, he thought that he was going to die, but at the critical moment, he was saved by a young man who fell from the sky. Especially when he found out that the young man who saved his life was Li Zishuan, one of the most popular nobles in the imperial court, he felt his soul tremble. Because the name Marquis Yongpan was even greater than the heavens in Lantian City. There were tens of thousands of people in Lantian City, and no one had not received Li Zishuan's kindness. But when he heard that Li Zishuan had smashed the Chui family's main gate, he subconsciously quivered. Although he worshipped Li Zishuan, but he knew that with Li Zishuan's current power, he was definitely not the Chui family's match. Hence, he came up with an idea to help Li Zishuan get off the hook. This idea seemed very childish, but Yu Dehang could only think of such a childish idea in a short period of time. Because he was anxious to correct others, he couldn't help but swear. Hey! Dehang is right. It was obviously the Chui family's own people who smashed the main gate, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Yongpan. That burly man surnamed Zhong was first stunned, but immediately followed up with a loud voice to echo. That's right, it was the Chui family who smashed it, and it has nothing to do with the Marquis of Yongpan. No matter how stupid the commoners were, they knew what they should say. In a moment, the voices of the crowd gradually became unified, and there was no second voice to be found. All the servants and warriors of the Chui manor were shocked and angry at this moment. They were shocked because this young man in front of them was actually the recently famous Marquis Yongpan. They were angry because this group of commoners actually dared to lie with their eyes wide open, treating them as if they were blind, or played with. Marquis Yongpan? Even if you are Marquis Yongpan, you cannot knowingly break the law. Warrior Wan spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood, climbed up from the ground, and walked to Li Zishuan about 3 feet away, and said angrily. It was just that his tone of voice was already much better than before. Clearly, he was scared of being beaten up by Li Zishuan. Ask your master to come out, you are not fit to speak to this marquis. Li Zishuan glanced at him, and said indifferently. It wasn't that he was acting like a big shot, but he really couldn't be bothered to speak to this kind of brute who only knew how to be used as a tool. You. The warrior surnamed Wan was instantly humiliated. His face alternated between green and white. However, Li Zishuan mercilessly interrupted him. What? You don't accept it? Then pick up your sword, and come forward to fight. Otherwise, quickly go back and ask your master to come out. Finally, Warrior Wan's face changed, and he didn't dare to say anything else, and immediately ran back to the Chui family in a sorry state. What is your name? Where do you live? Li Zishuan turned around, looked at Yu Deheng, who he saved earlier, and asked with a smile. Yu Deheng was taken aback, because the current enthusiastic Li Zishuan was like a completely different person from before. Oh. Marquis, my name is Yu Deheng, and I live in Lantian County's Yu family village. Just now, I am indebted to Marquis for saving me, and I am extremely grateful. Yu Deheng, who recovered from her shock, cupped her hands towards Li Zishuan. Yu family village? If she didn't remember wrongly, Yu family village should be more than 10 miles north of Lu family village, which was the northernmost part of Lantian County. This village just happened to not belong to Li Zishuan's fief, so it was no wonder that Li Zishuan found this young man unfamiliar. Yu Deheng, why didn't you dodge when that burly man tried to chop you? Li Zishuan smiled and asked. Yu Deheng's mouth twitched, and she bitterly smiled. To tell you the truth, Marquis, I didn't expect that guy to be so lawless, daring to kill someone on the street. I was caught off guard, and couldn't escape even if I wanted to. When she said this, some of the commoners not far from them suddenly burst into laughter. Li Zishuan also couldn't help but laugh. Haha. You are quite honest. There was one thing he didn't say, and that was that the warrior from before didn't really want to chop Yu Deheng, and was only testing her. When his wind-chasing sword caught the warrior's blade, he understood, and it was because of this that he spared the warrior's life. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Marquis of Yong'an. But even if you are a marquis personally conferred by the emperor, you still shouldn't smash my Chui family's door, right? While the two were talking, an upper-class lady wearing a purple fur coat walked out from the Chui family. She had a pair of phoenix eyes, and that upper-class lady came in front of Li Zishuan, and said in a cold voice. Li Zishuan patted Yu Deheng's shoulder, indicating for him to leave, and then turned around to look at the upper-class lady. You are the one who sent the Chui family to kill the commoners? Chapter 1084. In front of the Chui residence. Two people who should not have interacted with each other in their lives were now facing each other, as though they were at each other's throats. Wang Shi hatefully said, so what if it's me? This bunch of unruly people gathered in front of the Chui residence to cause trouble, can't we chase them away? If it was someone else, Wang Shi would have already ordered people to chase them away. But the person in front of her was Li Zishuan. This name had appeared more than once in the Chui family. He made the two young masters of the Chui family, one was exiled to Cheongzhou, the other was chased back to Jianghu, but the Chui family's old grandfather still could not do anything to him. As such, Wang Shi had no choice but to deal with him carefully. Gathering people to cause trouble? What trouble did they cause? Li Zishuan crossed his arms in front of his chest, and asked while knowing the answer. Wang Shi snappily said, what good things did they do, Marquis Yong, and can just ask them. Why ask me? Li Zishuan laughed, and casually said, it's just spitting on this street. How big of a deal can it be? This street doesn't belong to the Chui family, right? Besides, if Madame Chui is really angry, just let the people from Wuhou government come and take them away. Why did you instigate your servants to maliciously harm people? If I was a step late, there would be people's blood splattered on the spot. The current emperor is ruling the country with benevolence, but your Chui family is so blatantly harming people's lives. You are not putting the emperor in your eyes, how should you be punished? Wang Shi frowned, her face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. She softly scolded, Wan Jingang. What did I tell you before? You can only chase people away, you can't intentionally harm people. What did you do? The warrior surnamed Wan had a pig's face. He hurriedly explained to Wang Shi, Madam. I'm innocent. This subordinate was just trying to scare that scholar. I didn't mean to take his life. Clap clap clap. Wan Jingang's voice fell, but Li Zishuan clapped his hands, only to hear him say, haha. Act. Good acting. Madam Chui, in front of so many people, can you not act like this? Under the watchful eyes of so many people, can't you tell right from wrong? Although he knew in his heart that Wan Jingang really did not have the intention to kill Yu Deheng, he had to put the blame on Wan Jingang. Because this was the only way to reduce the scope of the war and avoid completely falling out with the Chui family. Look. I'm helping you by beating up your men. Otherwise, if someone dies, your Chui family will have to go to court, and it won't end well with the emperor. Therefore, today's matter should end here. That was what it meant. Right now, Li Zishuan really didn't want to start a war with the Chui family. Yes. Wan Jingang was spouting nonsense. Just now, his knife was about to chop Yu Deheng's head. How could it be just to scare her? That's right. That one fellow is trying to kill someone. The commoners cooperated and shouted behind Li Zishuan. Wang Shi clenched her teeth, secretly hating that Wan Jingang really didn't know how to do things. If you want to kill someone, just do it secretly. But now, he actually did it openly in front of the Chui family and was caught by Li Zishuan. This made the Chui family, who was originally in the right, instantly fall into a passive position. Audacious. You actually dare to gather in Chang'an City to cause trouble, quickly stop. Just as Wang Shi was unable to vent her anger, a large group of martial marquis suddenly appeared on the streets. The one leading them was actually Yuqi Jingda. The dignified right martial marquis General Wei had personally come. Before he arrived, his voice was heard. Yuqi Jingda shouted loudly. Following his shout, the right martial marquis men immediately surrounded everyone in front of the Chui family's door. From the start of the matter till now, it had been close to half an hour before the martial marquis government people finally arrived. Uncle Yuqi. You're here. Seeing an acquaintance, Li Zishuan clasped his hands in greeting. Yuqi Jingda softly made an N sound and didn't exchange too many pleasantries. With a businesslike expression, he said to Li Zishuan and Wang Shi, Li Zishuan. This general received news that someone gathered here to fight, is there such a thing? Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Wang Shi with a faint smile. He believed that if Wang Shi wasn't stupid, she should know what to say. As expected, Wang Shi's expression changed. She then bowed towards Yuqi Jingda and said, replying to General Yuqi, it was the Chui family's people who didn't know any better and almost injured a commoner. This attracted the attention of the commoners. The Chui family will definitely restrain the servants in the future. N. Madame Chui's meaning is that the Chui family's servants actually used weapons in Chang'an City? Yuqi Jingda frowned and said unhappily. The Tang people revered martial arts. The imperial court didn't explicitly state that commoners weren't allowed to carry swords. But in Chang'an City, openly using weapons was definitely not allowed. This was slapping Yuqi Jingda's face as the capital's Public Security Bureau chief. Wang Shi quickly said, there was no large-scale use of weapons. It was just a servant and a commoner who had a dispute. General Yuqi, please don't be angry. Not only did Li Zishuan want to turn the matter into a small one, Wang Shi also wanted to. Because she had previously admitted that Wan Jingang was under her orders, and Li Zishuan had caught Wang Jingang's weakness of wanting to kill commoners in public. One must know that now was a time of peace. Li Er, this king, cherished the commoners very much. If one really looked into it, their Chui family wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from Li Er. As for the commoners, they had a fight with the Chui family's servants today. Although the Chui family's servants were a little domineering and deserved to be beaten, the cause of the matter was still because they came over to spit in front of the Chui family's door. Now that they could turn the matter into a small one, they could also accept it in their hearts. Moreover, in the process of the previous fight, they didn't suffer any losses. After all, such a good thing like beating up the Chui family servants and not being arrested by the officials didn't happen every day. No matter what, openly using weapons in Chang'an City is definitely not allowed. Madam Chui, please hand that person over. I want to bring him back to the Wuhou government for questioning. Yuqi Jingde looked around and muttered to himself for a while before speaking. Wang Shi was indignant, but she couldn't show it on her face. After a while, she said, General Yuqi, the Chui family will punish him severely after this matter. There's no need to trouble General. Yuqi Jingde's tiger eyes focused and said coldly, Madam Chui doesn't intend to hand him over? Fine. Then I won't force it. At most, old grandfather Chui will make another trip to the palace. The day before Chui Yunhan was exiled to Jianghu, Chui Junchuo personally went to the palace to plead with Li Er. Wang Shi's expression finally changed. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, General Yuqi, please wait. The Chui family is willing to hand him over. At this point, in order to prevent the Chui family from getting into bigger trouble, Wang Shi could only abandon the rook to save the king. Chapter 1085. Take him away. In front of the Chui residence, seeing that Wang Shi had finally agreed, Yuqi Jingde ordered his subordinates. Yes. 2 soldiers of the Right Martial Marquis Guard immediately went forward to capture Wang Jinggang. Facing 2 master-level experts, Wang Jinggang did not dare to resist and obediently allowed himself to be captured. The rest of the commoners, quickly disperse. Or else we will take all of you back to Wuhou government. Yuqi Jingde turned around to look at the commoners and said loudly. Disperse. Disperse. The commoners had already started fighting. They had also seen the commotion and after hearing Yuqi Jingde's words, they all dispersed. Yu Deheng cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, Marquis, then this student will take his leave. Li Zishuan nodded and smiled, Next time don't be so straightforward, you won't be so lucky every time. Yu Deheng said awkwardly, this student will remember Marquis' teachings. Today's soul-stirring encounter might be unforgettable for his entire life. It was also the first time he truly understood Li Zishuan. This was a talent in both civil and martial arts, a true dragon and phoenix talent. From today onwards, his idol would completely become Li Zishuan and no longer the so-called 5 surnames 7 sects. After saying that, Yu Deheng turned around and left with the villagers of Yu family manor. In front of the Chui residence which was bustling with noise and excitement, in an instant, only the people of Wuhou government, Li Zishuan, Wang Shi and the defeated soldiers of the Chui residence were left. Wang Shi glared at Li Zishuan with a sinister expression. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Yuqi Jingde say, Shao Xian, quickly enter the palace, His Majesty has something to summon you. Wang Shi opened her mouth and secretly hated Yuqi Jingde for being such a busybody. Otherwise, the conflict between her and Li Zishuan would not have ended so easily. All right. This nephew will enter the palace right away. Li Zishuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that he was able to escape so quickly, which was far beyond his expectations. Before he came, he had already made preparations to be pestered endlessly by the Chui family, but he didn't think that things would go so smoothly. In the end, it was still because Yuqi Jingde was strong enough. Today, if the right Marquis Fu had been replaced with anyone else, Wang Shi probably wouldn't have given face. As for his worries, he was worried that Li Er had summoned him to the palace because of what had happened today. He had to think of a good excuse on the way there. Hee. Dehaying, you're really lucky. You were actually saved by Marquis, and you can even talk so much with Marquis. You're the number one person in our village. A group of villagers walked out of Yanqing Gate, the east gate of Chang'an City. Someone in the group sighed with envy. Yu Dehang smiled and said, Uncle Zhong, please don't say that. I was so scared that I almost wet my pants. Besides, Marquis didn't come just to save me. He should have come to save all of us. If Marquis didn't come to intervene today, Uncle Zhong, do you think that Madame Cui of the Cui family would spare us? After she finished speaking, the commoners fell into silence. After a while, the burly man surnamed Zhong sighed and said, "Ai. Marquis is a good person. I, old Zhong, have lived for decades and have seen many officials, but no matter if it's the previous dynasty or now, there is no official who loves the people as much as Marquis. The only pity is that our Yu family manor is too far north. Otherwise, it would have become Marquis fief long ago." As soon as he said that, many people agreed with him regretfully. Old Zhong is right. If our village could also be annexed to Marquis fief, that would be great. To meet such a master, don't talk about being an ox or a horse. Even if he wants me to go through water and tread on fire, I will do it. Hey! Why would Marquis want you to be an ox or a horse? Marquis is very good to the commoners in his fief. Yu Dehang shook her head and said, it's useless to say more. Marquis fief is now considered to be one of the top nobles in the Great Tang. If he wants to expand his fief, Marquis will have to make more contributions. Let's quickly go back. Imperial Palace, Lijiang Hall. Li Er came here after the morning court to enjoy the newly installed heating in the Imperial Palace with Zhang Sun. In the end, someone came to report that a large group of commoners had started fighting with the Cui family's servants in front of the Cui residence. He frowned slightly and didn't say anything because he believed that Yuqi Jingda would be able to handle it himself. But not long after, the Imperial Guards came with another piece of news, saying that Li Zishuan had gone to the Cui residence and injured the Cui residence's guards. Only then did Li Er order Yuqi Jingda to think of a way to resolve the conflict and summon Li Zishuan to the palace. Your Majesty, this concubine is thinking that the commoners suddenly went to the Cui residence to cause trouble. Was it because someone was secretly instigating them? Empress Zhangsun frowned and asked. Is Guanyin trying to say that Li Zishuan was secretly instigating the commoners to cause trouble in the Cui residence? Empress Zhangsun nodded lightly and said, this concubine did suspect that. After all, the Duke of Yong'an's attitude towards the aristocratic families has never been good. Previously, the Snake King's assassination was directed at the Cui family. If not for your Majesty's mediation, I think he would have already killed his way to the Cui residence. Li Er held his chin and thought for a moment before shaking his head and saying, no. If this kid really wanted to use the commoners to deal with the Cui family, he definitely wouldn't have rushed to the Cui residence alone. Sigh. This kid sometimes has a heart of steel, but sometimes he's indecisive. This is a taboo for a commander. As intelligent as Li Er was, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. However, towards Li Zishuan's foolish action of not retreating behind the scenes and taking advantage of the situation, instead taking the lead and rushing to the front to confront the Cui family head-on, Li Er felt resentful towards Li Zishuan for not living up to his expectations. Although he did not intend to touch the Cui family at this juncture, he was still very happy to borrow the strength of the commoners to cause some trouble for the Cui family and reduce the Cui family's reputation among the commoners. However, because of Li Zishuan's momentary soft-heartedness and worry that the commoners would be injured, he rashly acted. Everything was ruined. If he wanted to form such an advantage in public opinion next time, it would not be easy. Your Majesty, humans are not saints. How can they be perfect? This concubine feels that this flaw of the Duke of Yong'an is his true nature. It also shows that he values relationships and righteousness. Only such an upright official cannot be used by foreign countries and can achieve great things for the Great Tang. After hearing Li Er's words, Empress Zhongsun pondered for a moment and quickly understood the crux of the matter. She smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, the Duke of Yong'an has arrived at the Sweet Dew Hall." At this moment, an eunuch entered the hall and cupped his hands towards Li Er. He's finally here." Li Er's spirit jolted. He said to Empress Zhongsun, Guanin's servant, "Please take a seat here. Zhen will go and teach that fellow a lesson. This official pays his respects to your Majesty." Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Zishuan was dressed in casual clothes and bowed towards Li Er. Yuqi Jingda had spoken to him in a hurry, so Li Zishuan did not return home to change into his court attire. Instead, he rushed straight to the palace. "Dispense with the formalities." Li Er's emotionless voice came from above. Li Zishuan straightened his body and raised his head. He saw Li Er sitting on the seat of honor, glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. "You're getting more and more daring. You actually dared to smash the Cui family's door. If Cui Junchuo joins forces with the Shandong landowning households to deal with you, let's see how you deal with it." Li Er's face was expressionless, but Li Zishuan could hear a hint of blame in his words. "Replying to your Majesty, no matter what the outcome is, this official does not regret what he has done today. The Cui family's matriarch instigated the family's warriors to use weapons against the common people. If this official had come one step later, there would have been casualties. This official does not regret it," Li Zishuan said in a low voice. "Ai. You." Li Er sighed. He stood up with his hands behind his back and walked down from above. "You're also a smart person. You should understand that right and wrong is no longer important. Now that you've smashed the Cui family's door, the Cui family that has stood tall for 1,000 years has been disgraced by you. Do you think they'll let this go? The scholars who rely on the Shandong landowning households account for almost half of the scholars in Great Tang. If the Cui family is determined to take revenge on you, these scholars will spit at you and tarnish your reputation. At that time, who would dare to come to your Yanhuang College? Who would want to learn from your engineering? Who would want to buy things from your workshop?" Li Zishuan furrowed his brows. He had only thought that the Cui clan would send some assassins to take revenge on him. He had never thought that they would use public opinion to tarnish his reputation. However, he was not afraid. When it came to creating public opinion, no one in the Great Tang was better than him. "Your Majesty. This world belongs to your Majesty, not the Cui family. It's hard to say if the Cui family can unite with the other landowning households, but even if the landowning households of Shandong work together, this official is not afraid of them. This official knows that your Majesty will support this official, and the common people will also support this official." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said in a clear voice. Li Er glared at this guy in annoyance. He thought to himself, "Am I so easily tied to the same boat as you? In your dreams." But thinking about it carefully, he had to be on this pirate ship even if he did not want to. Because the royal family and the aristocratic families were destined to never walk together. Empty words are useless. "Do you have any countermeasures now?" Li Er paused and said. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this official does not have any countermeasures. Different situations call for different measures. The Cui family has not made a move yet. Even if this official has a countermeasure, it is useless. I can only wait until the time comes to deal with it." Li Er fell silent. The hall fell into silence. It was so quiet that one could even hear people's breathing. Li Zishuan lowered his head and began to count ants. If Old Li did not ask him, he would not speak. Anyway, this kind of scheming was not something he liked and was not good at. He would leave it to Old Li to slowly weigh the pros and cons. After a long time, Li Er raised his head and said, before the Turks are destroyed, I do not want the aristocratic families to fall into chaos. Do you understand? Li Er knew very well that today's matter could not be blamed on Li Zishuan. However, if Li Zishuan and the Chui family went to war, he would have to make a choice and help Li Zishuan deal with the Chui family. However, when that time came, other than the Wang family of Taiyuan, the other aristocratic families would definitely join forces. This would be very disadvantageous for Li Er. For the Tang Empire, it would also be an extremely serious internal friction. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He replied, "This official obeys the decree." Good. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he smiled casually and said, "The heating that you taught the general is very good. You should be rewarded, but now that you've made such a big mess for me, forget it. You can go back first. Remember what I said to you." It was not that he did not want to reward Li Zishuan, but it was mainly because Li Zishuan had just destroyed the Chui family. If he gave him a reward, wouldn't it be a blatant mockery? If the Chui family were to get angry at this time and fight to the death, the imperial court would be in trouble. Li Zishuan curled his lips and thought that Li Er was stingy. However, after thinking carefully, he could understand Li Er's difficulties. Thus, he did not say anything and left. Pa. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. Li Zishuan is too much. In the backyard of the Chui residence, Wang Shi smashed a vase in exasperation and roared angrily. The maids and servants in the house all lowered their heads and did not dare to breathe loudly. After a while, seeing that everything that could be smashed on the table and cabinet had been smashed, the old butler of the Chui residence came forward and cupped his hands. "Madam, please calm down. Anger is harmful to the body." Bang! Calm down. This Li Zishuan first forced Xianji back to Jianghu, then caused Yunhan to be sent to Cheongzhou. Now, he actually came to destroy the Chui residence. In all these years, when has the Chui family suffered such humiliation? If the old master was still in Chang'an, would he allow him to be so impudent? Wang Shi slammed the table and said angrily. Butler Wang lowered his head and said carefully, "Madam, the most important thing now is not to be angry with the Marquis of Yong'an, but to reduce the impact of this matter on the Chui family as soon as possible. In this old servant's opinion, we should donate a sum of money to the Warm Tang Foundation as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Marquis of Yong'an might use this as an excuse to make a fuss. When the time comes and Datong Daily spreads the news, I'm afraid our Chui family's reputation will be ruined." It had to be said that the old butler's foresight was very accurate. Today's matter, other than hurting the Chui family's face, more importantly, it dealt a considerable blow to the Chui family's reputation. The reason why the 5 families and 7 noble families could have their current status was mainly because of the reputation they had accumulated over many years among the common people, especially among the scholars. If the Chui family were to have a bad reputation, then in the future, the Chui family would lose the support of many scholars. This was a huge matter that would hurt the foundation of the Chui family. Donate money? In your dreams. That Warm Tang Foundation might be under the name of the Imperial Court and the Empress's name in name, but who doesn't know that the real person in charge is Li Zishuan's family? This brat wants to use such underhanded means to force the Chui family to donate money, no way. Wang Shi, who was in a fit of anger, refused without hesitation. "Madam, but, butler, you don't have to say any more. I've already made up my mind. Not only will the Chui family not donate money, today's matter will not be settled so easily." The old butler still wanted to say something, but Wang Shi did not want to hear any more. She threw down this sentence and left immediately. The old butler opened his mouth and was filled with helplessness. He could only secretly pray that the old master of the Chui family, Chui Junchuo, would receive the news as soon as possible and rush back to preside over the situation. Chapter 1086. The old butler of the Chui residence was right. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan directly went to the workshop to discuss with Ma Zhou whether they should publish the conflict between the commoners and the Cui family in the Great Tang Daily. Marquis, forgive me for being blunt, but today's incident has already caused a huge uproar. There are definitely many people who know about it. Moreover, Marquis, you have already smashed the door of the Cui family. Even if we don't publish this news, the Cui family won't owe us a favor. Moreover, the people who know about it will misunderstand that we are jackals of the same tribe as the Cui family and deliberately hide the truth. In this way, it will be a big blow to the credibility of Datong Daily. After Ma Zhou listened to Li Zishuan's explanation seriously, he pondered for a moment and said, "That's right." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Brother Ma's words make sense. If that's the case, then tomorrow's Datong Daily will publish the news of the Cui family's donation and being attacked by the people." Ma Zhou's eyes flashed with excitement. He was born in a poor family and didn't have a good impression of the aristocratic families. If Li Zishuan wanted to fall out with the aristocratic families, he would definitely support it from the bottom of his heart. Hearing this, he hurriedly said, "Yes, Marquis." Li Zishuan thought for a while and added, "But there's one thing you have to pay attention to. The news has to be realistic. We only need to report the facts and not exaggerate." Li Zishuan had listened to Li Er's previous words. He also felt that the current Tang Empire should be united against the outside world and not have too much internal friction. If they were to exaggerate and smear the Cui family in the newspaper, it might expand the conflict and damage the credibility of Datong Daily. Ma Zhou replied, "I understand. If the Cui family wants to take revenge on us, what do you think we should do?" The conversation between Li Zishuan and Ma Zhou lasted until the sky turned dark. As the future Prime Minister of the Tang Empire, Ma Zhou had a lot of unique ideas in terms of strategy. After this conversation, Li Zishuan had some ideas about the future path of the battle with the Cui family. At night, Li Zishuan stayed in the Yunshan residence. At 9:45 p.m., the study in the residence was still lit by candlelight. Suddenly, a big hand appeared outside the pitch-black door of the study. The big hand knocked on the door and then a voice, "Marquis, I have something to report." Judging from the voice, it was Pang Feiji. Silence. After a while, Li Zishuan's voice came from inside the room, "Come in and talk." Pang Feiji pushed the door open and entered. He saw Li Zishuan half leaning on the armchair with an unknown book in his hand. He took out a small booklet from his sleeve and handed it to Li Zishuan. "Marquis, you asked me to investigate whether the Cui family had done anything illegal. After a few months of investigation, I found some things. Marquis, please take a look." At that time, Cui Yunhan brought a group of students to the Li family to cause trouble. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan had just destroyed the 7 cultivators sect. Under the combination of the two, Li Zishuan felt that the Cui family might be behind the 7 cultivators sect. Cui Yunhan innocently took the blame and was exiled to Jianghu. The eldest son of the Cui family in Qinghe, Cui Xuanji, was also sent back to his hometown in Jianghu by Cui Junchuo. Li Zishuan originally wanted to kill Cui Yunhan. However, Li Er didn't allow him to kill Cui Yunhan for the sake of the overall situation. He could only send Pang Feiji to secretly investigate the Cui family's illegal activities. After such a long time, Li Zishuan had almost forgotten about it. He didn't expect Pang Feiji to suddenly bring it up today. His gaze hardened as he looked deeply at Pang Feiji. Then, he took the booklet from Pang Feiji's hand and flipped through it. In the first year of Wuda, when the world was just settled, the Cui family cooperated with the local government in Jianghu and took over 30,000 mu of land from the local people. This caused thousands of people to have no land to farm and become homeless. In the 7th month of the 3rd year of Wuda, the current emperor killed Wang Shichong in Luoyang. Due to the war, Luoyang city was severely damaged and lacked order. The Cui family took the opportunity to take over 40% of the shops in Luoyang city and forcibly expropriated 70,000 mu of land from some of the people at a low price. Countless people in Luoyang City sold their sons and daughters. The Cui family took advantage of the situation and robbed them. They didn't spend a single copper coin and took away nearly 100 beautiful women from the people. From the 4th year of Wuda to the 9th year of Wuda, the Cui family's direct descendants and branch descendants had been taking over the land in Hunan province. Sometimes, there were even cases of people bullying people. There was evidence that a total of 16 poor peasant girls were raped. Most of these girls couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide. Due to the Cui family's power and the fact that the victims' families didn't report it, the local government turned a blind eye and allowed the Cui family's descendants to continue their evil deeds. Reading up to this point, Li Zishuan's face was filled with unconcealable anger. Pang Feiji, who was standing beside him, could even feel that the air in the study room had become colder. Murderous intent. Pang Feiji, who used to be a servant in Wuhou government, knew that this was the murderous aura of an expert. He had felt it before when he was beside Yuqi Jingda. He didn't dare to look directly at Li Zishuan's face and quickly lowered his head. In the 9th year of Wuda, after Cui Shanfu got drunk, he took over a servant named Nianyu. After that, Nianyu became pregnant with his child. When Cui Shanfu found out, he wanted to take her as his concubine. When Wang Shi heard the news, she was furious and ordered people to tie up the servant, Nianyu, and torture her to death. According to some rumors from the servants of the Cui family, every night that year, the cries of women and the cries of babies could be heard. After that, the Cui family even specially invited an eminent monk to perform 2 rituals. At this point, Li Zishuan had finished reading the contents of the small booklet. His face was filled with frost. After a long silence, he opened his mouth and asked bitterly, "What is torture?" Pang Feiji was shocked because Li Zishuan's voice had become hoarse. It sounded like a demon from the abyss. In this cold and quiet night, it was so horrifying. Inexplicably shivering, Pang Feiji hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Marquis, this torture is to turn a person into a human swine. First, they chop off the limbs, dig out the eyes, inject copper into the ears to make them deaf. Then, they pour poison down the throat and cut off the tongue to make them unable to speak. After that, they still have to cut off the nose, shave their hair, and finally throw them into the latrine to let them die slowly. Bang. Just as Pang Feiji finished speaking, Li Zishuan couldn't take it anymore. He angrily slammed the table and stood up, saying coldly, "What a Cui family! What a vicious and venomous woman!" Pang Feiji instantly felt a bone-piercing chill. Then, he saw the table beside Li Zishuan turn into a pile of powder. Chapter 1087. Swine, or swine, was a pig. Human swine was a form of torture that turned people into pigs. Different from death by dismemberment, human swine was a form of punishment used in court battles. The ancients often said that no poison was a great man, and the most poisonous was a woman's heart. In the imperial palace, there had always been a lot of fights between concubines. Once a woman with no sense of security gained power, her revenge would be more ruthless than a man's. Human swine was invented by Empress Lu. When Liu Bang became the emperor, he gradually stopped favoring the old Empress Lu and started favoring the peerless beauty Madame Qi. Empress Lu didn't dare to do anything because Liu Bang was in power. After Liu Bang passed away, Empress Lu took power. Her jealousy couldn't be erased, so she sent people to catch Madame Qi, beat her severely, dug out her eyes, cut off her limbs, shaved her hair, and finally threw her into the toilet. Even so, Empress Lu was still not satisfied. In the end, she called her son, the Hui Emperor, to see the human swine. The Hui Emperor had never heard of the name human swine. He was very curious, so he followed the eunuch out of the palace and went to see it. The eunuch took him to a toilet, opened the door, and said to the Hui Emperor, "The human swine is in the toilet." The Hui Emperor looked into the toilet and saw a human body. It had no hands, no feet, and no eyeballs. There were only 2 bloody holes. The body could still move a little. It opened its mouth wide, but no sound could be heard. After looking at it, he was shocked and scared. He couldn't help but shrink his body and ask the eunuch, "What is it?" The eunuch didn't dare to say. When the Hui Emperor returned to the palace and forced the eunuch to say it, the eunuch said, "Madam Qi." Before the eunuch could say anything, the Hui Emperor was so scared that he almost fainted. Not long after, he passed away. Marquis, calm down. In the study room of the Yunshan residence, Pang Feiji looked at the wooden table that had turned into sawdust. His pupils could not help but shrink. Ever since he had followed Li Zishuan, he had never seen Li Zishuan so angry. Pang Feiji, who was trembling with fear, hurriedly cupped his fists and comforted him. "Humph. Calm down, calm down. Ask the mother and son who were tortured to death whether they could calm down or not. People say that the big families are the most ruthless, but I didn't expect the Chui family to be so ruthless and dirty. They were born as human beings, yet they are human beings in vain." Li Zishuan's face was full of anger. At this moment, he really regretted not killing Wang Shi earlier in the day. That servant girl named Nianyu was originally a victim, but in the end, she still had to suffer a second persecution from Wang Shi. Moreover, this kind of persecution was really not something a human could do. It was too light to describe Wang Shi as a venomous woman. Earlier in the day, Li Er had told him to bear with it and wait for the Great Tang to resolve its external threat before dealing with the aristocratic clans. But at this time, Li Zishuan really couldn't take it anymore. He felt that the longer he endured, the more the maidservant who was cruelly killed by Madame Wang in the netherworld would be able to rest in peace. Hell was empty, and the devils were in the human realm. Li Zishuan couldn't tolerate a demon like the Wang Consortium, nor did he want to. Marquis, the Chui family has a deep foundation and has many connections with other families. You have to think twice. A complicated look flashed across Pang Feiji's eyes. He cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan and said, Li Zishuan suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned around abruptly and stared at Pang Feiji with a burning gaze. He stared at Pang Feiji for a long time until Pang Feiji was at a loss for what to do. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Feiji, this information, with just the people in your hands, could you have found it?" A trace of undetectable panic flashed across Pang Feiji's eyes. "Marquis, if you think that I have treated you well, please tell me the truth." Li Zishuan turned around and said coldly with his hands behind his back. Pang Feiji's body trembled. The words that were about to leave his mouth could no longer be said. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "I am guilty. This information was found out by me with the help of the right Marquis household." "Then when did you find out about this?" Li Zishuan said expressionlessly. It had been almost half a year since the last time he ordered Pang Feiji to find out about this information. He did not believe that Pang Feiji just happened to find out about this information in these few days. "Marquis, I found out about this 3 months ago." Pang Feiji's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment and finally gritted his teeth and said, 3 months ago." Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He turned around and looked directly at Pang Feiji. He asked word by word, "Then why didn't you tell me about this 3 months ago? What are your intentions?" Pang Feiji's face instantly turned pale. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said, "Marquis, I am guilty. I am asking you why you didn't tell me about this earlier. Don't King kowtow and beg for forgiveness and pretend to be pitiful." Li Zishuan was in a fit of anger. Seeing Pang Feiji like this, he was burning with rage. He could not help but violently smash the book in his hand towards Pang Feiji's head. Pang Feiji could have dodged but he did not. The book that was originally not heavy, under the influence of Li Zishuan's angry strike, instantly left a big bump on Pang Feiji's head. "Marquis, Pang Feiji opened his mouth but did not say anything. It was Uncle Yuchi who ordered you to do this, right? The room was silent for a long time. Li Zishuan suddenly opened his mouth. In his tone, there was a trace of sadness. It was the kind of sadness that came from being betrayed by a friend or brother. Pang Feiji was as if struck by lightning. He was stunned for a while and finally said, "Marquis' guess is correct. However, General Yuchi only suggested it. In the end, I made the decision not to tell Marquis in advance. Please punish me, Marquis." "Why?" Li Zishuan's voice gradually turned cold. It was so cold that Pang Feiji felt like crying. Yes, he felt like crying. Replying to Marquis, "When I received this news, General Yuchi told me in person that if you, Marquis, were to know the contents of the book, based on your usual kind heart, you would definitely be furious and kill the Chui family regardless of the consequences. At that time, Marquis, your wings were not fully grown. Moreover, you had just established Yanhuang College. I'm afraid that your position in the Emperor's heart was not stable. If the Chui family were to fight back with all their strength, it would very likely cause you, Marquis, to suffer a great loss. Moreover, at that time, Marquis would not have the time to take care of Yanhuang College. Therefore, General Yuchi advised me to wait until the time was right to pass this news to Marquis." Ever since Feiji had followed Marquis, everyone knew that Marquis treated his brothers well. Marquis treated his brothers as family. This kindness, even if Feiji were to die 1,000 times, he would not be able to repay it. From the beginning to the end, Feiji only hoped that Marquis and his family would be safe and prosperous for generations to come. He had never been disloyal to Marquis. Feiji also knew that Yanhuang College was a foundation that Marquis valued greatly. In order to prevent Marquis from recklessly attacking the Chui family, and also to allow Marquis to focus on developing the college, Feiji acted on his own initiative and suppressed this information until today. Feiji, please punish me for not reporting it. Chapter 1088. You mean to say that now is the right time to make a move on the Chui family? Pang Feiji's words of loyalty touched Li Zishuan, but at the same time, he was also a little angry. Superiors didn't like their subordinates to make decisions on their own. Although Li Zishuan came from the modern world and received the education of everyone is equal, he still didn't like others making decisions for him. It could be said that if Pang Feiji's actions were placed in other big families, he would have been sentenced to death by the head of the family, although he was also considering the long-term interests of the family. Li Zishuan couldn't be so cold-blooded, but he was also very unhappy with Pang Feiji's decision. The main thing was that when he thought of the servant girl who was turned into a human swine by Wang Shi, his heart was filled with anger. Marquis, it's the people who offended the Chui family today that made me feel that the Chui family is currently divided. On Marquis' side, the people's hearts can be used. Compared to the past, Marquis' chances of winning are definitely much higher now. Pang Feiji knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan laughed lightly and said, "This is also what your General Yuchi told you, right?" He called him General Yuchi, and not Uncle Yuchi like before. Obviously, he was very uncomfortable with Yuchi Jingda's arrangement of Pang Feiji behind his back. Pang Feiji understood the meaning behind Li Zishuan's words. He said with a bitter face, "Marquis, these words were indeed said by General Yuchi to me. The general also said that if Marquis and the Chui family were to start a war, the Yuchi family is willing to live and die with Marquis, advance and retreat together." Yuchi Jingda was just a blacksmith in his early years. He didn't have a good impression of the aristocratic families. Moreover, he had always thought highly of Li Zishuan, a junior with limitless potential. Therefore, on this matter, Yuchi Jingda would unconditionally stand on Li Zishuan's side. When Li Zishuan heard that Yuchi Jingda was willing to live and die together, advance and retreat together, his expression finally loosened a little. When Pang Feiji saw that Li Zishuan did not say anything, he quickly added, "Marquis, regarding this matter, your subordinate acted on his own initiative and is indeed guilty. However, this has nothing to do with General Yuchi. When I learned of the Chui family's actions over the years, your subordinate also hesitated whether or not to inform Marquis. Enough. I know everything. Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted Pang Feiji. He paused and said expressionlessly, "You have participated in the military training of the academy. You should know that it is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. Regardless of whether your intentions were good or bad, your actions make you unfit to be a good soldier. From today onwards, you are no longer this Marquis personal guard. Captain. The position of captain is temporarily vacant. If you make the same mistake again in the future, this Marquis will not tolerate it. Do you understand?" Li Zishuan's words took a huge turn. Pang Feiji thought that Li Zishuan was going to expel him from the personal guard. He was so scared that a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. His face turned pale in an instant. When he heard the second half of the sentence, he could not help but sigh in relief. He could accept any form of punishment, but he did not want to leave the Li family. "Thank you, Marquis, for your mercy. Your subordinate will definitely not make the same mistake again." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said loudly. His tone was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. "Enough. You may leave." "Yes, sir." After Pang Feiji left, Li Zishuan sat alone in the study room. He closed his eyes and pondered. After a long time, he heard a long sigh from the room. "The tree wants to be quiet, but the wind will not stop." I did not want to make a big deal out of this, but the spirits of hell did not agree, nor did the people of the world. This time, I really have to defy the decree. The next day, the headlines on Datong Daily became a hot topic among the people of Chang'an. The Chui family of Qinghe County did not donate. Angry citizens blocked their door and almost lost their lives. Hiss. The Chui family was blocked? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? TSK. Wang Huaihua, didn't you know about the huge commotion yesterday? What commotion? I went out of the city yesterday. Hey! What commotion? Don't you know how to read the newspapers? It's written clearly on there. Yo! So the Chui family never donated money to the Nguyen Tang Foundation. Isn't that too stingy? Although I'm not rich, I still donated 500 copper coins. No wonder the Chui family was blocked. If I was in the city yesterday, I would have spat in front of the Chui family's door. Don't brag. Didn't you see that a scholar was almost hacked to death by the Chui family's guards yesterday? This Chui family is too much. Not only did they not donate money, they even dared to hack people in public. Thank goodness the Duke of Yong'an arrived in time. Rich but not benevolent, two-faced, that's exactly what the Chui family is like. What kind of family is this? They're even worse than us commoners who have never read the books of the saints. That brat of mine is always thinking about how he can rely on the Chui family and marry a girl of the 5 surnames to bring glory to his ancestors. What the hell? I'm going to beat him up when I get back. Rely on the Chui family? Marry a girl of the 5 surnames? How can it compare to the glory of getting into Yanhuang College and becoming a student of the Duke of Yong'an? Old Wang, you're right. I heard that Mu Laosan from Stone Village used to be so poor that he didn't even have a good meal. But after his son got into Yanhuang College, the landlord in his village even wanted to marry his daughter to his son. Unknowingly, the commoners' values had changed slightly. The status of the 5 surnames and 7 great clans in the past was now plummeting in their hearts. Silent nourishment. Not only did it refer to the spring rain, but it also referred to human kindness. Li Zishuan's good deeds for the commoners this year were engraved in everyone's hearts. Compared to the Chui family, Li Zishuan represented justice and the people's will more. Now that the negative news about the Chui family was out, the commoners directly voted with their feet and stood on Li Zishuan's side without thinking. You bunch of foolish commoners only know how to listen to slander. The Chui family has been glorious for 1,000 years, who knows how many good deeds they've done and how many poor people they've helped. How can a small Duke of Yong'an compare? A group of commoners were loudly discussing the Chui family when a middle-aged scholar suddenly passed by. After hearing their conversation, the middle-aged scholar couldn't help but speak out in dissatisfaction. TSK. You say that the Chui family has done good deeds, then how many can you list? I've heard people say that the Chui family's disciples bullied people in Hunan. That's right. The Chui family is rich but not benevolent, everyone knows that. But you're here speaking up for the Chui family, I think you're in cahoots with them? I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the Chui family's right-hand man, Mr. Zhu Wentao? No wonder you're speaking up for the Chui family. Speaking against your conscience, to think that you're a scholar. Bah! Bah! Beat him up. The scholars related to the Chui family used to be high and mighty existences, but at this moment, they were completely despised and became street rats. The storm of public opinion quickly spread from the commoners to the circle of scholars. At Yanhuang College, the students were sending warmth to the poor as they discussed. Little Ku, you say that Yamacho is too mean. They didn't even call us to fight. If we, the 2nd Brigade, go, who can stop the Chui family's dogs? Cheng Chumo said casually to Li Ku with an unknown grass in his mouth. They had all read the newspaper when they were eating in the morning. Speaking of which, what this guy said made some sense. Since the 2nd Brigade's mission was to transport coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, and clothes, when they were selecting members, they had picked some strong and healthy students. Compared to the members of the other brigades, the 2nd Brigade's members were undoubtedly much stronger. Li Ku rolled his eyes. After being together for a long time, he knew that Cheng Chumo had a violent gene in his bones. He said angrily, "Chonyo, don't you understand what Yamacho is trying to do? He doesn't want anyone to get hurt, or else he wouldn't have gone personally. Of course, he wouldn't let us go." Sigh. Yamacho smashed the Chui family's door this time, and I feel that the Chui family will not let this matter rest. Yamacho is probably in trouble. I didn't expect the Chui family to be so arrogant. Sun Zifen patted his horse's butt and sighed. Cheng Chumo pursed his lips and said, "Tsk. Zifen, do you only know what kind of people the Chui family is? I heard that Chui Shanfu had caused trouble for Yamacho more than once. Luckily, he was sent to Lingnan, or else he would be impeaching Yamacho in court." Sun Zifen spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, "Bah. What bullshit 5 surnames and 7 sects. I used to want to marry a girl with 5 surnames to bring glory to my ancestors. Now, I only want to marry a girl with 5 surnames to be my concubine, hee." Li Ku laughed, "Huh. Zifen, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue?" In a restaurant in Chang'an City, a few young people were sitting together and eating while discussing. "Brother Wang, this Chui family is too much. They are rich and heartless just because they have 5 surnames, and they even killed people on the street. They have no respect for the law, and we, the disciples of the saints, should hate them." That's right. The Chui family has been glorious for thousands of years, and they are the leader of the scholars, attracting countless talents to join them. But their current actions are not worthy of their position, and they are hated by everyone. I heard that Brother Chow wants to join the Chui family in a few days, so I have to go and persuade him. Yes. That's right. That's right. Anyone who associates with such a Chui family will be despised by the world. I have a good friend who joined the Chui family 2 years ago, and I have to persuade him to leave the Chui family. As the saying goes, repent and be saved. That's right. People like us who have diligently studied the books of the sages should be deeply righteous. At this moment, no matter whether these scholars supported the Chui family or not, they all expressed their opposition to the Chui family's actions without exception. This had nothing to do with the academic faction, because the sacred knowledge they studied also taught them to be kind to others. Inside the Chui mansion, the old housekeeper was holding the latest issue of Datong Daily, and said to Wang Shi worriedly, "Madam, this is bad. Marquis Yong really published yesterday's incident in Datong Daily, and now the people in the city are saying that the Chui family is rich but heartless." Wang Shi took the newspaper, and her expression suddenly changed. She said coldly, "Humph. This kid is really despicable, and he only knows how to stab people in the back. Since he is heartless, then don't blame me for being heartless. Housekeeper, tell the gentleman in the residence to immediately write articles attacking Li Zishuan. I want to completely ruin this kid's reputation." The old housekeeper said anxiously, "Madam, this old servant thinks that the best thing to do now is to donate some money to the Warm Tang Foundation, so that we can stop the people's mouths. Otherwise, the Chui family's 1,000 years of reputation will be destroyed." "Shut up." Wang Shi's expression suddenly became ferocious, and she roared, "Shut up. Let the Chui family give money to that kid? Don't even think about it. Last time, the Chui family was tricked by that kid, and until now, we still haven't earned back the capital of 3,000 strings of coins. You want me to donate money? No way. Humph. In my opinion, you should be the one to shut up." At this moment, an old but energetic voice came from outside the house. Wang Shi's face turned pale, but the old housekeeper's eyes lit up with joy. He quickly turned around and bowed, "Greetings, old master." "Greetings, father." Wang Shi took a few deep breaths and bowed as well. That's right, the person outside was the Chui family's old master, Chui Junchuo. The old man received the news and rushed back from the manor outside the city early in the morning. "Humph. If I didn't come back, would the Chui family have been ruined by you?" Chui Junchuo walked into the house, and with the help of a maid, he sat on the sandalwood chair at the head of the table. Then, he glared at Wang Shi and said angrily. Wang Shi quickly bowed and said, "Father, please calm down. This is all because of Li Zishuan. It has nothing to do with me." Bang! Chui Junchuo slammed the table. Although he was old, he slammed it hard. Wang Shi was so scared that she didn't dare to say another word. "Then let me ask you, why did you order Wan Jin Gang and the others to kill the people yesterday? The capital is under the feet of the emperor. Who gave you the courage to use your weapons? Do you think the Chui family is still the Chui family from 10 years ago? Also, why didn't you send someone to donate money to the Nuan Tang Foundation after the people left yesterday? Is that money more important? Or is the Chui family's reputation more important? Why don't you ask around and see if the other families are secretly laughing at us? You short-sighted thing. Shanfu marrying you is really a misfortune for the Chui family." These words were a bit harsh. Wang Shi could order people around all these years because she was the Chui family's legal wife. Now that she heard Chui Junchuo's words, her face immediately turned pale. "Father, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. Please calm down." "Humph." Chui Junchuo snorted and hurriedly took 2 deep breaths. It was obvious that he was tired after saying so much. At this time, he ignored Wang Shi and looked at the old housekeeper. "Wang Yong, go to the accounts room and withdraw 2,000 strings of coins. Donate it to the Nuan Tang Foundation now." The old housekeeper hurriedly replied, "Yes, grandfather." Chui Junchuo looked at Wang Shi and was silent for a while. Then, he said, "Let's put aside the grudge between the Chui family and Li Zishuan for now. When the storm calms down, I will settle the score with him. You stay at home obediently and don't ruin things." "Yes, father." Chapter 1089. Marquis, this person's mouth is very tight. From yesterday until now, he hasn't said anything. General Yuchi said that he would be sent to the Supreme Court tomorrow. In a dark little room in the Right Marshal Marquis mansion, Wan Jingyang's hands and feet were tied and he was hung on a beam. His hair was disheveled and he was in a very sorry state. A soldier of the Right Marshal Marquis Mansion was currently explaining the situation to Li Zishuan in a low voice. The Right Marshal Marquis Mansion did not have a prison, so Wan Jingyang could only be temporarily locked up in this little room. The Supreme Court of the Tang Dynasty as well as the various prefectures and counties all had prisons. The Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court and the Imperial Censorate were the three major judicial organs of the Tang Dynasty. The Supreme Court was the central judicial organ of the Tang Dynasty. It was responsible for investigating the crimes committed by the central officials as well as cases of imprisonment in the capital. The Supreme Court's trials usually took the form of a direct trial. Therefore, the Tang Dynasty followed the tradition of the northern and southern dynasties and set up the Supreme Court prison as a place to detain criminals. As the central prison, the Supreme Court prison was mainly used to detain officials who committed crimes and important crimes in the capital. Therefore, Wan Jingyang would ultimately be sent to the Supreme Court. Apart from the Supreme Court, the Imperial Censorate of the Tang Dynasty also had a prison. At the beginning of the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Censorate's main function was to monitor the situation. But sometimes, according to the Emperor's edict, they would carry out a trial of a criminal official and directly participate in the trial. On the other hand, the Ministry of Justice, as one of the three departments, was not an independent judicial organ. It did not set up a prison nor did it set up a warden. But the Ministry of Justice was the highest authority to manage and monitor the prison affairs of the entire country. No matter if it was the Supreme Court or the Imperial Censorate, they all had to report to the Ministry of Justice before the 25th day of every month. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Is there any torture?" Asking this kind of question showed that he had watched too many period dramas in his previous life. As expected, the soldier's expression changed and he hurriedly looked around. After seeing that there was no one else, he hurriedly said, "Marquis, our Right Marshal Marquis Mansion does not have the right to use torture. Every time we hand a criminal over to the Supreme Court, they will check if there are any traces of torture. If they discover that we use torture, they will definitely find trouble with General Yuqi." Wan Jingyang, who was hung on the beam, had a mocking smile on his face. It was obvious that this fellow had nothing to fear. "Humph. Go get a wooden bucket. Then send someone to fetch a syringe from this marquis's estate. Just tell Steward Wang directly, he will definitely understand." Li Zishuan's face turned cold as he instructed the soldier. The soldier did not understand and asked, "Marquis, what do you want the wooden bucket and the needle for?" Li Zishuan smiled coldly and said, "Since I can't torture him, then I'll give him acupuncture. Don't worry, this wound is smaller than an ant. The people of the Supreme Court won't be able to see it." The soldier still didn't understand. "Marquis, why are you giving this guy acupuncture?" A devilish smile appeared on Li Zishuan's face as he said, "This person's body has blood vessels everywhere, and these blood vessels carry the blood of the human body. In a while, this marquis will insert this needle into his blood vessels, and the blood in his body will flow drop by drop into the barrel. When the barrel is full, he will only have one breath left, and no one will be able to detect the wound. Don't you think it's very satisfying?" Woo! The soldier couldn't help but shiver, and then subconsciously retreated 2 steps, maintaining a safe distance from Li Zishuan. He then cupped his fist and said, "Ho! Marquis, this little one will go and find you a wooden bucket and syringe." Finishing, he left as if he was escaping. Because Yuqi Jingda had instructed them yesterday, that Li Zishuan was here. No matter what he instructed them, they must do it, as long as they don't tear down the Marquis government. Wan Jingyang, who was hung on the beam, his face was filled with fear. The scene that Li Zishuan described was too terrifying. He opened his eyes wide and shook his head vigorously. "No, no, no. Marquis Yong, you are a marquis personally conferred by the Emperor. You using private punishment is against the law. When the time comes, the Chui family will not let you off." "Chui family?" Li Zishuan sneered and looked at Wang Jingang with ridicule. You are now just an abandoned son of the Chui family. Do you think the Chui family will care about your life and death? Oh, no, it should be said that the Chui family only wants you dead, not alive. You must know that only dead people can keep secrets the best. Wang Jingang refused to believe. No. I was recruited into the Chui family by the old grandfather. When he returns to Chang'an, he will definitely think of a way to save me. Old grandfather? You mean Chui Junchuo? Where is he now? Li Zishuan's gaze congealed as he asked. Wang Jingang suddenly came to his senses. He seemed to have confessed without being pressed. He immediately shut his mouth and did not say another word. Li Zishuan saw the situation and sneered. Humph. Looks like you still haven't recognized the reality. In a while, I will let you bleed to wake you up. Wang Jingang clenched his teeth. Humph. Let me bleed then. Do you think the amount of blood Wang Jingang have bled these few years is not enough? He was obviously strong in appearance but weak in reality. Li Zishuan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. After a while, the soldier from earlier brought a wooden bucket and placed it next to Wang Jingang. Li Zishuan ordered, use a black cloth to cover his eyes. I am afraid that he will not be able to take it and will scare himself to death. Yes. Marquis. The soldier and Wang Jingang shuddered. They secretly thought that Li Zishuan was really ruthless. After a while, the soldier pulled a piece of black cloth out of nowhere and covered Wang Jingang's eyes. Li Zishuan, personally cut. Oh, no, it was a needle. Fortunately, he was tall and could stand on the ground and directly insert the needle into Wang Jingang's arm. Facing Li Zishuan, a martial arts master, Wang Jingang did not make any unnecessary struggle. This was because he knew that Li Zishuan had thousands of ways to make him lose the ability to struggle. At this time, he only felt that his arm was stung by a bug. It was not painful, so he sneered. Humph. I thought it would hurt a lot. This is just scratching an itch for me, Wang Jingang. Li Zishuan was not angry. He said with a smile, this marquis goal is not to make you feel pain. This marquis wants you to experience the loss of life unknowingly. In the end, you won't even have the strength to open your eyes. During this process, you can't do anything. You can only wait for death slowly. Wang Jingang trembled. It was obvious that he had begun to feel fear in his heart. The soldier next to him saw that the light yellow rubber hose was instantly dyed dark red. Immediately after, there was a drip sound, and blood slid into the wooden bucket. Go and get a few datong daily for this marquis. This marquis will read the newspaper here today while admiring how this Wang Jingang is drained dry. Li Zishuan forcefully endured the disgust in his heart and ordered. In fact, he himself was a little scared when he heard such deliberately scary, perverted words, but in order to make Wang Jingang speak the truth, he could only suffer himself. Roar! Marquis Yong'an, kill me if you dare. What kind of hero are you to use such despicable means? Wang Jingang couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he thought of how all the blood in his body was about to be drained dry and how there was a person admiring the process at the side. He only wished for a quick death now. The soldier of the right marquis household looked at Li Zishuan as if he was looking at a monster and thought, is this still the great philanthropist Marquis Yong, and that everyone praises? Why does he look like a demon that just came out of hell? Just as the soldier was about to give Li Zishuan the newspaper, he suddenly felt his sleeve being pulled by someone. He lowered his head and saw that it was Li Zishuan who had pulled him. He was bewildered and was about to ask when he saw Li Zishuan shove a ball of paper into his hand with lightning speed and make a shushing gesture. The soldier was also a quick-witted person. He quickly nodded and retreated. Commandant Zhou, Marquis, what's written on it? Tell me quickly. In a side hall of the Wu Marquis household, the soldier who previously served Li Zixuan was scratching his ears and cheeks as he surrounded a middle-aged man and asked anxiously. Looking at him, he was obviously illiterate. The note Li Zixuan passed to him earlier was really a waste. The general usually tells us to read more books when we have time. Xianxia, you just don't listen. The middle-aged man surnamed Zhou pointed at the soldier and grumbled. But grumbling was grumbling. He still started to help Xianxia read the contents of the note. A jug of water, a funnel, and 2 soldiers. Xianxia, are you sure this is the note Marquis gave you? The content of the note was very simple. Commandant Zhou finished reading it very quickly. But he didn't quite understand the contents of the note. Xianxia frowned and thought for a while, then said excitedly, I understand. Thank you, Commandant Zhou. With that, he ran off like a wisp of smoke. Drip 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 drip. In a dark room, the sound of water dripping could be heard from time to time. A young man sat at the door, calmly flipping through the latest issues of Datong Daily. His face would occasionally reveal a smile. It could be seen that he was in a good mood. But the burly man who was hung on the beam was not in a good mood. His face was pale. Because he wanted to break free, his wrists and ankles were left with deep purple marks. His lips were dry. He didn't shout. Because he had shouted for a long time, but it was useless. The young man was unmoved by his shouts. But it couldn't be said that he was completely unmoved. When he cursed, the young man would fiercely kick him in the stomach. It was so painful that he couldn't even breathe. Marquis, it's already noon. Why don't you go and have your meal first? I'll help you watch. When it was close to noon, Xianxia ran over and asked carefully. Li Zixuan put down the newspaper and replied, no need. Go to Drunken Immortal restaurant and get me a plate of lion's head, a plate of fried bean sprouts, and a small pot of Immortal drunken wine. This Marquis will eat here for lunch. Let shopkeeper Lu prepare a few more portions, and let the brothers on duty in the Wuhou government have a taste. Xianxia said in fear and trepidation, oh. Marquis, you're too kind. The brothers are on duty, how can they drink? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He secretly thought that the military discipline here was quite strict. He waved his hand and said, then bring more food over. Treat it as this Marquis' reward to the brothers. Thank you, Marquis. As for this one Jianghu, don't let him eat for lunch. Based on the speed of his bleeding, he should be able to bleed out by tonight. Letting him eat would be a waste. Marquis Yong, and you're too much. Ever since Wan Jingang was caught yesterday morning in Wuhou government, he had not eaten a single bite of food. And after going through Li Zixuan's torture, he felt that he was really exhausted. Hearing Li Zixuan's words, his lungs were about to explode. Ignore him. Go quickly. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said. Xianxia obeyed and left. In the afternoon, the military officials and soldiers on duty in the right Wuhou government were considered to have freeloaded a big meal. The Drunken Immortal restaurant's top-quality food and dishes, they usually could not bear to eat a plate of it. But now they could eat heartily. In a moment, the entire Wuhou government was filled with the aroma of food. Wan Jingang, who was starving, in the aroma of the food and wine, felt that death was better than living. Every day felt like a year. Marquis, your subordinate heard a news outside. It said that the Chui family donated 2,000 strings of coins to the Nuan Tang Foundation. Hey! Looks like they are starting to give in. Li Zixuan invited Xianxia to have lunch at the entrance of the little black room. During the meal, Xianxia smiled and said a piece of news. Wan Jingang heard this and could not help but frown deeply. Li Zixuan seemed to sigh carelessly and said, everyone thinks that the Chui family is high above and will never fall. He. Let's wait and see. Let's not talk about that. This drunken immortal is still the best. TSK. Even an immortal would not exchange it. Goo goo. While Li Zishuan was enjoying the food and wine, Wang Jingyang's stomach started growling. Li Zishuan smiled at the two soldiers who were standing beside Wang Jingyang and doing unknown things. Come. The two of you, take turns to eat. Just keep an eye on him and don't let him commit suicide by biting his tongue. The two of them looked at each other. Seeing Xianxia nodding at them, they replied, "Thank you, Marquis." Thus, only the sound of chewing and the very rhythmic dripping sound was left in the room. The starving Wang Jingyang was even more tormented by these two sounds. His arms and legs had already lost feeling. It was probably because he had lost too much blood. If he had a knife in his hand at this moment, his first reaction would not be to slash at Li Zishuan but his own neck. In the afternoon. After some time, the dripping sound suddenly stopped. Li Zishuan raised his head and said, "What's wrong? Did he bleed dry so quickly? The two of you, quickly press on his arm and help him squeeze. Maybe he can squeeze out some blood. Xianxia, help me get another pot of wine. How can there be no wine for such an elegant thing?" Wang Jingyang's face turned even paler. He roared with his already hoarse voice, "Lunatic! Lunatic! You are the devil! I beg you to kill me! Ha! You want to die? How can it be so easy? Your blood hasn't been drained yet." Li Zishuan laughed. Chapter 1090. Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask for wine, Xianxia was stunned at first, but after seeing Li Zishuan give him a meaningful look, he instantly understood and hurriedly left to carry out the order. Not long after, Xianxia brought over a pot of wine for Li Zishuan, and the other two martial marquis had already used all their strength to press down on Wang Jingyang's arm. Immediately, the ticking sound in the room rang out again, and Wang Jingyang's nightmare began again. "Kill me! I beg you to kill me! If you're a man, then give me a quick death! I beg you!" His mouth kept repeating these words in a low voice. The heavens had pity on him. He had walked the Jianghu for so many years. What kind of injuries had he not suffered? He had long seen through life and death, but this kind of waiting for death, this kind of torture to his soul and his body, he really could not stand it. At this time, a quick death to him had already become an extravagant hope. Phew! The contents of these few newspapers are a little lacking. 5 in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west. Li Zishuan stood up, sighed, and said as if he hadn't had enough. "Wang Jingyang, this marquis will give you one last chance. If you are willing to speak honestly, this marquis will give you a way out, and ensure your safety. If you are not willing to speak, then this marquis will leave now, and tomorrow the people of Wuhou government will send you, who is on your last breath, to the Supreme Court. TSK. I reckon that by that time, you will become a dried corpse. Do you know what is a dried corpse? Just like a dried fish." Li Zishuan looked at Wang Jingyang, and said in a cold tone. After a day of torture, Wang Jingyang's spirit was already on the verge of collapse, and Li Zishuan's last words, was the straw that broke the camel's back, causing his face to be filled with fear, and he shook his head vigorously, and said, "No. I don't want to become a dried corpse. I don't want to become a dried corpse. I'll speak. I'll speak. What you want to know, I'll tell you everything." Li Zishuan laughed, and his heart heaved a sigh of relief. He sat down again, and said, "Good. A wise man submits to circumstances. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much, right? Marquis Yong and you, pull out the needle first, otherwise I will really turn into a mummy." Wang Jingyang said with trembling lips. No rush. This marquis knows what to do. Answer a few of my questions first. You. Ask away. What did you do before? I used to be a bandit in the Qinling Mountains, and then I became a blacksmith. When did you enter the Chui family? For years, no, it should be 5 years ago. I heard that the Chui family was recruiting a large number of pugilistic experts, so I went to try my luck. In the end, old Master Chui took a liking to me, so I became the Chui family's guard. Then have you heard of a maidservant named Nianyu? Hearing this question, Wan Jingang was stunned. His face was once again filled with fear, and he said in a trembling voice, "You. How do you know her name? Could it be that the female ghost is still lingering around? Cut the crap. Let me ask you, how did Nianyu die?" Li Zishuan scolded coldly. She was raised into a human swine by Madame Anne. She was tortured to death. Wan Jingang said the answer with a trembling voice. Sure enough. Li Zishuan heard, and the cup in his hand was crushed into pieces with a bang. Then tell me, why didn't Nianyu's parents report it to the authorities? Li Zishuan asked again. Wan Jingang thought for a moment and replied, as far as I know, Nianyu's parents sold her to the Chui family a long time ago, and they rarely had contact with each other. After Nianyu's death, the family had ordered people to send 100 strings of cash to Nianyu's parents. It was said that their daughter was pregnant with the Chui family's flesh and blood, but she unfortunately died in childbirth and was buried in the Chui family's cemetery. Nianyu's parents didn't suspect much, and accepted the fact that Nianyu had passed away. Humph. 100 strings of cash. Madame Chui is a good-for-nothing. This Chui Shanfu is also a good-for-nothing. Wan Jingang, you're loyal to such a master, I don't know if you'll feel ashamed after you die. Li Zishuan heard and sneered. Wan Jingang couldn't help but lower his head at this moment, and kept silent. Li Zishuan continued, how did the Chui family deal with Nianyu's corpse in the end? I presume that with the couple's behavior, they definitely wouldn't bury her in the Chui family cemetery, right? There was no answer to this question in the information provided by Pang Feiji. Marquis guessed correctly. Nianyu's corpse was buried in the 10-mile slope outside the city. Wan Jingang replied. Are you sure? If there's half a lie, I will not only turn you into a human swine, but also cut you into pieces. Everything I said is true. Li Zishuan's mood suddenly became heavy. Apart from this matter, has the Chui family done any other heinous things in recent years? After a long pause, Li Zishuan asked again. Marquis, this, I can't remember clearly. Wan Jingang thought for a while and finally replied. Humph. Then let me ask you. How much fertile land has the Chui family seized in recent years? Li Zishuan asked with a cold face. Wan Jingang was silent for a long time and replied, the Chui family has seized a lot of fertile land in recent years, but I can't say exactly how much. But it should be more than 100,000 mu. Do you know all the illegal things the Chui family has done in Hunan province? This, I know a little. Tell me everything you know. Don't leave out a single thing. The interrogation went on until the third quarter of the evening. The Chui family's old debts were gradually dug out. Although these were not all of the Chui family's evil deeds, but what Wan Jingang said was enough to shock everyone. Encroaching on land, kidnapping women, forcing women into prostitution, oppressing the poor, and even robbing and killing people. The Chui family, who had been glorious for thousands of years, actually did all of these things in the dark. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were full of evil. Humph. If the Chui family is not destroyed, the heavens will not tolerate it. If the Wang family is not destroyed, the wronged souls will not be appeased. Shen Sigi, bring it over and let him sign it. Li Zishuan had always had a fire in his heart. Following Wan Jingang's narration, the fire in his heart burned brighter and brighter. But he did not lose his temper here. He wanted to wait until the Chui family was destroyed, then he would release it completely. Yes. Marquis. When Wan Jingang confessed, Shen Sigi quickly found a document from the Wu Ho government. So, Wang Jingang's confession was recorded. After all, there were no tape recorders or cameras in this era. They could only use pen and paper to record the criminal's confession. Marquis Yong, you, pull out the needle from my body, you can't go back on your words. Chapter 1091. At this time, Wang Jinggang suddenly realized that there was still a needle in his body. If this continued, wouldn't his blood be sucked dry? Pull out the needle from his body, then take this bucket of blood out. Don't scare him to death. Then get him to sign his name. Li Zishuan felt that it was funny. Just the sound of water droplets could scare this guy to this extent. He had been in the martial arts world for so many years. That's right, the dripping sound in the room was actually the sound of water droplets. At first, the needle was indeed inserted into Wang Jingang's blood vessels, but after Li Zishuan secretly stuffed a note into Shen Sigi's hand to get a pot of water and a funnel, the dripping sound in the room became the sound of water. The two soldiers guarding Wang Jinggang said that they were helping to watch over Wang Jinggang to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide, but in reality, they were just taking turns to hold the funnel filled with water. The funnel they were using had a large amount of water at the bottom, so the dripping speed was about the same as the dripping speed of blood. This was also the main reason why Li Zishuan asked someone to cover Wang Jingang's eyes. Only then would he be willing to confess. In the middle, there was a situation where the dripping sound stopped. That was because the water was used up, so Li Zishuan had Shen Sigi go out and bring back a pot of wine. Inside the room, they pretended to think that Wang Jingang's blood had dried up, so they let the two soldiers guarding him go up and squeeze out the blood to further impact Wang Jingang's psychological defenses. Under Li Zishuan's direction, the four of them worked together to complete a textbook psychological warfare drama, completely breaking Wang Jingang's psychological defenses. There were no obvious injuries during the whole process, so the Supreme Court wouldn't be able to find any. Holding the confession that Wang Jinggang had signed, Li Zishuan left the room and returned home. As for Wang Jinggang, who was in the house, he was also a little confused. He stared at the little red dot on his arm and muttered, "Huh? Why is there so much blood on my arm? Why is there still blood on my arm? Strange, did Marquis Yong show mercy?" Shen Sigi and the other two soldiers knew the truth of the matter. Hearing this, they tried their best to hold back their laughter and quickly left this temporary prison cell. They were afraid that if they stayed here for too long, they wouldn't be able to hold it in anymore. As for the outside world, it was actually quite lively. The Chui family brought 2 carts of copper coins to donate to the Warm Tang Foundation, causing a huge commotion. Some people praised the kind Chui family for finally coming back, while others mocked the Chui family behind their backs for being forced to donate some money as a face-saving project. But no matter what, the Chui family's reputation among the common people had finally stopped falling. Grandfather. The Marquis of Yong stayed in the Right Martial Marquis residence for an entire day and just came out. Dunhua Square, Chui's study. A black-clothed warrior walked in silently and cupped his fists at East County Duke Chui Junchuo. Marquis Tang? You're saying that Li Zishuan stayed in Marquis Tang for an entire day? Chui Junchuo's squinted eyes immediately widened. He stared at the warrior and asked. It's absolutely true. Grandfather. Right, Marquis Tang. If I'm not wrong, that kid should have gone to interrogate Wang Jinggang, right? With his relationship with Yuqi Jingda, he should be able to move freely in the right, Marquis Tang. Humph. Wang sure this stupid woman, she actually allowed Yuqi Jingda to bring Wang Jinggang away. So stupid. Chui Junchuo's face showed a trace of anger. If he was present yesterday, he would not have allowed things to develop to such a stage. At the very least, he would not have allowed Yuqi Gong to bring a living Wang Jinggang away. Wasn't this giving people something to hold against him? Grandfather is worried that Marquis Yong will torture Wang Jinggang and get hold of the Chui family's weakness? The black-robed warrior said in a deep voice. Cui Junchuo shook his head and said, right, Marquis Tang only has the power to capture people and not the power to interrogate. No matter how good Yuqi Jingda's relationship with Li Zishuan is, he will not agree to torture Wan Jingang. I'm only worried that after Wan Jingang is handed over to the Supreme Court in 2 days, he might say something that should not be said. At this critical juncture, if such a situation occurs, the Cui family will most likely be consigned to eternal damnation. The black-robed warrior was silent. Obviously he knew that the Cui family's disciples had done many dirty things in the dark. Grandfather, Qi Li is willing to make a trip to Marquis Tang tonight to shut Wan Jingang up. After a long silence in the house, the black-robed warrior cupped his fist and said. A cold light flashed past Cui Junchuo's eyes. Following that, he muttered, Qi Li, your movement technique is outstanding. Logically speaking, sneaking into Marquis Tang shouldn't be a problem. But just in case, bring Mei Lian along as well. But remember, if there is an ambush in Marquis Tang, retreat immediately. Do you understand? Qi Li obeys. After the black-robed warrior left, Cui Junchuo squinted his eyes. Half leaning on the couch, he pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, Wang Yong. This old servant is here. The Cui family's old housekeeper walked in from outside the door. It could be seen that Cui Junchuo valued him highly. Otherwise, he would not let him serve by his side. Tomorrow, inform all the retainers in the residence to start writing articles to defame Li Zishuan. No matter if the content is true or not, write it first. Cui Junchuo said in a low voice. He could send people to assassinate Wan Jingang, but he could not send people to assassinate Li Zishuan. Because if he did that, the Cui family would become the enemy of the entire kingdom. By then, the group of people in the capital would definitely not be able to leave Chang'an City. So, towards Li Zishuan, he could only use the literary method to settle it. The Cui family had been in control of the world for thousands of years. There were hundreds and thousands of scholars who relied on the Cui family. In Cui Junchuo's opinion, if he wanted to defame a person, it would be very easy. He originally planned to carry out this plan in 2 days. However, Li Zishuan's actions today made him feel a sense of crisis. So, he had to bring forward the plan. Tai Gong, this old servant has something to say. Wang Yong hesitated for a moment before he said. Speak. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said slowly, recently, the people have been spurning the Cui family. The public opinion is fierce. Many retainers in the residence have thought of leaving the Cui family. Tai Gong, what do you think we should do? Cui Junchuo's face was frosty. He snorted coldly, humph. A group of ingrates. The Cui family has raised them for so many years. How can they leave just because they want to? Tell them that if they leave the Cui family, this old man will not let them have the chance to stand out in this lifetime. Aristocratic families were merciless. They were even more merciless to those who betrayed them. At this moment, Cui Junchuo finally tore off his hypocritical mask in front of the world, revealing the ferocious fangs under the mask. Yes, Tai Gong. Chapter 1092. I didn't expect Xiao Xian to be so talented in interrogating criminals. I'm really curious now, is there anything in this world that can stump him? Yuqi Manor. Yuqi Jingda listened to his subordinate's report on Wuhou Manor's situation during the day. He stroked his beard and laughed. In the morning, after Yuqi Jingda finished his morning court, he went straight home. He didn't go to Wuhou Manor in the afternoon because he wanted to give Li Zishuan enough time to interrogate Wan Jingang. On the matter of Pang Feiji concealing information, Yuqi Jingda knew that Li Zishuan would have a knot in his heart. He wanted to give Li Zishuan some time to resolve the knot in his heart. So even though he knew that Li Zishuan was in the right Wuhou Manor today, he didn't show his face. I thought that Marquis was really going to drain Wan Jingang's blood. I didn't expect Marquis to use such a brilliant method. This subordinate prostrates himself in admiration. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. This is why Xiao Xian can become a marquis at such a young age, while you, Shenyi, are still a small Sigi at your age. Yuqi Jingda had just learned a new interrogation method and was in a good mood. He made a small joke with his subordinate. That is. Marquis Yong and is the literary and martial star of the heavens. How can I compare? But this move of Marquis, I've learned it. In the future, when I meet a disobedient criminal, I'll scare him like this. Anyway, the people from the Supreme Court won't be able to find any flaws. Shenyi scratched his head and chuckled. Yuqi Jingda smiled and didn't care much. He walked 2 steps with his hands behind his back and suddenly said in a serious tone, Xianxia, listen to my order. Shenyi quivered and quickly cupped his fist, I'm here. Yuqi Jingda said expressionlessly, inform General Song, order all the soldiers of the right Wuhou Manor to be on high alert tonight. They must be loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Also, prepare 300 archers for an ambush, in case experts attack at night. Shenyi was shocked. Even though he was full of questions, this wasn't the time to ask. He quickly said, I've received your order. Go. Yuqi Jingda waved his hand, and Shenyi accepted the order and left. He had a faint intuition in his heart that this night would absolutely not be peaceful. Cui Junchuo. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yuqi Jingda raised his head to look out the window and muttered. Li Zishuan, did you manage to interrogate him at the right Martial Marquis mansion today? It wasn't just Cui Junchuo and Yuqi Jingda who were paying attention to Li Zishuan's movements. Li Er was also paying attention at all times. The main thing was that he was afraid that Li Zishuan didn't know the severity of the situation and really completely fell out with the Cui family. Imperial Palace, Suite Du Hall. After Li Er finished his dinner, he came here to work overtime. Zhao Song came over and told Li Er about Li Zishuan's movements that night. Li Er frowned and asked. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, this old servant does not know. According to the information, there were a total of 3 soldiers who accompanied the Marquis Yong, and for interrogation. After the interrogation, they left the Martial Marquis mansion and returned home. Li Er frowned and after a moment, he ordered, tomorrow, bring one of the soldiers present into the palace. After the morning assembly, I want to see him. This old servant obeys. Marquis, this subordinate has already sent the letter to General Dugu. Yongle Lane, Li Mansion West Courtyard. In the study, Pang Feiji cupped his fist towards Li Zishuan. What did Dugu Xian say? Li Zishuan asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fist and said, General Dugu said that he and Fei Ying will arrive at the place that Marquis mentioned on time. During the day, Li Zishuan heard that the old master of the Cui family had sent someone to donate money to the Warm Tang Foundation. After he left the right Martial Marquis mansion, he felt that something was wrong. He estimated that with the Cui family's power, they would definitely know that he had stayed in the right Martial Marquis mansion for an entire day. As for the purpose of him coming to the right Martial Marquis mansion, Cui Junchuo, that old fox, would definitely be able to guess it even with his eyes closed. Following this train of thought, the Cui family might have some ideas about Wan Jinggang tonight. Hence, he asked the Dugu brothers to hide in the surroundings of the Martial Marquis mansion tonight and help capture the assassins sent by the Cui family. He had also thought of asking the expert curly-beard guest to come over, but he felt that it was a waste of talent. No matter how deep the Cui family's background was, it would be difficult for them to send out an assassin of curly-beard guest's level. Hence, after thinking about it, Li Zishuan decided to leave the assassins that might appear tonight for the Dugu brothers to practice on. One of them was a martial arts master while the other was a flying dagger master. He believed that as long as it was not an assassin above the middle stage of a martial arts master, the 2 brothers would definitely be able to handle it. That's good. How's the workshop? According to your instructions, Marquis, the editorial staff of Datong Daily will all stay in the workshop to print all night. We expect to finish printing around midnight. Is the city gate ready? Reporting to Marquis. Fei Ying said that he could help Marquis arrange it. At that time, as long as no one wanted to enter the city, it wouldn't be a big problem. They could use some hanging baskets to transport things into the city. All right. You may leave. This subordinate will take his leave. After Pang Feiji left, Li Zixuan looked out of the window and said coldly, "Tonight, the show is about to start." Translator, Transin editor, Transin. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Most people in Chang'an had already fallen asleep except for the playboys in Peace Square. Swish swish. Two black shadows dashed out from Dunhua Square. They ran along the roofs of rows of houses, avoiding the patrolling Wu Hou mansion while dashing towards the right Marquis mansion. Leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls, these two people had performed these 4 words to the extreme. 6 minutes later, on a roof opposite the Wu Hou mansion, there were 2 black-clothed men. One of the shorter black-clothed men glanced at the situation in the Wu Hou mansion and said softly, "Big brother, with just these few Wu Hou mansion, with our skills, it would be easy to sneak in without anyone noticing. Isn't Taigong being too cautious? It's obvious that any one of us can do it, why must he send us all at once?" His words were filled with contempt for the enemy and confidence in himself. The other man frowned and reprimanded, "Second brother, don't let your guard down. This is Chang'an City. If we are not careful, we will be wanted by the entire city. In a while, you will be in charge of keeping watch outside. At the crucial moment, you can make some movements and help me attract the attention of these Wu Hou mansion. I will go in and take care of Wanjin gang. I will be out soon." This black-clothed man was Qi Li. The other one should be Mei Lian. "Big brother, why don't I go? Anyway, these Wu Hou mansion can't do anything to me." Chapter 1093. Mei Lian, who was rubbing his palms together, did not realize the danger lurking in the darkness. He did not take Qi Li's warning to heart at all. Instead, he eagerly volunteered. "No. Second brother, if you meet an expert with your movement technique, you might be in trouble. It's better for me to go." Qi Li shook his head and flatly refused. "Big brother, it's so late at night, how can there be an expert? Besides, even if there is an expert, isn't there still you? Big brother, are you going to abandon me?" Mei Lian did not give up and continued to persuade him. "That's fine. Second brother, if you find something wrong, retreat immediately. Safety first." Unable to resist Mei Lian's pestering, Qi Li thought for a moment and agreed. "Hey! Got it. Big brother." Mei Lian excitedly replied and then jumped down from the roof. In the night, he jumped left and right, dodging a few groups of Wu Hou government patrolling the night. Suddenly, a sense of pride rose in his heart. "Hey! Seems like grandfather and big brother are overthinking. It's almost midnight, how can there be an expert?" After knocking out a few Wu Hou guards without anyone noticing, Mei Lian could not help but mutter softly. At this time, he was less than 20 feet away from the small house where Wanjin gang was locked up. Wanjin gang. You're usually so arrogant, today I'm here to send you on your way." Mei Lian volunteered. Other than being bored and wanting to show off his skills, another important reason was that he and Wanjin gang had a grudge. Once, when he was doing something good with a servant girl in the Chui family, Wanjin gang bumped into them and even told Chui Junchuo. Although Chui Junchuo did not punish him and even gave the servant girl to him, this kind of experience of being stabbed in the dark would make anyone unhappy. Bang bang. Outside the room where Wanjin gang was locked up, there were also 2 martial marquis guarding it. Mei Lian flashed, and before the 2 martial marquis could see who it was, they were knocked unconscious by Mei Lian. Creak, the door opened. "Who is it?" Wanjin gang, who was hanging from the beam in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and asked aloud. Hee hee. Guess who I am? Mei Lian let out a sinister laugh, which was particularly eerie in the dark night. Mei Lian? It's you? Did grandfather send you to save me? Wan Jinggang was overjoyed. Clang! Mei Lian suddenly pulled out the dagger from her thigh and sneered, "Heh! In your dreams, brat. Grandfather sent me here to shut you up forever." Wan Jinggang was furious and said in disbelief, "Bullshit. Mei Lian, you faked Taigong's orders. When I get out of here, I will definitely complain to my grandfather." Tisk. Mei Lian was even more furious. He sneered and said, "Complain, complain. Wan Jinggang, since you like to complain so much, go complain to the king of hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed towards Wan Jingang's throat with the dagger in his hand. Swish swish. In the blink of an eye. Just as Mei Lian's dagger was about to touch Wan Jingang's throat, he suddenly heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him. His many years of combat experience told him that someone was shooting at him from behind. If he insisted on killing Wan Jinggang now, he would definitely be hit by 2 arrows. How could he do something that would hurt both sides? You have a death wish. Mei Lian roared angrily. He quickly turned around and waved his dagger. With 2 clanging sounds, the arrows were pushed to the side by him. Taking advantage of this gap, he realized that there were 2 martial marquis standing outside the door with bows in their hands. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Mei Lian's journey tonight had been smooth sailing. Even now, he looked down on all the martial marquises here. When he saw that someone was shooting at him, his first reaction was not to run but to take the initiative to attack. He wanted to kill the person who shot him to vent his anger. His figure changed, and he rushed out of the room in an instant. Then, he went straight for the 2 soldiers who were holding the big bows. Swish, swish, swish. However, the moment he dashed out of the room, dozens of soldiers suddenly appeared from under the tables, cabinets, and bookshelves leaning against the wall. Dozens of arrows were shot at him at the same time. It's an ambush. No matter how dumb Mei Lian was, he knew that he had fallen into an ambush. He was shocked and ran out of the door without thinking. Despicable. Shameless. I'll kill all of you the next time I come. Mei Lian was too fast, even faster than the arrows. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked away a few soldiers and dashed out of the door. As he left, he did not forget to leave a threat. Fire. A general brought 300 archers and rushed to the outside of Wuhou government. The general pointed at the direction where Mei Lian had fled and shouted. Swish, swish, swish. With 300 people shooting at the same time, no matter how fast Mei Lian was, it was difficult for him to dodge all the arrows. Clang. Second brother, be careful. Just at this moment, Qi Li, who had been lying on the roof opposite Wuhou government, upon seeing this, immediately pulled out her sword, and in a flash, she flew over. Her speed was more than 30% faster than Mei Lian. Ding, ding, peng, peng. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li was beside Mei Lian. He danced with his sword, and after a series of ding, ding, peng, peng sounds, all the arrows fell to the ground, and the brothers were unharmed. General Song, there are 2 assassins. When the Wu Marquis saw that there was an extra person on the battlefield, they quickly said in fear. Fire. All of you, fire for me. Those who hit will be heavily rewarded. The general surnamed Song roared. Second brother. Let's go. Qi Li and Mei Lian retreated as they fought. In a short period of time, no one could do anything to them. The main reason was that their martial arts were too powerful. Humph. Want to leave? Not so easy. 9 swords beyond the swords, broken sword style. Even the archers could not do anything to these 2 experts. Seeing that they were about to fly away, General Song was anxious. At this moment, in the dark night sky, there was an extremely clear sound of a sword. Then, a young man with a sword in his hand was heading straight for Qi Li. So fast. So powerful. This was also a master expert. General Song was overjoyed, but Qi Li was shocked because he realized that when facing this sword, it was as if his hands and feet were tied, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Although the other party was also a master expert, his strength could completely suppress him. This made him realize that Wu Marquis government had already set up an inescapable trap, waiting for them to come in. Qi Li had no choice but to fight with his sword. "Big brother, let me help you." Mei Lian also pulled out his long saber, wanting to help his good brother, but who knew that 2 flying daggers would whiz towards his face. "Huh! Where are you going? Your opponent is me." Chapter 1094. It's General Dugu. General Zhou, who was on night duty in the Right Marquis mansion, also recognized the 2 brothers from the Dugu family. He exclaimed and quickly said, "Soldiers, listen to my order. Set up the formation and surround the enemy. Tonight, no one is allowed to leave." "Yes, sir." Nearly 1,000 soldiers of the Right Marquis mansion answered loudly and quickly got into formation. The infantrymen held swords on the inside, while the archers held swords on the outside. The military formation quickly pressed down on the 2 black-clothed assassins. "Second brother. Don't fight. Leave if you can. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave tonight." Qi Li did not expect the Right Marquis mansion to be surrounded by nearly 1,000 marquises, and the 2 Dugu brothers. These 2 had become famous after fighting Li Zishuan at Snake Spirit Mountain. The 3 of them were actually able to fight Yin Batian, who was at the peak of the Grand Master realm. Now that Dugu Xian had already entered the Grand Master realm, and Dugu Feiying's flying dagger skill, which could threaten a martial Dao Grand Master, must have improved as well. Under such circumstances, Qi Li almost did not want to fight. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. He shouted at Mei Lian as he dashed left and right. He wanted to escape before the Marquis mansion soldiers completely surrounded him. He did not want to fight Dugu Xian head-on. His body movements were very strange. He was like a shadow, drifting in and out of the crowd, but he could always find the best path and the best time to quickly pass through the gaps between people. It was like a scene of 100 flowers passing through, but not a single leaf touching the body. The lethality of Dugu Xian's swordsmanship was quite high, but it was difficult to use it in the crowd. In such a restricted state, he could not target Qi Li with his swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, Qi Li was about to escape the encirclement of the Right Marquis soldiers. Seeing that Qi Li was about to leave, the soldiers of the Right Marquis mansion quickly released arrows under the command of their general. For a moment, arrows rained down, but it was difficult to hit Qi Li's body. What a strange movement. Seeing this, Dugu Xian was surprised. Immediately, he decided not to pursue Qi Li, and turned to join forces with Dugu Feiying to encircle the other assassin who was weaker in martial arts. Mei Lian, who was already no match for Dugu Feiying, felt even more pressure. Not long after, her body was cut a few times. "Big brother, leave quickly. Leave me alone." Mei Lian saw that the Wu Hou army had also turned around and surrounded him. Furthermore, he still had 2 experts by his side attacking him with all their might. He knew that he had no hope of breaking out of the encirclement. Who asked his movement technique to be inferior to his big brother's. Thus, he roared at the night sky. Whoosh! In the dark night, a roar of unwillingness and anger could be heard. "Second brother, big brother will bring our brothers to save you." It sounded like Qi Li's voice. After that, there was no more sound in the darkness. "Hey! You see, your companions have all run away. I think you should just surrender. Maybe I'm in a good mood and won't kill you." Dugu Feiying glanced at the direction where Qi Li's voice came from, and then smiled at Mei Lian. Although Mei Lian had already touched the threshold of Grandmaster realm, and his actual strength was slightly higher than normal martial Dao Grandmasters, Dugu Feiying was a man who had just surpassed Grandmaster Pinnacle in a head-on battle. He could completely suppress Mei Lian. Not to mention that his big brother Dugu Xian had also come to help him. Humph. Surrender without a fight? Dream on. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. 7 arrows. Mei Lian laughed coldly. Then, he swung his sleeves, and 7 short arrows with a cold glint could be seen flying toward Dugu Feiying from 7 different directions. Obviously, Dugu Feiying was the scapegoat he was talking about. Who asked this guy to have such a big mouth? F***CK. You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? You didn't shoot my big brother, but you shot me? Dugu Feiying was hopping mad. Previously, when they were fighting Yin Batian at Snake Spirit Mountain, Yin Batian had used him as a breakthrough point and attacked him with all his might. Now that Mei Lian, weakling, who was weaker than him, had used him as a breakthrough point, how could he tolerate this? Feiying, be careful. There's poison on the arrows. Dugu Xian roared, wanting to save Dugu Feiying, but it was obviously too late. 7 arrows were flying in 7 different directions, taking into account Dugu Feiying's possible escape routes. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be dead. But Dugu Feiying was not someone who could be judged by common sense. The more dangerous the situation, the more his potential would be stimulated. As he controlled his body to retreat quickly, he pulled out 7 Xian Li flying daggers from his thigh belt at lightning speed and sent them toward the 7 arrows. It could be said that it was done in one smooth motion. During this process, others could not even see the trajectory of his palm. Half a year ago, when he was fighting Yin Batian, he could only use 3 Xian Li flying daggers at the same time. Although strictly speaking, there was still some time between these 7 daggers. To be able to do this was enough to show that Dugu Feiying's current strength was many times stronger than before. Ding! 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 7 crisp sounds were heard, and all 7 arrows were hit by Dugu Feiying's Xian Li flying daggers. Seeing this, Dugu Xian heaved a sigh of relief and used the Lonely Wind sword to slash at Mei Lian with all his might. Mei Lian was only good at hidden weapons and assassination. How could she be a match for a martial Dao master like Dugu Xian? In less than 3 rounds, she had already been stabbed. Dugu Xian saw a loophole in Mei Lian's defense and changed his move instantly. His longsword was finally less than an inch away from Mei Lian's throat. Put down your weapons and surrender. The noisy right martial Marquis household's entrance quieted down instantly, leaving only Dugu Xian's cold voice. Guards! Tie up the assassin. Martial Marquis household's General Zhou waved his hand and ordered. Ha! Tie me up? Dream on. Mei Lian, the wild beast that everyone thought was trapped in a cage, laughed evilly and then charged at Dugu Xian's longsword without hesitation. Shing! That was the sound of a sharp sword piercing into flesh. Things happened too suddenly, and it was also too unexpected. Dugu Xian did not even have time to retract his sword before Mei Lian killed himself in front of everyone. Doctor! Call the doctor. General Zhou was shocked and quickly went to check on the situation before shouting loudly. It's too late. He's not breathing anymore. Dugu Xian said coldly as he placed his finger on Mei Lian's nose to check. There was even a hint of frustration in his tone. Ha! I didn't expect this kid to be so decisive. How ruthless. Dugu Feiying muttered in surprise. Chapter 1095. Young Master, there's movement at the right martial manor. At midnight, Li Zishuan had already let Han Yushi sleep while he was reading in the study room. Outside the room, Pang Fei Ji's low and hurried voice sounded. Come in. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed and immediately said. Creak. Pang Feiji walked in quietly. The Chui family sent experts to the martial manor? Li Zishuan hurriedly asked. Pang Feiji cupped his fists and replied, Marquis's prediction is godly. Just 3 minutes ago, an expert infiltrated the martial manor and was discovered by the martial manor on duty. However, that person's martial arts were exceptionally high. Even though General Yuchi had placed 300 archers in ambush in the Wuhou government, they were unable to harm him in the slightest. Thus, the 2 Dugu generals who were guarding outside hurriedly joined the battle. Only then was the situation reversed. It must be said that he used to mingle in the right martial manner. If not, for him to wander around the streets in the middle of the night, it would be strange if he wasn't captured by the patrolling martial manor. How was the battle situation? Did you manage to capture the assassin? Li Zishuan expressionlessly asked. Marquis. After the assassin who had infiltrated the Wuhou government was surrounded, everyone then realized that there was another assassin outside who was secretly providing support, but the assassin's movement technique was too brilliant. General Dugu was unable to catch up, and let him escape. Although the remaining one's martial arts were not bad, he was not General Dugu's opponent. After he was defeated by General Dugu, everyone thought that he would surrender. But who would have thought that he would directly crash into General Dugu's sword and commit suicide? Committed suicide? Li Zishuan frowned and secretly cursed his bad luck. He had painstakingly set up a trap. In the end, one escaped and the one left behind was a corpse. This was really fate making fools of people. Pang pang. Suddenly at this time, there was a series of knocks on the door. In the middle of the night, it would definitely not be someone from the Li Manor knocking on the door. It could only be someone from outside the manor. Li Zishuan gave Pang Feiji a look. Pang Feiji approached the door and carefully opened a crack. When he saw the person outside, he immediately opened the door completely. It's Xian. Seeing that it was Dugu Xian, Li Zishuan stood up in shock. Little Xian, you should know about tonight's matter, right? Dugu Xian nodded and walked forward. I know. Feiji has already told me about it. Xian, sit down and rest first. Li Zishuan smiled. Dugu Xian said, Little Xian, I'm sorry. We Xian did not want Xian's alive. Even if we suspect that the Chui family sent them, we have no proof. Li Zishuan wanted to deal with a 1,000-year-old family like the Chui family. The Dugu family had no objections. One of them represented the nobles of Shandong, while the other represented the old aristocratic families. Moreover, since the Sui and Tang dynasties, the Dugu family's glory had always been closely related to the emperor of that time. It could be said that they were the unwavering royalists. In addition, Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying had always been on good terms with Li Zishuan. When they heard that Li Zishuan wanted them to help, they agreed without hesitation. It's fine, it's fine. No one expected that the assassin would suddenly commit suicide. It's not your fault. Moreover, it doesn't matter if we can capture them alive. As long as Wan Jingang is still alive, it's fine. Li Zishuan smiled and comforted them. Although he said that to comfort them, it was actually the truth. Even if there were no assassins tonight, he would still make a move against the Chui family. But I think I know a little about the identities of these 2 assassins. Dugu Xian shook his head and said hesitantly. Oh? Just where did they come from? Li Zishuan was also very curious about what kind of assassins they were. They could actually beat Dugu Xian in terms of movement techniques. Dugu Xian frowned and said, the leader should be Qi Li. He has 3 brothers, Qi Li, Meilian, Wang Liang, and Swan Ni. Because more than 10 years ago, the 4 of them killed and robbed people in the Taibai mountain area and took over the mountain as kings, they were called the Taibai 4 Ghosts. But after the world was peaceful, no one knew where they went. Qi Li, Meilian, Wang Liang, and Swan Ni. Together, they became Qi Mei, Wang Liang, and Swan and I. Calling them the Taibai Four Ghosts is just right. After Li Zishuan heard this, he muttered to himself. Then he asked, Xian, how do you know that they are the Taibai Four Ghosts? Dugu Xian recalled, the leader of the assassins, his movement technique was like a shadow. He could always determine the most suitable place to land in the shortest time. At that time, there were thousands of martial marquis around. Not only did they not obstruct him, they became a barrier to help him escape. This movement technique is very similar to the 5 elements ghost steps that I heard from my second uncle. And this 5 elements ghost steps is the unique movement technique of the Taibai Four Ghosts, Qi Li. Li Zishuan blinked and said in amazement, there is such a magical movement technique in this world? After we destroy the Chui family, we must capture this Qi Li and interrogate him. Dugu Xian was speechless. What did he mean by, after we destroy the Chui family? He spoke as if he was drinking soup. Was the Chui family something that could be destroyed so easily? Although he believed that Li Zishuan would not be at a disadvantage against the Chui family, he would never believe that Li Zishuan could destroy the Chui family. Grandfather. Grandfather. Something bad has happened. The Chui family. It was already midnight. At this time, everyone in the Chui family was asleep. However, an old man rushed to the east courtyard and shouted as he approached the room. There was a rustling sound of clothes being put on in the room. Then, the lights were turned on. Come in and talk. Then, Chui Junchuo's voice came from the room. The old housekeeper quickly went in and bowed to Chui Junchuo, grandfather, Qi Li and Mei Lian failed in their mission. There were many soldiers in the right marquis mansion in advance, and the 2 juniors of the Dugu family were also there. Chui Junchuo's expression changed. He coughed twice and said in a trembling voice, were Qi Li and Mei Lian caught? The old housekeeper said bitterly, grandfather, Qi Li's movement technique is outstanding. Dugu Xian could not catch up with him, so he escaped. But Mei Lian did not escape and her whereabouts are unknown. Whereabouts are unknown? Chui Junchuo's usually expressionless face finally showed some panic. It's over. If Mei Lian falls into the hands of the imperial court, the Chui family will be doomed. We have to make other plans. Otherwise, we won't even be able to leave Chang'an City in 2 days. The old housekeeper opened his mouth and wanted to say something to comfort him, but he realized that he could not do anything in the end. Continue to pay attention to Mei Lian's whereabouts. If there is any news, inform me immediately. Also, where is Qi Li? Ask him to come and see me. Chui Junchuo said after a long time. But his voice seemed to have aged a lot. Chapter 1096. Reporting to Taigong, Qi Li was worried that Wuhou government would track him down, so he sent someone to send the news back, while he went to hide somewhere else. Chui Residence, East Courtyard Wing. The old butler bowed and replied. That's good too. Chui Junchuo stroked his beard and nodded, then he looked at the old butler and said, Wang Yong, quickly pack up, once there's any movement, we'll leave Chang'an immediately and return to Jianghu. That's where our Chui family's roots are. Taigong, those articles that you asked the guests to write, do you still want to continue tomorrow? The old butler suddenly remembered what Chui Junchuo told him a few hours ago, so he asked again. Forget it. Let's wait first. Although Wuhou government might not have caught Mei Lian, but if Wan Jinggang knew that Qi Li and Mei Lian went to Wuhou government to assassinate him, he would definitely betray the Chui family. I have to plan early. You can leave first. Yes. Taigong. You should rest early. The old butler looked at Chui Junchuo worriedly and left. Li Zishuan, Li Zishuan. I've really underestimated you. In the house, Chui Junchuo could not help but sigh. When he had just returned to Chang'an this morning, he was still scolding the Wang family for making so many bad moves, causing the Cui family to fall into an extremely passive situation. But now, he found that he seemed to have made a bad move as well, and the Cui family's current situation was only one step away from despair. This made him regret sending Qi Li to assassinate Wan Jingang, and at the same time, he started to face Li Zishuan as an opponent. At such a young age, he was outstanding in both civil and martial arts, although his scheming was not mature, but he was always able to predict the enemy's moves at the most crucial moment. Such a young man, even Cui Junchuo who had lived his whole life felt a little apprehensive. This kid is definitely a big enemy of the aristocratic families. If the 5 families and 7 hopes do not unite to get rid of this kid, there will be a disaster in the future. In the silent night, Cui Junchuo sighed. This night was very short for ordinary people. It was nothing more than lying in bed and dreaming. However, for people like Cui Junchuo, Li Zishuan, and Pang Feiji, this night was very long. The long Cui Junchuo couldn't sleep because he was worried, the long Pang Feiji couldn't sleep because he was excited, the long Li Zishuan couldn't sleep because he needed to be in command and strategize. Bang bang. Marquis, your subordinate has something important to report. At midnight, Pang Feiji knocked on the door of Li Zishuan's study room. There was a hint of urgency and excitement in his voice. Come in. Pang Feiji pushed the door open and entered. Marquis. The things that you asked for have all been printed. General Feiying informed the city gate officer and used more than a dozen hanging baskets to move them into the city. It's in the courtyard now. Li Zishuan was shocked. He turned around and said, okay. Follow the plan immediately. Pang Feiji was stunned. He pointed at himself and asked, Marquis, you want your subordinate to go up? Li Zishuan kicked him in annoyance, and said, nonsense. If you don't go up, do you want me to go up? It's not like you don't know how to use it. Go quickly. Okay. Your subordinate will go right away. Pang Feiji laughed and covered his butt as he went out. It was obvious that he was very happy. Half an hour later. Marquis, if your subordinate can't get down later, what should I do? Li Residence West Courtyard. Pang Feiji was about to take off in the basket of the hot air balloon. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a little scared. After all, the ancient people were very respectful of the sky, and he was about to fly. While he was excited, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Cut the F** king crap. How can you not get down? Won't you come down when the kerosene on the lamp runs out? Li Zishuan stepped forward and kicked Pang Feiji's butt again. Pang Feiji almost cried when he heard this. Marquis, if the kerosene runs out, won't your subordinate fall from the sky and die? Although he was stupid, he wasn't stupid. He could still understand this kind of thing. Li Zishuan said impatiently, enough. Stop talking nonsense. Go quickly. You have to know that what you're doing tonight might be something that will go down in history. When the Cui family is destroyed, you'll definitely have a part to play. This was a very tempting picture. Pang Feiji's breathing quickened when he heard this. He was just an insignificant bodyguard, but now he was going to participate in such a great undertaking of destroying the Cui family. He might even be able to leave his name in history. It was hard not to be excited. Okay. Marquis. Watch carefully. Your subordinate will definitely make it snow in Chang'an tonight. Hee. Pang Feiji laughed heroically. Then, he started the fire and untied the rope. His movements were smooth, and it was obvious that he had practiced before. After a while, the hot air balloon carrying Pang Feiji slowly left the ground. The rest of the bodyguards in the courtyard looked at Pang Feiji enviously. Their eyes were also filled with anticipation because they were going to fly up in a while. Snow? Wouldn't it be more fitting to call it, Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers? Looking at Pang Feiji who was gradually ascending, Li Zishuan's lips curled into a smile as he muttered to himself. According to the plan, Li Zishuan would hand over the confession signed by Wang Jingang to the workshop. The workshop would work overtime to make hundreds of thousands of copies and send them to Chang'an. Then, Pang Feiji would bring the hundreds of thousands of copies up into the sky. Then, he would scatter the confession to all the people in Chang'an. When the people woke up in the morning, they would be surprised. As for why he didn't go up and asked Pang Feiji to go up, it was because he was tired. A piece of paper was about 0.01 millimeters thick. 100,000 pieces of paper piled up together would be 10 meters. A few 100,000 pieces of paper would be tens of meters. It would probably weigh a few tons. It wouldn't be easy to scatter the confession all over the city. The hot air balloon would have to make more than 10 trips up and down. Of course, Pang Feiji wouldn't be able to handle such a huge workload alone. Tonight, almost all of Li Zishuan's bodyguards would have to take turns going up. Walala. Pang Feiji, who was floating in the sky, immediately began to scatter the flowers. Luckily, the wind wasn't strong that night. At this time, almost all the people were asleep. Otherwise, if people saw him scatter the papers in the sky, they would think that he was crazy or was in the middle of a funeral. The hot air balloon today, after Li Zishuan's improvements, was equipped with flapping wings in all 4 directions. It could now turn around, front, back, left, and right. It didn't need to be like before, where it needed to be laboriously punched in the opposite direction. Therefore, Pang Feiji could control the direction and scatter the papers at the same time. It was quite easy for him. F***ck. This bastard. Doesn't he know how to throw it further away? Throw it all back to me. Li Zishuan took down the confession that was covering his forehead and complained with a little annoyance. Chapter 1097. Extorting a confession, rubbing, setting up an ambush, scattering flowers. Too many things had happened on this day. Li Zishuan had basically filled the entire day to the brim. Even his sleeping time had been arranged by him. It looked like he was racing against time. That's right. He was indeed racing against time. The Cui family had a rich heritage and many capable people. In terms of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, Li Zishuan was no match for the Cui family. If he couldn't destroy the Cui family in the shortest time possible and turn to a war of attrition, Li Zishuan would only be on the path of failure. In addition, as the ruler of a country, Li Er had many spies under him. It wouldn't take long for him to know that Li Zishuan had interrogated Wang Jingang in the right marquis household. When that time came, old Li would definitely come over to stop Li Zishuan's plan against the Cui family. Therefore, no matter what the reason was, Li Zishuan had to start this plan in the shortest time possible. Husband, you haven't slept yet. Li Zishuan instructed his personal guards to look for him immediately if there was an emergency. Then, he returned to his room. Perhaps the sound of the door opening woke Han Yushi from her sleep. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Li Zishuan with sleepy eyes. Did I wake you up? Li Zishuan stroked his wife's smooth hair and said apologetically. No. Husband. It has nothing to do with you. Han Yushi quickly said, Husband, are you done with your work now? Li Zishuan smiled knowingly and said, I'm done. I'll sleep now. There's a good show tomorrow. Li Zishuan had told Han Yushi about the plan to deal with the Cui family. So, Han Yushi understood what Li Zishuan meant by a good show. She said with anticipation, after tomorrow, the people will see the Cui family under the mask. Good and evil will be repaid. The Cui family should pay for what they have done all these years. Not only did Han Yushi know about the plan to deal with the Cui family, but she also saw Wang Jinggang's confession. So, she didn't have a good impression of the Cui family. As kind as she was, she also hoped that the evil people of the Cui family would receive their retribution. Wife. Let's sleep early. Li Zishuan took off his coat, got into the bed, and hugged his wife. Very quickly, the two people in the bedroom fell into a deep sleep. Outside, Pang Feiji, the poor child who was handing out flyers in the sky, was still enjoying the cool breeze. The next day. The sun, the sky Chang, the sky, the sky, the sun, the sky. For the hardworking commoners, a new day of life had already begun. Mother. Is it? What are you? Of? It was fine yesterday. How could it possibly snow today? Mother. Quick, look. It's white outside, just like snow. In a residential area in Chang'an City, a little boy woke up early and found a lot of white paper in the yard. He shouted excitedly into the house and then rushed to the white paper in the yard. Ah! The father of the child. Come and see. There's a lot of paper in the yard. I don't know where it came from last night. A woman came out to take a look and exclaimed. Soon, a man in his 30s came out of the house. Father. Mother. There are words on the paper. Also, I recognize the 3 words on it. Read, confession, book. The little boy looked at the content on the paper and read it out loud proudly. A child at such a young age could read. It could be seen that this family was an intellectual family. Confession? Father, why do we have a confession? The woman was puzzled. Yulin. Show father the paper. The man's expression changed. He quickly walked to the boy and took a piece of paper from the boy's hand. He began to read it seriously. Gradually, his face was filled with anger. But then, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Father, what's written on it? The woman saw the man's expression change several times and could not help but ask. Mother, quickly collect all the papers in the yard. If these things get out, our family will be in big trouble. The man said with difficulty. Husband, what happened? Don't ask. Go. Sigh. Forget it, I'll go myself. The man did not want to explain and went to the yard himself. Wow. Father. Mother. Come out and take a look. There's a lot of paper in our yard. At this moment, the words similar to what the little boy said came from the yard next door. The middle-aged man was stunned. The woman came up and asked, Husband, I don't think we're the only ones who have this. Master Wang's house next door should have it too. Are we still going to pick it up? No. He wasn't going to pick it up. Chang'an City is going to change. The man muttered absent-mindedly. Bastard. This Madame Cui is really a good-for-nothing. Bah. The Cui family likes to bully the common people and bully men and women. They should be struck by lightning. Bah. Yesterday, I saw the Cui family donate money to the Nuan Tang Foundation and thought they changed their mind. Now it seems that the Cui family is not good people. We should report them to the authorities and arrest them. They're worse than pigs and dogs. This Madame Cui is worse than pigs and dogs. How could he do such a deranged thing that would incur the wrath of both man and God? She's really a vicious woman. If she's not killed, the heavens will not tolerate it. As more and more people found the pieces of paper in their yards, the cursing of the Cui family could be heard everywhere in the 108 streets of Chang'an. Obviously, these common people had seen the crimes committed by the Cui family over the years from the pieces of paper. Master. Where did these pieces of paper come from? Is the content on these pieces of paper real or not? The Fang estate. Fang Xianling tidied up his clothes and was about to go to the morning court when the servant suddenly brought a few pieces of paper over, saying that they were found in the courtyard. He and his wife each took a piece of paper and looked at it carefully. After a while, Lady Fang put down the paper and said with a puzzled expression. Fang Xuanling's face was solemn. He waved his hand and said, "Madam, something big is going to happen. I have to go to the palace quickly. I'll tell you in detail when I come back." "Okay. Master, be careful on the road." Although Lady Fong had a jealous personality, she usually listened to Fong Xuanling's words on important matters. Fong Xianling nodded and quickly walked out of the room. The servants outside had already prepared a carriage for him. The Chui family. Someone wants to touch the Chui family. At this juncture, alas. I hope Chang and city won't fall into chaos. In the carriage, Fong Xianling tightly held the confession letter, frowned, and sighed with a worried expression. Chapter 1098. What? Assassins infiltrated the Right Marquis household last night? Is it possible to capture the assassins? In the west court of the imperial palace, Li Er was dressed in his imperial robe and crown under the service of a palace maid. He was about to go to morning court when Zhao Song suddenly came to report that the Right Marquis household had encountered 2 assassins last night. Old Li instantly lost his composure. In the capital, assassins actually appeared under the emperor's feet. Furthermore, the assassins attacked the imperial court's official residence. Wasn't this openly challenging his dignity as the emperor? Zhao Song replied, "Your Majesty, last night Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying happened to be present. Of the 2 assassins, one escaped and the other was killed on the spot. Their bodies are still in the Right Marquis household." "Oh? Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying were also present? Why didn't they capture them alive?" Li Er frowned and asked curiously. Zhao Song bowed. This old servant does not know why the 2 Dugu generals happened to be present. But it was said that the assassin had already been defeated by Dugu Xian. But no one expected him to seek death and directly collide with Dugu Xian's sword. Li Er's heart sank. Rather die than surrender. This kind of assassin obviously had an unusual background. Recalling that Li Zishuan went to the Right Marquis household yesterday, his face darkened. Investigate. Investigate the assassin's background. Let Jun Xian pay attention to the Chui family's recent movements. Although he did not want to start a war with the Chui family, but he would not allow the Chui family to jump. Sending assassins to infiltrate the Marquis household had obviously crossed his bottom line. And it was a blatant slap to the emperor's face. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song was not surprised and immediately bowed to receive the order. "Your Majesty, not good. Not good." Just at this moment, a servant ran in frantically with a piece of paper in his hand. Li Er frowned. "What's the matter?" That servant raised the paper above his head and said, "Your Majesty, this morning, outside the imperial palace, there were white pieces of paper. The content of the paper was a confession written by a person named Wan Jinggang. As this matter concerns the Chui family, the courtiers are all waiting outside the Taiji palace to see His Majesty." Li Er's expression changed greatly. He personally went up and took the document from the eunuch's hands and read it with furrowed brows. At this time, Empress Zhongsun also walked out from behind the screen. She stood behind Li Er and looked over, also reading the contents. Humph. What a Chui family. What a good Wang Shi. Human swine. For our great Tang to have such a venomous woman, she deserves death. Although Li Er did not intend to touch the Chui family at this time, the more he read the contents of the paper, the more shocked and furious he became. When he saw that Wang Shi had made Nianyu into a human swine and cruelly tortured her to death, he, the emperor of the human world, could no longer hold it in. "Your Majesty, ever since Empress Lu murdered Lady Qi, such a tragic incident has never happened in the Central Plains for hundreds of years. I didn't expect that there would still be someone who would be so deranged. It's truly shocking." Empress Zhongxuan's beautiful eyes also revealed a trace of hatred. Clearly, Wang Shi's actions had reached a point where even Empress Zhongxun, who had always been good-tempered, could not stand it anymore. A murderous intent flashed in Li Er's eyes. Then, he turned around and patted Empress Jiangxuan's hand, saying, "Guanyin, don't be too sad. If the contents are true, I will definitely punish this evil woman severely." "Yes." Empress Jiangxun nodded, but she lamented in her heart, "So what if I punish her severely? The dead cannot be brought back to life. Let me ask you, when did this confession letter come out?" Li Er looked at the eunuch and asked in a deep voice. The eunuch hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, it is said that it came out early this morning. I reckon it should have come out last night. But I don't know who has such great ability to actually receive at least one confession letter from every household." "Last night?" Li Er's eyes were filled with doubt. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility, and his face immediately darkened. "Zhao Song. Order Dugu Xian to bring the imperial army and lock down all the gates of Chang'an city. Today, only entry is allowed, no exit is allowed." Li Er's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Zhao Song and said. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. "Yes. Your Majesty." Zhao Song smelled a trace of unusual information. He felt that something big was going to happen in Chang'an city today. "Also, tell Li Zishuan to come and see me after the morning court." "Yes. All right. I will go to the morning court first. The rest will be discussed after the morning court." Outside Taiji Palace. Compared to the past, today was especially lively. Even the word lively was not enough to describe it. Perhaps it was not an exaggeration to say that it was boiling. Preposterous. The Cui family has enjoyed 1,000 years of reputation, but they have committed countless evil deeds. If your Majesty cannot punish the Cui family severely, I, Wei Zheng, will kill myself on the coiling dragon pillar outside the main hall today. Even though Troll Wei liked to scold people, he was a man with a strong sense of justice. Otherwise, he would not have donated so much money to the Nguyen Tang Foundation a few days ago. He had almost sold everything he had. This morning, when he saw the confession letter in the courtyard, he was shocked. After the shock, he was filled with endless anger. He did not even bother to eat breakfast and rushed into the palace in a huff. "Left Prime Minister Wei, please calm down. We still do not know if what is written on the letter is true or false. Let's wait for your Majesty's verdict before we talk about other things." An imperial censor saw that Wei Zheng was so angry that his face turned purple. He hurried over to calm him down. "Bah! Bullshit. This confession letter is full of facts. Every evil deed that the Cui family has done is recorded in great detail. Even Wang Jingang's signature has been copied. How can it be false? Besides, this Wang Jinggang is now being held by the right Marquis household. We will know when the trial begins." Cheng Yaojin spat a mouthful of old phlegm at the place where the imperial censor was standing and shouted at the top of his voice. He did not have a single good impression of the Cui family. He would not let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog. "General Yuqi? This Wang Jinggang is really in the right Marquis household?" Towards Cheng Yaojin, this shameless old man spitting at him, the imperial censor was of course cursing in his heart. However, he knew that he could not argue with this old hooligan. Thus, he found Yuqi Jingda to ask. Yuqi Jingda stroked his beard and said, "Jijia is right. Wang Jinggang is indeed in the right Marquis household. In a while, he should be handed over to the Supreme Court." This confession letter was also personally signed by him. Only, I do not know how it spread throughout the entire city. This last sentence was half true and half false. He knew that this was arranged by Li Zishuan. However, he did not understand how Li Zishuan was able to spread the confession letter to every corner of Chang'an city in one night. At the same time, he did not expect that Li Zishuan would make a move on the Cui family so quickly. Chapter 1099. After Yuqi Jingda admitted that the confession was written by Wang Jinggang, the officials outside the Taiji Palace were in an uproar. "It's true? Under the glory of the heavens, such a dark and filthy thing actually happened. As an important official of the empire, I'm ashamed to face the people. Wei Zheng opened his mouth and pounded his chest as he lamented bitterly. This Chui family is so despicable, they did so many filthy things. If we don't punish them severely, the people won't be angry. That's right. Later, we must ask the emperor to punish them severely. At this moment, no matter if it was the civil officials or generals, all of them were infuriated, and they gave the Chui clan the harshest condemnation. Many of the court officials that were attached to the Chui clan or related to the Chui clan in Qinghe didn't dare speak at this moment, and all of them wished for nothing more than to stick their heads into their clothes as they were deeply afraid of being recognized. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji, Xiaoyu, these civil officials couldn't help but look at each other. They all sighed in their hearts that today's court would not be peaceful. Duke of Yi, when did the right Marquis Mansion have the right to interrogate? Why didn't I know? Lu Dui, the minister of the Supreme Court, looked at Yuqi Jingda with displeasure. This had nothing to do with personal grudges, it was just his duty. Interrogating criminals should be done by the Supreme Court. If the right Marquis Mansion did it, it would be overstepping their authority. He. Dui. You've misunderstood this old man. Ever since Wan Jingang was captured and brought to the Marquis Mansion, no one has interrogated him. These things were voluntarily confessed by his conscience. If you don't believe me, you can go back to the Supreme Court and check his body. See if there are any traces of torture. Yuqi Jingda laughed out loud. This, Lu Dui was suddenly choked. It's time for the morning court. Officials, go to the court. At this moment, the head eunuch came out of the palace and shouted to the civil and military officials below the stairs. The noisy officials immediately quieted down. They carried the imperial edicts and walked into the Taiji palace. After a round of greetings, the morning court officially began. Without waiting for the officials to start, Li Er directly said, "Dear officials, you must have received Wan Jingang's confession this morning?" The officials all said yes. Fang Xianling stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, not only have we received it, millions of people in Chang and have also received it. The most important thing now was to stabilize the hearts of the people. Otherwise, Chang and would be in chaos. I hope your Majesty can make a decision soon." Fang Mao's reputation as Du Duan was not for nothing. While the rest of the people were arguing about whether the confession was true or false, Fang Xianling had already seen the most urgent and important thing. Li Er nodded approvingly, "Official Fang is right. Due to the urgency of the matter, today's morning court session will be temporarily postponed. Men present." Immediately, a golden guard in bright armor entered the hall. Li Er said in a deep voice, "Go to the East House of the East County immediately. No matter what method you use, I'll give you an hour to invite Chui Junchuo and Wang Shi over." Now that things had developed to this point, even if he didn't want to touch the Chui family at this time, he had to. Otherwise, there might be civil unrest in Chang and city, and the losses would outweigh the gains. He had to choose the lesser of two evils. On the way to Taiji Palace, Li Er had already made his decision. Of course, after this matter, he would definitely settle accounts with Li Zishuan. Because to some extent, Li Zishuan's action was tantamount to forcing the emperor to abdicate. However, it was not forcing the emperor, but forcing Li Er to punish the Chui family in advance. "Yes, your Majesty." The soldier's face turned serious, and he quickly left. Time was money, and time was life. Li Er continued, "Official Fang." Fang Xianling stepped forward and bowed, "Yes, your Majesty." Li Er said in a clear voice, "I order you to immediately draft a notice to pacify the people in the side hall. Inform the people that in the bright and clear universe and with the majesty of heaven, I will not let any evil person off. No matter who it is, once it is verified that they have violated the laws of the Tang dynasty, there will be no tolerance." I will give justice to the ghosts in hell and the people in the world. After the notice is written, immediately take it to make a copy and post it in the city. Fang Xianling bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. After that, the little eunuch in the hall quickly led Fang Xianling to the side hall. Li Er looked at the officials and said, Yuqi Jingda. Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingda stepped forward and solemnly cupped his fist. Li Er looked at Yuqi Jingda with a complicated expression. Obviously, Yuqi Jingda's shadow was also in this action against the Chui family. Yesterday, he wanted to call the 2 soldiers who were present when Li Zishuan interrogated Wan Jinggang to the palace for questioning, but now it seemed that there was no need to ask. In the whole matter, even if Yuqi Jingda did not add fuel to the fire, he still turned a blind eye. Otherwise, how could Li Zishuan interrogate Wan Jinggang so easily? Is Wan Jinggang in the right marquee mansion now? Li Er put away his complicated thoughts and then asked. Yuqi Jingda replied, Your Majesty. Wan Jinggang is still in the right marquee mansion now. But last night, there was an assassin who wanted to kill him. Fortunately, Your Majesty had arranged for 300 archers in advance and the 2 generals of the Dugu family to arrive in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once this was said, the civil and military officials were shocked again. There was actually an assassin who dared to sneak into the yamen to carry out an assassination right under the emperor's nose. We already know about this matter. Jingda, you must investigate the identity of the assassin. If necessary, you can ask for help from the Supreme Court. Li Er furrowed his brows and ordered, Go and bring Wan Jinggang over right now. Let him confront the Chui family in a while. Your Majesty. Yuqi Jingda received the order and left. Where is Duan Jishuan? Your Majesty. A general in his 30s stepped forward and bowed with cupped fists. You are ordered to lead your subordinates, Zhuo Wei, to patrol the city to prevent the people from causing chaos. Your Majesty. Duan Jishuan also received the order and left. Now that everything had been arranged, Li Er was slightly relieved. Next, he just had to wait for the Chui family to come to the court to confront. At the same time, outside the palace, the people were already in an uproar. Some people woke up in the morning and saw the confession letter in the courtyard. Although they were angry, they did not dare to voice out their anger because the other party was the Chui family. Hence, many people's first reaction was to hide the confession letter and not let the Chui family know that the confession letter came from them. But when they discovered that there were confession letters in other places, the anger that had been suppressed in their hearts for a long time finally did not need to be suppressed anymore. With the example of the people blocking the Chui family a few days ago, today, the angry people called their friends and headed towards the Chui family in groups of 3 to 5. They felt injustice for the wronged souls, so they wanted to eliminate the evil. Their hearts were filled with anger, so they wanted to destroy the Chui family, this place of hiding evil. Chapter 1100. Grand Duke, bad news. Bad news. Half an hour ago, Chui Manor. Old housekeeper Wang Yong held a few pieces of paper and hurried towards Chui Junchuo's room in the east courtyard. After Chui Junchuo let him in, he hurriedly said, "What is it now?" Chui Junchuo did not sleep well last night. When the sky was about to brighten, he barely managed to take a short nap. Now that his sleep was disturbed, he was a little annoyed. Wang Yong said, "Grand Duke. Bad news." When the servants woke up this morning, they found that there were papers everywhere in the manor. And not only our manor, other families also have them. Chui Junchuo frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "It's just a few pieces of paper, how can it make you so flustered?" Grand Duke. This paper is Wan Jingang's confession. The old housekeeper's voice had a sobbing and sorrowful tone. Confession. These 3 words were like a bolt from the blue, striking Chui Junchuo until he could not find north. Wan Jinggang confessed. How is this possible? He has not been sent to the Supreme Court and the right Marquis Manor does not have the authority to interrogate him. Could it be that he confessed without being pressed? Cui Junchuo stared and said in disbelief. It was just that he probably didn't expect that his unintentional guess was already close to the truth. Wan Jingang was more or less confessing without being pressed. Grand Duke, I received news this morning that Mei Lian was captured in the right Marquis Manor last night, but he chose to commit suicide. This old servant guessed that Wan Jingang might have known that Qi Li and Mei Lian tried to assassinate him last night, so he revealed the truth to the right Marquis Manor. The old housekeeper cupped his hands and said, "Suicide?" Cui Junchuo's eyebrows jumped and he rejoiced. But when he thought of the confession from the housekeeper, his mood instantly turned bad. "Show me that confession." "Yes." Taking the confession from the old housekeeper, Cui Junchuo frowned and looked at it carefully. After a while, he angrily snorted, "Good Wan Jingang. I really hate that I recruited this ingrate into the Cui family." The old housekeeper carefully said, "Grand Duke, now that the confession is everywhere, this old servant is worried that as more and more people read the confession, there will definitely be many people coming to the Cui Manor to cause trouble. Furthermore, there would definitely be officials in the imperial court who would impeach the Cui family. You should have made plans earlier." Hearing this, Cui Junchuo's expression changed. If the old butler could think of it, how could he not? However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable to the Cui family. It could be said that the current situation was worse than the worst that he had expected. He didn't expect Wan Jingang to confess so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zishuan to make a move on the Cui family so quickly. He also didn't expect Li Zishuan to use such a method. This was forcing the emperor to destroy the Cui family. After a long time, Cui Junchuo let out a long sigh. Yes, yes. What should he do now? The public was furious, and the officials in the imperial court were eyeing the Cui family like a tiger watching its prey. The Cui family was facing a great calamity, and they could only do their best to reduce the Cui family's losses. As long as we can leave behind a bloodline, the Cui clan will definitely rise again. The old housekeeper was shocked. He had never seen Cui Junchuo so dispirited. He hurriedly said, "Grand Duke, why don't you and Madam leave Chang, and before the imperial edict is issued? After returning to Jianghu, you will be sick at home. I don't think the emperor will make things difficult for you. Once the storm is over, you will be safe and sound. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer." Cui Junchuo was very tempted by the old housekeeper's words. However, at this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside the Cui family's gate. Judging by the sound, there should be hundreds of people. "Grand Duke. Something bad happened. Something bad happened. There are many scholars and common people at the gate." A servant ran over in a panic and shouted as he ran. "Grand Duke. It seems that the common people have already heard the news. You and Madam should leave from the back door." The old housekeeper's expression changed as he hurriedly advised. "Sigh. We can't leave. Now the Cui family's reputation has been ruined, and we have completely become a target of scorn. I guess we will be surrounded by the common people before we can even see the gate of Chang'an. Wang Yong. Come with me to take a look." Cui Junchuo sighed deeply and shook his head. "Yes, Grand Duke." Confession letter? Bastard. Damn Wan Jingang. Damn a group of unruly people. In the backyard, Madame Wang, who had just woken up, couldn't help but fly into a rage when she heard about the confession letter and the common people at the gate. The servants were afraid and didn't dare to look at her. They didn't say a word. "Sun Xiang. Quick. Bring people to the 10-mile slope outside the city and dig out that bitch's body and feed it to the dogs." Otherwise, when the imperial court finds out, they will definitely use that bitch to punish me. Suddenly, Madame Wang screamed crazily. Yes. Madam. The servants in the house hesitated for a moment, but still followed the order and left. The rest of the servants suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. To meet such a vicious and merciless master, it was really a kind of tragedy. Hand over Madame Wang. Hand over the murderer. Hand over Madame Wang. Hand over the murderer. Outside the Chui mansion, there were more than a few hundred people, almost 1,000. The angry common people, led by the students of Yanhuang College, shouted in unison. That morning, the students of the academy came from Cloud Mountain. They planned to gather at the Warm Tang Foundation as usual and continue their charity work. However, when they entered the city, they couldn't help but see the confession papers that were strewn all over the city. Out of curiosity, many students went to pick one up. After reading the content, the 600+ students of the academy were all enraged without exception. They were doing good deeds every day, but there were people in the city who were doing evil deeds that were devoid of conscience and humanity. How could they tolerate this? Under the shouts of Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the other students who hated evil, more than 600 people shouted the slogan, "Hand over Madame Wang, hand over the murderer," and directly killed from Yanqing Gate in the east of Chang'an City to Dunhua Square in the southeast of the city. Most of the common people along the way had seen Wang Jingang's confession letter. Some of them wanted to cause trouble at the Chui mansion, but they were afraid that they would be killed by the Chui mansion's guards like the troublemakers 2 days ago. They were full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Now that they heard the students' slogans, how could they endure it? They all joined the army of anti-Chui. When they arrived at the Chui mansion, the original group of 600 people had become more than 3,000 people. Other common people in Chang'an City were also rushing here after hearing the news. The crowd was increasing. The voices were getting louder. The anger was also getting stronger. It all depended on whether the Chui mansion could withstand the anger of the common people. Chapter 1101. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the Wang family. Hand over the murderer. Outside the Chui mansion, the students and commoners were shouting loudly. The servants of the Chui mansion were on high alert, but with Wan Jingang as an example, no one dared to come out and attack the commoners. They only guarded the entrance of the Chui mansion, not letting this group of people in. Damn! Why are the Chui family being so cowardly today? I still want to beat up those 2 blind guards. Cheng Chumo saw how the servants of the Chui mansion were cowering and could not help but feel bored. He complained to Li Tai and the rest. Pfft! Chumo, you think too highly of this group of people. We are students of Yanhuang College, they dare to come out and lay a finger on us. Sun Zifen sneered. Even if they were not students of the Yanhuang College, this group of people were either rich or respectable, each of them having an extraordinary status. The servants of the Chui family would definitely not dare to act so rudely like last time. But we can't just waste time like this. Qingke, you have a lot of ideas, come up with an idea. Why don't we just charge in? Cheng Chumo was a little anxious. Chumo, don't be rash. Li Tai shook his head, he looked at the group of servants who were blocking the entrance of the Chui mansion, his eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Oh right, Chou Nyo, bring a few people to guard the back door of the Chui mansion, see if there's a chance to enter from there." Cheng Chumo was overjoyed, he laughed and said, "Hee hee. Qingke, you're still the most cunning one. Then I'll go take a look with Bao Lin and the rest." After that, he did not care about Li Tai rolling his eyes at him, he called a few skilled students and squeezed through the crowd to go to the back door of the Chui mansion. "Grandfather, there are so many people outside, I think you should go to the manor outside the city to lie low for a while." At the entrance of the Chui manor, Chui Junchuo peeked through the crack of the door and looked at the densely packed crowd outside. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Because he felt that those angry commoners outside looked like they wanted to eat people, eat their Chui family's people. To think that he, Chui Junchuo, had lived a glorious life. Now that he was old, he had to suffer the curses of the people. It was truly a pity. Wait for the imperial edict. It should be soon. We can only wait for His Majesty's decision. Chui Junchuo sighed, and with her hands clasped behind her back, she walked into the manor with a desolate face. The Chui family has occupied fertile land, oppressed the common people, abducted common women, and tortured and killed the maidservants. Hand over the Wang family and the murderer. Hand over the Wang family and the murderer. Outside the Chui manor. As more and more people came, more and more people came. In less than 15 minutes, more than 2,000 people came. Naturally, the cries of the people became louder and louder. Towards the end, the students of the academy did not even need to organize them. They spontaneously began to shout slogans over and over again. Ever since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been such a grand event in Chang'an City. However, today's grand event was indeed a funeral for the Chui family. It was also a matter of life and death for the Chui family. You better behave yourself. Get over here. Don't even think about running. Come. Kneel. Hey. Make way. Make way. At this moment, a group of people slowly squeezed from the back of the crowd. After a lot of effort, they finally squeezed into the group of Yanhuang College students. Cho Nyo. What are you doing? Li Tai saw Ching Chumo, who had gone to the back door of the Chui manor to look for an opportunity, come over with 2 servants of the Chui manor. He could not help but ask with a puzzled face. Hey! Qing Ke. Ziffan. Ko. I just caught 2 sneaky and shifty-eyed servants of the Chui family at the back door. After questioning them, I actually got a big piece of news. Cheng Chumo made the 2 unlucky servants kneel down and then smiled proudly at Li Tai and the rest. What news? Li Ku asked. Cheng Chumo did not directly answer. Instead, he kicked the servant in front of him and said, Hey! Sun Xiang, right? This person in front of you is His Highness King of Han, and this is His Highness King of Wei. Hurry up and tell them what your mistress wants you to do. Only then will you be safe. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. When he heard that the 2 young men in front of him were both kings, the servant was first afraid. Then, he seemed to see some hope. The Chui family was now in a precarious situation. If he could cling on to the thighs of these 2 kings, he might really be able to survive. Thus, he quickly said, Young Master Cheng. I'll talk. I'll talk. Cheng Chumo nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. He used his internal energy and said loudly, Everyone quiet down. I just caught a servant at the back door of the Chui manor. Everyone quiet down and listen to what this servant has to say. Cheng Chumo's voice was mixed with internal energy and transmitted to everyone's ears. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Sun Xiang. Mistress has always treated you well. How can you do something that betrays her? A servant guarding the entrance of the Chui manor couldn't help but shout at this moment. Noisy. Cheng Chumo dashed forward and gave him a big slap on the face. Receiving this angry slap, the servant spat out a mouthful of blood and was no longer able to speak. Sun Xiang, quickly say it. Cheng Chumo clapped his hands and said lightly. Sun Xiang shrunk his neck and looked at Cheng Chumo, this violent maniac, with some fear. Then, he said, I'm a servant of the Chui manor. This morning, after mistress found out that the entire city was filled with Master Wan. No, the entire city was filled with Wan Jingang's confession, she was worried that the imperial court would find Miss Nianyu's body based on the clues in the confession. Thus, she ordered me to go to the 10-mile slope outside the city, to the 10-mile slope to dig out Nianyu's body and feed it to the dogs. Wow! After hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. The people who were already angry became even angrier. When their anger couldn't be tolerated, they could only explode. She didn't even let go of a dead person. This mistress of the Chui family is so cruel. Beast! She's worse than pigs and dogs. Wang deserves to die. It's really intolerable that such a vicious woman is not killed. Kill Wang. Kill Wang. Thousands of people were about to riot in an instant. The servant guarding the entrance of the Chui manor suddenly felt the pressure. How can this Mistress Chui be so inhumane? Qing Ke. I can't stand it anymore. After hearing this, Li Kun gnashed his teeth. If it wasn't for his special identity as a prince, he would have already killed his way in. Nianyu. I'm Nianyu. Mother has let you down. At some point, an old woman and an old man squeezed to the front of the crowd. The old woman collapsed in front of the Chui manor and cried bitterly. Her sobs were like the wail of a dying beast. The people of Chang and at the entrance of the Chui manor all shed tears. Evil woman of the Chui family, give me back my daughter's life. This old man will not rest until the Chui family is dead. The stooped old man beside the woman also sat down and said with a bitter expression. Chapter 1102. These two people seem to be Nianyu's parents. Look at them. Did they only know that their daughter was killed today? The sudden appearance of a couple in front of the Chui mansion instantly attracted the attention of the people. Old man, are you Nianyu's family? Di Jixuan was closer to the couple, so he squatted down and asked softly. Yes. I'm Zhang Debao, and Nianyu is my poor daughter. My Nianyu. The old man wiped his tears and said sorrowfully. Old man, didn't you know that your daughter was killed before? Di Jixuan saw that the grief on the old man's face didn't seem to be fake, so he was a little puzzled. Before the old man could say anything, the old woman interrupted and said sadly, in the past, the Chui family only said that our daughter died in childbirth because she was pregnant with Master Chui's flesh and blood, but who knew that she was made into a human swine by Madame Chui? My poor you, Hearing the word, human swine, Zhang Debao could no longer control his emotions. He beat his chest and said sadly, if I had known that Nianyu was tortured like this in the Chui mansion, I would have rushed into the Chui mansion to save her even if I had to give up my life. Hateful. Madame Chui is a beast in appearance. How dare she mistreat my Nianyu like this? I regret it. I regret that I sold Nianyu into the Chui family, into this den of tigers and wolves. A debt must be paid with money, and a life for a life. I know that I can't do anything to Madame Chui, but I can kill myself in front of the Chui mansion and bring them some bad luck. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Debao's head had already slammed into the stone lion in front of the Chui mansion. Old man, wait. Although Di Jixuan sensed that something was wrong, his reaction was still half a beat slower. He only managed to grab the corner of Zhang Debao's clothes. Rip, perhaps the material of Zhang Debao's clothes wasn't good enough, or perhaps Zhang Debao was running too hard, but the corner of his shirt that was pulled up by Di Jixuan was torn into two like a thin piece of paper. However, his speed didn't slow down at all. Bang! Di Jixuan could not help but close his eyes. To be honest, he couldn't help but secretly wipe away 2 drops of tears when he read about Nianyu's experience in the confession letter in the morning. Now, he really couldn't bear to see Zhang Debao's miserable appearance with his head broken and bleeding. Little Ku. Little Ku, are you alright? It's His Highness, the King of Han. His Highness King of Han saved Zhang Debao. Great. Di Jixuan, who had his eyes closed, didn't hear the expected miserable cries. Instead, he heard the cheers of the people around him. He couldn't help feeling curious and opened his eyes at once. Zhang Debao's head was pressed against Li Ku's stomach, and Li Ku's back was leaning against the stone lion. He looked like he was in pain. Obviously, Li Ku had relied on his superior agility to act as a meat cushion at the crucial moment. Otherwise, Zhang Debao's head would have been smashed. Old man. Old man. If you die, how am I supposed to live? The old woman finally reacted. She rolled and crawled to Zhang Debao's side and cried loudly. Old woman, if you have any grievances, you can report it to the government. The government will definitely give you justice. But don't do such a thing that hurts your loved ones and makes your enemies happy. I believe that your daughter's spirit in heaven doesn't want you to do this. Li Ku grinned. Although he knew Kung Fu, he didn't learn external Kung Fu such as Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt. Just now, he almost vomited out the breakfast he had in the morning. Of course, the main reason was that Zhang Debao hit too hard in grief and indignation. At this time, Li Ku pressed Zhang Debao's shoulders and said solemnly word by word. The government? Justice? How powerful is the Chui family? How can the government uphold justice for me? I don't expect it, I don't expect it. Little Lang Jun, get out of the way. I am sorry for my Nianyu. Let me die. Zhang Debao shook his head gloomily. Old man, you can't die. What will I do if you die? The old woman cried. Li Ku frowned and said in a low voice, Old woman, I am the current king of Han, and this is His Highness King of Wei. Today, this prince promises you that this prince will help you get justice for your daughter. Anyone who violates the Tang Empire's law should be punished accordingly. The Chui family is no exception. That's right. Old woman, don't worry. I will help you get justice for Miss Nianyu. Li Tai also stepped forward and said. The old man and the old woman were shocked and hurriedly bowed to Li Ku and Li Tai. Greetings to your Highness King of Wei and King of Han. I just offended your Highness King of Han. I really deserve to die. Li Tai and Li Ku said, You don't have to be so polite. Then Li Ku said, Old woman, look carefully. Today, I will get justice for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ku turned around and stared at the group of servants that were guarding the entrance of the Chui estate as he said, All of you are clearly aware of the Chui clan's actions. Presently, there are only two paths before all of you. The first is to continue following behind the Chui clan and act as their accomplices, and the other is to abandon the darkness for the light and move aside immediately. Choose the first choice, death. The second choice, life. I will only give you half a cup of tea's time to think about it. What happened today was too shocking. Although Li Ku knew that Li Er didn't intend to hurt the aristocratic families, and he also knew that if he interfered in this matter with his identity, it would definitely bring criticism. But some things could be tolerated, and some things could not be tolerated. Especially Zhang Debao's words and actions before, which touched his heart, made him not want to care about anything else at the moment. He just wanted to help the maid he had never met before to get justice. As soon as his voice fell, the servants suddenly looked at each other. But even after half a cup of tea's time, they still didn't move. Perhaps they believed that the Chui family, which had been glorious for thousands of years, would not fall just like that. Li Ku sneered and shouted to the people behind him, Good. Today, the lady of the Chui family, Wang Shi, is vicious and merciless. She cruelly killed the maid Nianyu and turned her into a human swine. This is really shocking and infuriating. What's more hateful is that after Nianyu died, Wang Shi still didn't let her go. She sent people to dig up her body and feed it to the dogs. Such a wicked woman, who was born as a human, should pay with her life. According to the law, she should be punished. Arrest Wang Shi. Even the dignified king of Han was so moved in his heart, so how could the people who had long been filled with anger, eager to fight, and eager to give it a try remain indifferent? They heard this and shouted, Arrest Wang Shi. Arrest Wang Shi. They said so, and at the same time, they did so. When an ordinary man is angry, blood splatters 5 steps. The thousands of people began to slowly press forward. Looking at this posture, it was as if they were going to flatten the Chui family.